In the next few days, Zhou Hao wandered between Li Ruolin, Wang Shijuan, Yin Qingqing, and Situ Jianying, and then he was ready to go to Hong Kong. Su Lin's visa was also completed with the help of Galaxy Securities. Zhou Hao and Su Lin went to Hong Kong via Shenzhen by car. After World War II, Hong Kong's economy and society developed rapidly. Not only did it become one of the 4 Asian little dragons, it was also the world's richest, most economically developed, and highest standard of living. One of the regions, Hong Kong is an important financial, service, and shipping center in Asia. It is well known for its clean government, good public order, free economic system, and perfect rule of law. Historical changes have allowed Hong Kong to evolve from a small fishing village with only 1,000 people to a cosmopolitan city known as the Pearl of the Orient today. After coming out of the station, Zhou Hao saw Song Jiahao, the man from Galaxy Investment, who came to pick him up. He was a young man in his 30s. He originally worked at Galaxy Securities in Chongqing. Later, after Zhou Hao invested his money in the Hong Kong stock market, Zhao Yuqin sent him to Hong Kong to help manage Zhou Hao's funds. As soon as he saw Zhou Hao and Su Lin, Song Jiahao waved his hands vigorously. "Boss, I'm here." Zhou Hao and Su Lin walked over, and Song Jiahao took the initiative to take the luggage of the two and took Zhou Hao and the others to a black Mercedes-Benz outside the station. I saw pedestrians hurrying around, and when they got outside the station, Zhou Hao and Su Lin also saw that there were many buildings outside. The streets were neat and clean, and even the air carried a characteristic smell of a modern metropolis. To this bustling sky, Zhou Hao raised his head and smiled. "Hong Kong, I am here." It is not the first time for Su Lin to come to Hong Kong. When she was in college, she and other classmates exchanged ideas with the students of City University of Hong Kong under the arrangement of the school. At the beginning, she was a girl from Yangzhou who came to Hong Kong, the Pearl of the Orient, and was shocked by the scene here. Different from the ancient beauty of Yangzhou and the strong political atmosphere of Beijing, Hong Kong has the modern atmosphere of a metropolis everywhere. After getting in the car, Song Jiahao smiled at Zhou Hao in Cantonese. "Although I am not a native of Hong Kong, I still want to say to you, welcome to Hong Kong." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "You are good at learning Cantonese." Since Zhou Hao was originally from the Pearl River Delta, he naturally knew how to speak Cantonese. As for Su Lin, she has been to Hong Kong and lived for a while, so although her Cantonese is not authentic, it does not cause communication barriers. I heard Song Jiahao helplessly say, "Here in Hong Kong, you cannot integrate into their society without learning Cantonese." Although we will return in 2 months, many Hong Kong people still call us a big circle. Zai or mainland Kent. Zhou Hao held his head and looked out the window with an unfathomable smile at the corner of his mouth. "Wait and see. It won't be long before they will have to rely on us to survive." Waiting at George Soros when financial predators attacked the Hong Kong stock market. If it were not for the strong foreign exchange reserves of mainland China, the financial market developed in Hong Kong over the past few decades would have long been destroyed. After the reunification, many Hong Kong businessmen went north to invest in the domestic market. It can be said that after the reunification, the domestic market largely guaranteed the development of the Hong Kong economy. By the way, Ms. Zhao previously registered Galaxy Securities as Galaxy Investment Company, Limited in Hong Kong, and moved the office to the Landmark Plaza in Central. Song Jiahao started the car and drove towards Central. Zhou Hao said, "How much has my capital in the Hong Kong futures market developed?" "Already nearly 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Song Jiahao said, "Speaking of which, our employees admire the boss. From the beginning of this year to now, your boss's forecast of the ups and downs of the Hong Kong stock market is too accurate. We even wonder if your boss is behind the scenes controlling the ups and downs of the Hong Kong stock market." Many employees say they want to learn from their bosses. As long as they can learn the skills of the boss, there is no need to worry in this life. Zhou Hao smiled. "I can't learn this. I mostly rely on my intuition to invest." Of course, he can't tell Song Jiahao that he has a complete grasp of the development trend of the Hong Kong stock market. But he is also telling the truth. His superhuman, since his intuition can be unfavorable in the casino, it is not a problem to predict the stock market. However, for at least 15 years, Zhou Hao will not have to use his superhuman intuition on the stock market. However, from the day when Su Lin entered Galaxy Investment, He knew that Zhou Hao had such a huge amount of funds in his hands. At the end of last year, he invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the Hong Kong stock market. But instead of directly buying stocks in the Hong Kong financial market, he used it to invest in futures. Because the futures use the margin system, that is, only need to pay 5% to 10% of the margin to be able to trade. So it can provide investors with opportunities to make small moves and make money faster than in the stock market. Buying low and selling high are much faster and more. However, the risk of futures is much greater than that of ordinary stock investment, and a little carelessness will lead to bankruptcy. Su Lin looked at Zhou Hao's investment records in the Hong Kong stock market and found that he hadn't missed one of his predictions on the ups and downs of the Hong Kong stock market. The bigger the roll, there has been an increase of more than 10 times. At the same time, Zhou Hao still has a part of his funds placed on the international futures market, which is more profitable than Hong Kong's futures. Zhou Hao used forecasts on the prices of various international resources such as gold, aluminum, iron, and even cotton, soybeans, and other crops for futures trading. In less than half a year, he accumulated a huge amount of nearly $1 billion. When I met Zhou Hao in Yangzhou, Su Lin only thought that he was an ordinary rich man who opened a restaurant at home, but after she invested in Galaxy Investment, she realized that Zhou Hao's wealth was enough to make him a rich man in China. Moreover, none of these wealth was left to him by his family, but he earned it from nothing. Therefore, even Su Lin, a strong woman who is not easy to surrender, had to convince Zhou Hao. Walking through the bustling street, looking at the rushing pedestrians outside the car window and the various shops on both sides of the street, Zhou Hao was full of expectations and excitement for this trip to Hong Kong, because he wanted to use his hands here. The money on the internet has doubled to complete his tens of billions of dollars goal. Soon, Song Jiahao took Zhou Hao and Su Lin to the landmark in Central. The landmark is located on Pedder Street, Central, Hong Kong, connecting Queens Road Central and Davao Road Central, and belongs to the heart of the Central Business District. The landmark has 2 office buildings, shopping malls, and a hotel. The building was completed in the 1980s and was built by a land company that owns multiple properties in Central. There are 5 stories in the ground floor shopping mall, which is a famous hub for famous brands in Hong Kong. Famous brand stores include Louis Vuitton, Dior, Gucci, etc. The office of Zhou Hao's Galaxy Investment Company is located on the 43rd floor in the Duke Building, south of the landmark. Zhou Hao originally wanted to locate the office in the first or second phase of the Hong Kong International Finance Center, but these 2 world-famous buildings have not been completed yet. The first phase of the Hong Kong International Finance Center will not be completed until next year, so Zhou Hao had to temporarily put the office here in the landmark. However, the rent here is not low, and it will cost millions of Hong Kong dollars a year. When going to the office via the elevator, Zhou Hao smiled to Su Lin. "When you have time, I will take you to the famous shops in the mall below. The expenses will be counted on me. The premise is that you have a good job." Su Lin also smiled. "Boss, then you should get the money ready as soon as possible." On the 43rd floor, Zhou Hao and Su Lin saw a sign on the wall in the front hall, with a 5-pointed star in the middle and 6 orbits around it on the outside, and the sign was written in large silver letters. Xinhe Investment Company, Limited. There was a young and beautiful female employee behind the counter in the front hall. When they saw Zhou Hao, they immediately stood up and said dignifiedly and respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Zhou, Ms. Su. Welcome to Hong Kong." Song Jiahao smiled to Zhou Hao. "This is our receptionist, a native of Hong Kong." Zhou Hao and Su Lin nodded slightly to the girl and followed Song Jiahao in. The office of Galaxy Investment is very spacious, occupying almost the entire 43rd floor of the Duke Building. There is a large LCD screen on the wall of the office lobby, which shows the changes of various stocks in Hong Kong and can be transformed into the stock market situation of any other world financial center at any time. There are more than 30 male and female employees in the lobby, all of whom are top talents carefully selected by Zhao Yuqin, including data analysts, stock analysts, financial engineers, investment consultants, actuaries, accountants, industry researchers, and so on. Some of them were obtained by Zhao Yuqin from China, some were dug by her from some local investment firms in Hong Kong, and some were even foreigners. They all knew that Zhou Hao would come to Hong Kong today, so as soon as they saw Zhou Hao, They stood up at the same time, gathered warm applause, and shouted in unison, "Hello, boss." Haha. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Zhou Hao greeted everyone with a smile. Today is the first time I met. I won't say anything extra. I just hope that everyone can make more money with me and build prosperity together. Tomorrow, I follow the principle of work more, get more rewards. Whoever does the best job, I will give the most bonus. I believe that just this year, the employee who gets the most bonus will be enough. In Hong Kong, I bought a 1,000-foot mansion. Yeah, long live the boss. The employees shouted in excitement. Next, I will stop all investment in the international futures market and the Hong Kong stock market, leaving 1 billion Hong Kong dollars as reserve funds, and the rest will be invested in the foreign exchange and foreign exchanges of Southeast Asian countries, such as Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. In the financial market, Zhou Hao said to the employees, I heard one of the American male employees say, "But boss, the financial market in Southeast Asia is very chaotic. We got news that George Soros and others are making trouble there. If we invest our money there, it is risky. I am afraid it will be very big." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Risks are accompanied by interests. The so-called crisis is organic. It is because their financial market is chaotic that we can profit from fish in troubled waters." In fact, Soros's group of crocodiles was established as early as the beginning of the year. At that time, it was arranged in Thailand and other countries in order to be ready to make huge profits from the Southeast Asian financial market. I now want to take advantage of their almost complete preparations and follow their steps to make as much profit as possible. In later generations, experts analyzed the Asian financial turmoil and found many reasons, the most important of which was the impact of upstream capital in the international financial market. There are currently about $7 trillion in circulating international capital worldwide. Once international speculators find that a country or region is profitable, they will immediately attack the currency of that country or region through speculation in order to obtain huge profits in the short term. Another reason is the improper foreign exchange policies of many countries in Southeast Asia. In order to attract foreign investment, they maintain a fixed exchange rate on the one hand and expand financial liberalization on the other, providing international speculators with opportunities. For example, Thailand abolished its capital market control in 1992 before the country's financial system was straightened out, allowing the flow of short-term funds to flow unimpeded, providing conditions for foreign speculators to speculate on the Thai baht. Headed by George Soros' Quantum Fund and Julian Robertson's Tiger Fund, a large number of international speculators are fancying the financial flaws of Southeast Asian countries such as Thailand, and they will invade and sweep the financial markets of Southeast Asian countries into a mess. According to Zhou Hao's previous life, George Soros joined other international hedge funds to launch attacks on the long-coveted Southeast Asian financial markets as early as the beginning of 1997. In the beginning, they sold the baht wildly, causing the baht's exchange rate to plummet. In the face of the aggressive offensive of hedge funds, the Central Bank of Thailand decided to intervene in the market, using about $12 billion to absorb the Thai baht. On the one hand, the local bank borrowed the Thai baht to offshore investors, and on the other hand, it greatly increased the interest rate. All things being done, the Thai baht exchange rate has temporarily remained stable. The first phase of this world-famous Asian financial crisis began in June 1997. In June, hedge funds once again launched a fatal blow to the Thai baht, and the Central Bank of Thailand had to withdraw because the only $30 billion in foreign exchange reserves had already run out of ammunition and food. On June 30th, the Thai Prime Minister assured foreign countries on TV, "The Thai baht will not depreciate, and we will let those speculators lose their money." However, only 2 days later, the Central Bank of Thailand was forced to announce the abandonment of the fixed exchange rate system and the implementation of a floating exchange rate system. On that day alone, the Thai baht plummeted by 20%, and then the governor of the Central Bank of Thailand, Malaga, announced his resignation. Until August, the Central Bank of Thailand decided to close 42 financial institutions. So far, the Thai baht has completely fallen and crashed. During this period, hedge funds also launched attacks on the Philippine peso, the Malaysian ringgit, and the Indonesian rupiah. Finally, Southeast Asian currencies, including the Singapore dollar, fell one by one. It is already May, and there is only 1 month left before the predators such as George Soros and Julian Robertson launch a total offensive. So Zhou Hao has to step up preparations. Compared with the huge funds of tens of billions of dollars used by those financial predators, the amount of less than $2 billion in Zhou Hao's hands will not be able to raise any big waves. And Zhou Hao didn't intend to make waves. His purpose was just to follow the footsteps of these predators and fish in troubled waters. As for the damage to the economies of Southeast Asian countries by this storm, Zhou Hao's consideration is not included. As George Soros said in the face of the media after the Asian financial turmoil in his previous life, in terms of financial operations, it is not ethical or unethical. This is just an operation. The financial market does not belong to the category of ethics. It is not immoral. Morality does not exist here because it has its own rules of the game. I am a participant in the financial market. I will play this game according to the established rules. I will not violate these rules, so I don't feel guilty or be responsible. Although George Soros' words are irresponsible, after analysis by many financial experts in previous lives, they all agreed that the internal cause of the Asian financial turmoil was the unsound financial economy of Asian countries, even without the external force of George Soros and others. The Asian financial turmoil will also happen, and even its impact will be much greater than in reality. What's more, Zhou Hao's mere $1.2 billion could not stop George Soros and the others, nor could it prevent the occurrence of the Asian financial turmoil. Instead of this, it would be better to use these funds to reap more benefits. The only thing that caused Zhou Hao to have a psychological barrier was the anti-Chinese massacre in Indonesia in 1998. Indonesia was the latest to be affected by the Asian financial turmoil, but it was the most affected. After their great economic recession, they were deliberately incited by the government to vent their anger on the local Chinese, leading to that notorious. The massacre happened. Since the vast majority of the local Chinese are Indonesian nationals, despite the friendship of compatriots, mainland China cannot interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. This has become an angry and helpless matter for the domestic people. Zhou Hao in his previous life saw the horrible photos and immediately became enthusiastic, wishing to go to Indonesia to drive out the Indonesians and exterminate the overseas Chinese compatriots. Now that Zhou Hao has really been born again, he will definitely not stand idly by. After making detailed arrangements for his employees, Zhou Hao concluded, "If it goes well, our funds will be doubled to 3 times by the end of the year. By the next year, the Asian financial crisis will spread to the world. Zhou Hao has more opportunities to fish in troubled waters." Boss, will Soros and Robertson really succeed? Now the Bank of Thailand has intervened. A local analyst in Hong Kong was suspicious. Zhou Hao smiled confidently. "Believe me, the Bank of Thailand will not be Soros's opponent. Think about it. Even the British government was defeated by Soros in those days, and Thailand was too vulnerable." Seeing the confident smile on Zhou Hao's face, the employees were also infected. In addition, Zhou Hao's predictions on the stock market over the past 6 months have been so divine that these financial elites have become habitual. Trust. After setting up the task, Zhou Hao and Su Lin returned to their office. Here, Zhou Hao has an independent office, just behind the office lobby. This office covers an area of nearly 150 square meters. There is a row of huge floor-to-ceiling windows over there. You can see the bustling street scene in the middle ring below. There is even a lounge in the office for Zhou Hao to use. As Zhou Hao's secretary, Su Lin had her desk behind the door. At this time, Zhou Hao sat on the executive chair and sighed. "I'm the boss on the first day. I don't know if the people below will be convinced." Su Lin smiled and said, "You did a great job. I saw them looking at you with admiration just now." When Zhou Hao assigned tasks to the employees just now, he was like a general who could only fight on the battlefield. The serious look has an incomparable charm. It is said that serious men are the most charming. Even Su Lin, who just recorded Zhou Hao, was fascinated by Zhou Hao's handsome and confident appearance. Looking at the pedestrians hurrying and passing by and the surrounding magnificent buildings, Zhou Hao suddenly stretched out his right hand and smiled to himself. "This pearl of the Orient, I will let it shine for me sooner or later." That kind of arrogant smile that was so self-confident and even unbelievable gave Su Lin here a feeling of suffocation. She seemed to see a lion roaring at the beasts below on the hill to establish her overlord status. Turning his head to see Su Lin was a little stunned. Zhou Hao scratched his head and smiled. Haha, I'm sorry, I'm still too childish. I'm afraid this will make people laugh out of their teeth. Seeing Su Lin smiled and shook his head. No, I believe you will do it. Ah, by the way, since I came to Hong Kong, I have to pay my respects to the peer. Zhou Hao suddenly smiled and took out a business card from his arms. It was the business card that General Liu Zhenwu gave him before. Today, Zheng Yingpei is the deputy director of the Hong Kong police force and one of the top figures in the Hong Kong police circle. A visit to him is definitely good for Zhou Hao. Moreover, the phone number on this business card given by Liu Zhenwu is Zheng Yingpei's personal phone number. So Zhou Hao immediately dialed Zheng Yingpei's phone. But the one who answered the phone was a woman. Those who can have Zheng Yingpei's private phone are not ordinary people, so the woman's attitude is very friendly. I'm his wife, Zheng Mingjiang. He is talking on the phone with the governor of Hong Kong now, which is not very convenient. Well, let me ask him to call you back later. Friends who like YY can watch The Rogue Dr. God, which is equally interesting. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Zhang. Zhou Hao put down the phone after saying. Su Lin next to him asked, What's the matter? Chief Zheng has no time. Yes. As soon as Zhou Hao said, the phone on the desk rang again. He picked up the phone and heard a calm male voice inside. Hello, this is Zheng Yingpei. May I ask if you are Xiao Hao? Zhou Hao smiled and replied, Yes, I am Zhou Hao. Hello, Chief Zheng. General Liu introduced you to me before, saying that he will come to Hong Kong during this time. By the way, is General Liu okay? Zheng Yingpei said on the phone. Fortunately, he is now busy with the People's Liberation Army stationed in Hong Kong, preparing for the return ceremony in 2 months. I just heard Zheng Yingpei say, Xiao Hao, originally you Hong Kong. I should have treated you well, but tonight I will attend a banquet for Hong Kong government officials. Or, tomorrow I will have a family dinner at home. I don't know you, don't you enjoy it? Of course you enjoy the noodles. See you tomorrow? Okay, see you tomorrow. After putting down the phone, Zhou Hao shrugged to Su Lin. Chief Zheng is not free tonight, but he invited me to eat at his house tomorrow. Well, Su Lin, do you want to go with me? Su Lin heard Zhou Hao let himself go to Zheng Yingpei's family banquet with him, and his heart suddenly moved, but he hesitated to ask, Is this appropriate? If there is anything inappropriate, that's the decision. Zhou Hao said with a big grin. But I only have some professional and casual clothes, and no clothes for the banquet. Zhou Hao laughed and said, It's not easy. Here is the shopping mall. Just go and buy it. Well, anyway, I don't have anything to do now. That's fine. I'll go down with you and take a look. All consumption is counted. Mine. Su Lin covered his mouth and smiled. You are the boss. Do you want me to pay for it? So Zhou Hao and Su Lin left the office. Song Jiahao outside asked, Boss, where are you going? I went to the shopping mall below with Su Lin. Zhou Hao smiled. Song Jiahao wanted to say that he would lead them, but he thought that Su Lin had lived in Hong Kong for a period of time, and that he should have been a person who knew the way, so he didn't mention it. Zhou Hao and Su Lin came to the mall on the ground floor from the elevator, and saw that the shops here have everything from fashion clothes to daily necessities, as well as a variety of new electronic products. Of course, these are still in Zhou Hao's eyes. The new electronic products are old antiques that have not been seen for a long time. It has to be said that both Zhou Hao and Su Lin have excellent appearances. They are typical handsome men and beautiful women. They are also particularly eye-catching in crowded shopping malls. The young men and women around them also cast their sights on the two of them, even thinking that when they were two, an entertainment company was looking for a new artist to be favored. And in Hong Kong, young people are much bolder than domestic ones. As soon as Zhou Hao and Su Lin came down, 2 little girls in school uniform walked over and smiled at Zhou Hao. Handsome guy, can you take a picture with us? Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that he would be treated like this again, but Su Lin beside him couldn't help laughing. Okay. Zhou Hao's authentic Cantonese is no different from the locals in Hong Kong, making the 2 little girls more affectionate. I saw one of them handed the camera to Su Lin and asked her to take a photo, and then they hugged Zhou Hao's arms intimately and raised his hand to make a yeah gesture. while Su Lin took a few pictures of them. A photograph. After the photo was taken, the two little girls kissed Zhou Hao on the face and then left with satisfaction, leaving Zhou Hao with a stunned look. Seeing Su Lin, who couldn't help laughing, Zhou Hao brushed the hair on his forehead and smiled. It seems that I have the potential to be a star. This is not a big talk, Su Lin said sincerely. The two came to a Gucci store, which has men's and women's clothing. Looking at the dazzling collection of fashionable clothing, Su Lin's eyes burst with splendor. The sales clerk in the specialty store also introduced the clothes in the store very enthusiastically. Finally, Zhou Hao bought two men's suits here, but Su Lin didn't buy them because he couldn't see the right ones. Then, Zhou Hao took Su Lin to the Dior store on the other side, and as soon as he entered the store, Su Lin fell in love with the V-neck, light evening dress in the store. With Zhou Hao's encouragement, Su Lin went to the dressing room to change into this luxurious and beautiful evening dress. After coming out of the locker room, the completely different Su Lin stunned Zhou Hao and the salesperson in the store. This evening dress seemed to be tailor-made for Su Lin, fully discovering the noble and elegant temperament of Su Lin. Especially the V-neck, showing the flawless skin under Su Lin's neck and the round and plump breast shape, which is both, and unexposed. Miss, this evening dress is really suitable for you, the saleswoman said sincerely. Zhou Hao squeezed his chin and stared at Su Lin, who was wearing a full costume. Yes, it's really suitable. You are really beautiful in this way. Really? Hearing Zhou Hao's praise, Su Lin was as sweet as eating honey. Then this set. Zhou Hao said to the female salesperson, "How much is it?" The saleswoman smiled and said, "Thank you, sir. The equivalent of cash is 188,800 Hong Kong dollars. As soon as he heard the price, Su Lin changed his face and quickly said to Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, the clothes are so expensive, so I don't want them." However, Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. I said that I will pay for it. It's rare to come across such a suitable one." Then he took out his wallet, suddenly frowned, and sold to the woman. The member said, "I'm sorry, miss, I don't have cash in Hong Kong dollars. Do you accept RMB?" The saleswoman was taken aback. Her smile became a little stiff. "Sorry, sir, we don't charge RMB here. This can't work. Hong Kong is about to return. You have to add this S. Ervis as soon as possible, otherwise how can it attract mainland tourists?" Zhou Hao preached to the female salesperson, and then took out an HSBC from her wallet. The bank's VIP Platinum credit card was handed to her. "Fortunately, I still have the habit of taking a credit card when I go out. Otherwise, I can't buy the clothes, and it's your loss." Seeing the HSBC VIP Platinum card handed over by Zhou Hao, the female salesperson's smile brightened again. For luxury stores like them, those who know these Platinum cards must at least have tens of millions of deposits in HSBC to get them. At the moment, the female salesperson looked at Zhou Hao with even more enthusiastic eyes, thinking about which big family this tall and handsome man belongs to. Such a man who spends a lot of money, but the girl's dream lover. At the same time, she felt a bit jealous of Su Lin there. After wrapping up the clothes, Zhou Hao and Su Lin left the store. Su Lin also said uncomfortably, "Zhou Hao, this gift is too expensive, or else you can give it to Ruolan." But Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Don't worry about Sister Lan, I will buy another gift for her. You can accept this dress with confidence, as it is the employee award I gave you in advance." Asking people to send the clothes to the office, Zhou Hao said, "I'm hungry. Let's try the authentic food in Hong Kong." "Yeah." Su Lin nodded happily. So Zhou Hao drove out the black Mercedes-Benz just now. In the car, Zhou Hao asked Su Lin, "You have lived in Hong Kong for so long before, so you should know where to eat good food." "Of course." Su Lin smiled and gave Zhou Hao the way. In Hong Kong, the most authentic food is not those high-end restaurants, but the tea restaurants on the streets. Under Su Lin's lead, Zhou Hao came to a tea restaurant called Chung Ki Tea Restaurant in Happy Valley, Hong Kong. According to Su Lin, this Xiang Ki Tea restaurant has been in business for more than 40 years, and its food is very authentic and delicious. Su Lin often came here for breakfast when he was in Hong Kong. The food includes a lot of fresh oil, cream, pineapple buns, pineapple butter, puff pastry tarts, etc. The coffee and stocking milk tea here are very fragrant and delicious. The area is very famous. There are so many people in the restaurant. Zhou Hao and Su Lin still need to set up a stage with another young couple. Su Lin also ordered egg tarts, pineapple oil, and other foods from the boss surnamed Chun very skillfully. The things came quickly, and Su Lin smiled at Zhou Hao. Try it quickly, I didn't introduce it wrong. Zhou Hao picked up a piece of egg and took a bite. He felt that the crust was crispy and the egg flavor was strong, which was very delicious. He smiled and said, "Sure enough, you didn't introduce it wrong. It's really delicious." The two ordered the silk stocking milk tea again. Zhou Hao felt that the stocking milk tea here was similar to that of Mrs. Zhou's restaurant at home, and they were all very smooth. After all, the chef who specializes in silk stocking milk tea in Mrs. Zhou's restaurant is a teacher of Hong Kong people, and the taste is naturally authentic. That silk stocking milk tea is also one of the most famous staple foods in Mrs. Zhou's restaurant. While the two were tasting the delicious food, Zhou Hao saw 5 young men in different clothes walking in from outside. The 5 young people knew at a glance that they were not serious people. Not only did they dye their heads colorfully, their clothes were also nondescript, and there were a lot of hoops on their noses, ears, and even their lips. This costume seemed to be loud. Yelled, "I am a bastard," to people around him. When one of them came in, he suddenly stretched out his hand and patted the head of a male guest next to him. He cursed fiercely. "Look at your mother. I haven't seen a man." The guest who was beaten did not dare to fight back or talk back. He just lowered his head silently, because he knew that ordinary citizens could not provoke these people. And the little, still cursed, "I like it so much. Go back and see your mother give birth to a chick." And the boss Chun of this Xiangji tea restaurant seemed to know these little gangsters too, and he quickly greeted them with a smile, and smiled to the headed person. "Brother Shun, what wind is blowing your old man? Please come in. Arong, quickly make a cup of iced milk tea for a few big brothers." These little gangsters listened to Boss Chun calling their eldest brother one by one, and their vanity was greatly satisfied. I saw that the little, headed by Brother Shun, was dyed red hair and looked in his early 20s. He faintly swept around in the restaurant, jokingly. "Oh, business is good. There are no seats left." The guests at the table in front of Brother Shun immediately got up to check out and left. Boss Chun also immediately cleared the table and gave them to the little gangsters. Even the couple opposite Zhou Hao and Su Lin checked out in a panic. When Na Shun saw the beautiful and compelling Su Lin, a burst of brilliance appeared in his eyes, and he smiled and sat opposite Zhou Hao with one of his blue-haired companions. Su Lin knows that these people are not easy to provoke, especially the two are not locals in Hong Kong. So seeing the eyes of the two punks on the opposite side lingering on him unscrupulously, he was only secretly annoyed in his heart and did not speak out. When Brother Shun saw Su Lin lowered his head and didn't speak, the smile on his face became even brighter. "Beautiful girl, why haven't I seen you? I just moved into this district. My name is Jean Shun, everyone calls me Brother Shun. Hey, it looks like you are entering and leaving an office building, an elite." His eyes kept wandering on Su Lin's beautiful face and towering breasts. "I know there are a very nice bar. How about we go for a drink together?" "Sorry, I don't have time," Su Lin replied indifferently. The blue-haired, next to Jean Shun, was unhappy. "Hey, Stinky 38. We are lucky for Brother Shun to see you. You know how many women here in Happy Valley want to give us Brother Shun a hug. We Brother Shun doesn't even look at them." The little gangsters at the table next to each other also agreed. "That's right. With our Brother Shun, I will keep you in Happy Valley. Or, we will call you Shun's wife in the future, huh?" Jean Shun glared at the blue hair next to him. "Hey, how could you be so rude to this pretty girl?" He saw that Su Lin's delicate hands on the table were flawless, which was better than any woman he had ever seen. The hand needs to be beautiful, so I can't help but reach out and try to grab it. But Jean Shun's hand just crossed the middle of the table. Before he touched Su Lin's hand, he was caught by Zhou Hao. Jean Shun raised his eyes to look at Zhou Hao next to Su Lin. In fact, he saw Zhou Hao just now. However, even though Zhou Hao looks good, Jean Shun also thinks that this is just a small citizen who dares not provoke him. The blue hair next to Zhou Hao immediately stared at Zhou Hao. "Boy, looking for death. Our Shun brother dare to touch it too." However, Zhou Hao looked at the two opposite people faintly and slowly said, "I hope you should not be so presumptuous. If you tore your face, it is not good for anyone. When Zhou Hao said this, Jin Shun and the blue hair hesitated. Jin Shun tentatively asked, "Brother, which way are you on? What about you?" Zhou Hao sneered slightly. "Is it Xian or Lianing News Agency?" The blue-haired one immediately said, "We are all from the Union British News Agency, and the nigger of the Tiger of the Alliance is our boss." Jin Shun still squinted at Zhou Hao. "You haven't said which way you are on it. If it's your own, then it will be fine. If not, I am not in any way." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I am a decent and good citizen." "Damn, you fool me." Jin Shun stood up immediately and stared at Zhou Hao fiercely. But Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Calm down. The underworld can't be so impulsive." He said. He looked at the door. Jin Shun and Lan Fa couldn't help but turn their heads and saw two uniformed policemen walking in at the tea restaurant. Jin Shun's expression changed, and the two policemen saw them, and the older one smiled. "Huh? Isn't this Jin Shun? Why, I'm collecting protection fees again. Do you want us to take you back? Go to the police station to collect it." Jin Shun hurriedly laughed and said, "President Huang, why do we collect protection fees?" "Haha, you can ask Old Chun if you don't believe me. Old Chun, tell Officer Huang if we have collected your protection fees." Then Boss Chun quickly said, "No, no, no." The two policemen smiled and glanced at Jin Shun and them. "You better not make trouble for us. Otherwise we will let you taste the royal meal again." "I know, Officer Huang, I know." Jin said hurriedly. "That's not going to go quickly. Do you want the police officer to ask you to eat pineapple oil before leaving?" The police officer Huang said, Oh, let's go now, let's go now." With that, Jin Shun left the tea restaurant with his subordinates. But before leaving, he gave Zhou Hao a fierce look. The two policemen ordered 2 cups of milk tea. Then Officer Huang looked at Zhou Hao and Su Lin, and then smiled. "Outsiders." Zhou Hao also smiled. "Why do you see it?" Officer Huang gently stirred the milk tea in front of him with a spoon. Because locals know that those people cannot be provoked. Even if they call the police, they will not protect them for a while. Zhou Hao saw that police officer Huang was almost 40 years old and wanted to be familiar with things like the underworld. So he said, "Hong Kong is about to return. In 2 months, the PLA will be stationed in Hong Kong. Why are these people still so rampant?" Officer Huang smiled and said, "The underworld is always there. It doesn't mean that it can be eliminated without returning. However, many gangs are now afraid of being suppressed after the return, so this period of time has been reduced. However, the rivers and lakes are here. If you take a step back, others will go further. Some gangs see that others have constrained, thinking that the time has come for their own development, but they become more unscrupulous." The spoon in his hand gently touched the edge of the cup. Lianing the club is what we usually call the East Star. Speaking of it, the East Star has a long history in Hong Kong. It is one of the best gangs in Hong Kong, but their current leader, known as Uncle Fatty, Fong Bingyun. If you don't know the situation, you are not afraid of being suppressed by the mainland after the return. Instead, you want to expand while Xian and 14 converge. Those little, just now are not East Star what? Thank you for telling me this, Officer Huang. Zhou Hao smiled. "It's nothing." Officer Huang waved his hand. "It's just that you offend them, and you may be in trouble in the future. So, if you have anything to do, please come to me. This is my business card. I live in this area." "That's right," he said. He handed Zhou Hao a business card with the words Huang Chifa written on it and the logo of Senior Police Officer underneath. Seeing this name, Zhou Hao smiled in his heart, because Huang Chifa is a very famous policeman in Hong Kong movies. For details, please see the Hong Kong movie Dark War. Officer Huang and his colleagues just came over for afternoon tea and left after more than 10 minutes. And Su Lin also said to Zhou Hao, will we be in trouble if we offend that group?" "Don't be afraid of trouble." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "The big deal is to let Chief Zeng come forward. If you want to come, they dare not fight with Chief Zeng. If it doesn't work, I will kill them myself." Su Lin thought that Zhou Hao was just joking when he said that he would kill them, because the smile on his face was very relaxed, but he didn't know if the people like Jin Shun really bothered Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao would really kill them. Where are we going next? Back to the company? Su Lin asked. "Of course not. We have nothing to do when we go back to the company. not to mention that it is still early. Zhou Hao said. By the way, Zhou Hao, where do we live in Hong Kong? Su Lin suddenly said. Zhou Hao smiled. The employees who come from China live in the apartment arranged by the company. As for me, I live in the middle of the mountain. Su Lin was slightly surprised, because she knew that mid-levels was the most famous luxury residential area in Hong Kong, where most of Hong Kong's wealthy people own properties, including many film and television superstars. Zhou Hao does own an independent 3-story luxury villa in mid-levels, which Xiao Yuqin bought for him before. The previous owner was a wealthy businessman in the media industry in Hong Kong, but because he wanted to immigrate to the UK, he sold all the properties under his name. Xiao Yuqin bought the villa for 120 million Hong Kong dollars, so that Zhou Hao could have a shelter when he came to Hong Kong. The wealthy businessman also gave him an extra 5 million Hong Kong dollar Porsche sports car with the villa, which was in the garage of the villa. But in such a big house, it would be a waste of me to live alone. Zhou Hao said to Su Lin. What about you? Do you want to go to the staff apartment or to mid-levels? However, living alone, it seems something is wrong to be together. Of course, Su Lin wanted to live with Zhou Hao in her heart, and for the question Zhou Hao was considering, she also smiled and said, It doesn't matter, unless you have something to do with me. I and Rulin are good sisters. Don't take this opportunity to bully me. Besides, before coming to Hong Kong, Rulin asked me to look at you well. She was reminding Zhou Hao, as if she was also reminding herself. Calling back to the company, Zhou Hao knew that Song Jiahao had already sent his luggage to the villa in mid-levels. As for Su Lin's luggage, because Zhou Hao hadn't arranged it yet, he was still with the company for the time being. So Zhou Hao asked Song Jiahao to send Su Lin's luggage to mid-levels, while he himself went to mid-levels with Su Lin. In the mid-levels, Hong Kong's most famous noble residential area is located between the top of Victoria Peak and Central. The people who live here are all rich and powerful. The mid-levels is close to the central business district of the Central Bank office, with convenient transportation and panoramic views of Victoria Harbour. Surrounded by a large number of trees, the air is very fresh, which is hard to find in the urban area of Hong Kong. Among them, Royal View Garden is the most well-known luxury housing estate in mid-levels. The clubhouse inside is as luxurious as a 5-star hotel. In the mid-levels, most of the properties owned by the rich are rented but not sold. Had it not been for the wealthy media businessman who needed to immigrate to the UK, Xiao Yuqin would not have been able to buy it so easily. Driving to the Victoria Peak and seeing the luxurious villas on both sides of the road, Zhou Hao and Su Lin both sighed about the wealth of Hong Kong people, especially in the metropolis of Hong Kong. But they are veritable inches of golden earth. They are house slaves. The emergence and prevalence of the phenomenon of and snail dwelling are much earlier than in China. Zhou Hao's villa is a European-style luxury villa with a total area of more than 1,000 square meters. The garden outside is also very spacious. There is a large swimming pool behind the villa, and a black Porsche sports car parked there quietly, like a dozing beast. Including the gate, the villa's door locks are all electronically controlled and require a password to open, and this password is only known by Zhou Hao, Xiao Yuqin, and the property company responsible for the security and maintenance of this villa. Walking into the villa, Su Lin was shocked by the luxurious decoration of the villa, and Zhou Hao was also very amazed. The degree of luxury of this villa was more than that of Dong Qishan's palace on Xishan in Beijing. It is humane, and the layout of many places is designed from the perspective of the owner, trying to make the life of the owner of the villa more comfortable. The master room is on the 3rd floor of the villa, which occupies almost half of the entire 3rd floor. There is also an advanced surfing jacuzzi and sauna room. The terrace of the master room can also see the Victoria Harbour below the mountain, which is worthy of the name. Invincible Diamond Seascape. Zhou Hao, this place is so beautiful. It's even more beautiful than a 5-star hotel. After walking around in the villa, Su Lin really realized what a mansion is, and the size of any toilet in this villa. It's bigger than the master room of an ordinary house, and even the toilets are bright and clean, like a work of art. Zhou Hao smiled at Su Lin. Except for the master room, you can choose any other rooms. Really? Su Lin said excitedly. Then I want the room on the 2nd floor. I like that bathtub. There is also the swimming pool behind the villa. The azure water is very attractive, which makes people feel the urge to swim in it. As Hong Kong is located in the subtropical zone, the temperature in May is over 20 degrees, which is very warm. And Su Lin usually likes swimming, so she said to Zhou Hao, "Or let's go swimming in the pool." "But do you have a swimsuit?" Zhou Hao asked. "There are a few swimsuits in the closet of the room on the second floor, and they are all suitable in size." Because Su Lin is of such a good figure, she is born as a clothes rack, and the normal size fits her. It was only after 4 o'clock and the afternoon heat had not dissipated, so Zhou Hao nodded and agreed. It's also very convenient for him. You can get directly into the water with a pair of beach pants in the closet of the room. Because it takes more time for women to change clothes than men, when Su Lin went to change clothes, Zhou Hao had already come to the swimming pool. In fact, in his previous life, Zhou Hao only learned to swim after college. I saw him standing by the pool, jumping into the water with a slight leap, and the cool feeling made people very comfortable. Zhou Hao was like a vigorous swordfish in the swimming pool, tumbling in waves. The swimming pool was more than 20 meters long on both sides, and it took only 10 seconds for Zhou Hao to swim from one side to the other. So he thought to himself that he could go to the Olympics at his own speed. Even Phelps, known as the flying fish, is not necessarily his opponent. After swimming a few times in the pool, Zhou Hao saw Su Lin coming out of the house as soon as the water came out. Zhou Hao was stunned at this moment. Su Lin was wearing a milky white one-piece swimsuit. Under the bright sun, Su Lin's snow-white skin was shining, and his slender waist and hips were extremely attractive. Zhou Hao's thighs also dazzled, and there was a pair of towering yufangs on his chest, which held the swimsuit tightly, with an extremely seductive cleavage across it. Moreover, Su Lin was very graceful when he walked out. "How is it good-looking?" Su Lin asked Zhou Hao, who had swam to the side of the pool slightly shyly. "It's so good," Zhou Hao praised, and looked around at the same time. Due to the high terrain of this villa, no one around should be able to see the swimming pool. At this time, Su Lin did a warm-up exercise there and went down the ladder by the pool. Su Lin is just like a mermaid in the water. Her movements in the water are as graceful as she is, and her body is very soft, showing very good toughness. Zhou Hao deliberately held his breath and dived to the bottom, and he could see Su Lin's very swimming style, which was a very pleasing pleasure. The two of them stayed in the swimming pool for a short half an hour before going ashore. There were a few benches by the pool, and the two of them lay on them to enjoy the bright sunshine. Zhou Hao put his hands on his pillow, his eyes closed, basking in the sun, but he didn't know that Su Lin next to him was secretly watching him. Su Lin, who changed his swimsuit, was an extreme temptation for men, but in fact, Zhou Hao, who only had a pair of beach pants on his body, was also a temptation that was difficult for women to resist. Because Zhou Hao was already strong, but had been transformed by ambergris, his figure can be said to be the best among men. The tough muscles are not deliberate at all, and they paint soft lines, and the slightly dark complexion is full of masculine charm. Su Lin on the side looked at Zhou Hao, who was upright and handsome, and couldn't help feeling a blushing heartbeat. "Zhou Hao, the sun is a bit fierce. Can you help me apply sunscreen?" Su Lin asked shyly. Zhou Hao was taken aback, and then he saw Su Lin's beautiful body still stained with drops of crystal water, and his heart was hot. I just wanted to agree, but suddenly remembered that this was Li Ruolin's good sister, and it would be too easy to hit by doing this. So he suppressed the fire in his heart and said with a dry throat, "It's not early. Let's go back to the house." After that, he stood up and went back to the house. Hearing Zhou Hao's indirect rejection, Su Lin felt disappointed and ashamed. She had the courage to say that just now, but now that Zhou Hao rejected her, she was anxiously wondering if Zhou Hao would just think she was a casual woman. With this anxiety, Su Lin returned to the villa and saw that Zhou Hao had changed his clothes. He smiled at her. "It's getting late. Let's cook and let you see my craftsmanship at night. Let's go shopping in the city again." Seeing Zhou Hao's expression normal, Su Lin only slightly let go of his heart. After changing her clothes, she saw that Zhou Hao was already cooking dinner in the kitchen. Since fresh ingredients are kept in the refrigerator for a long time, it is very convenient to cook. And what Zhou Hao now concocts is his best ginger scallion soy sauce chicken, as well as the easy-to-make and delicious fish head tofu soup. Su Lin also exercised good craftsmanship when he was in college, so he helped Zhou Hao to lay hands. washing vegetables, and cutting meat. Seeing Zhou Hao's skillful movements by the fireside, Su Lin couldn't help sighing inwardly. A man who can even cook, this kind of man is too good. Su Lin only met Zhou Hao not long ago, but Zhou Hao has shown many outstanding advantages. Not only is he tall and handsome, but he is also strong enough to protect the women around him. He is also talented and has created huge wealth in just 6 months. There is no such thing as a rich man. He is kind and kind. Now he still cooks. This is the Prince Charming that all women dream of. If he was only envious of Li Ruolin before, Su Lin couldn't help but feel jealous of his good sister now. With the cooperation of the two, the dinner was quickly prepared. Although it was just a simple home-cooked dish, the two also ate with gusto. Well, the soy sauce chicken I made is not bad, right? Zhou Hao asked proudly, quite like a child's appreciation. Su Lin smiled and nodded. It's delicious, better than those housewives with decades of experience. Zhou Hao smiled and said, of course, at that time, I thought that if you want to marry a good wife, you have to have good food. I dare not say anything else, just this soy sauce chicken, even my mother's cooked. Get on me. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Su Lin couldn't help but said, even if you don't have this good dish, there will be many people willing to be your wife. Seeing Zhou Hao's look different, she quickly explained with a smile, it means that you are so good. No wonder Ruolin likes you so much. By the way, where will we go to play later? Zhou Hao said, well, the most famous in Hong Kong is Lan Kwai Fong. There. Lan Kwai Fong is a short, narrow, L-shaped street paved with cobblestones between Wyndham Street and De Guiller Street in central Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, there are many independently operated bars besides luxury hotels. Hong Kong is not big, and there are many bars. The petty bourgeoisie Lan Kwai Fong, the feasting Lockhart Road in Wan Chai, and the vibrant Kowloon Tsim Sha Tsui are all areas where bars are concentrated. However, Lan Kwai Fong is the most famous and distinctive bar area. Driving that black Porsche sports car, Zhou Hao and Su Lin came to this famous red light district in Hong Kong. As soon as he entered Lan Kwai Fong, Zhou Hao noticed that the atmosphere here is very different from that in Central, a cobblestone market, the bars and restaurants on both sides full of European flavor, and charming streets. Young and beautiful women, as well as foreigners of all skin colors. Zhou Hao even smelled the faint smell of wine floating in the air. Su Lin also looked at this strange street curiously. When she came to Hong Kong before, she had never been here before. This time with Zhou Hao, it was the first time that she saw this famous Lan Kwai Fong. Let's go. Zhou Hao smiled at Su Lin, and the gentleman bent his right arm. Su Lin smiled and nodded, and cooperated with Zhou Hao's right arm, and the two walked into the bright feast together. The two chose a bar called California. The bar's doors are not big, and the signs are made of blue neon lights. But when he walked inside, Zhou Hao found that the area of the bar was not small enough to hold 100 people. The lights inside are very dim, and they are all blue, giving people a dreamy feeling. The mellow black blues singing wafted above the bar, creating a casual and relaxed atmosphere. And most of the people in the bar are young people. The oldest is not more than 40 years old, and there are many foreigners among them. There is also an open space over there, as the dance floor of the bar, where a couple of men and women slowly twist their bodies with the melodious singing, and the whole body exudes an ambiguous smell of wine. Welcome, this is the first time for you too. The bartender behind the bar here greeted Zhou Hao with a smile. Zhou Hao and Su Lin followed the sound, and discovered that the bartender turned out to be a young black man in his 20s, with a very friendly and enthusiastic smile on his face, showing the dazzling white teeth that are unique to black people. Both Zhou Hao and Su Lin were very surprised, because the black man spoke very authentic Cantonese just now, which sounded no different from the locals in Hong Kong. Seeing the expressions on Zhou Hao and Su Lin's faces, the black man smiled and said, I grew up in Hong Kong since I was a child. Haha, my name is Wallace. Sommelier. Hello, my name is Zhou Hao. This is my friend Su Lin. Zhou Hao smiled and shook hands with Wallace. I haven't seen you before. It's your first time to come today. Wallace said. Su Lin nodded. Yes, we are from China, and I heard that Lan Kwai Fong is very famous, so I came here to stroll around. Yes, Hong Kong will return to China in 2 months. Now many people from mainland China have come to Hong Kong to do business. Wallace said with a smile. Since the two are here for the first time, then I will invite drinking a drink at the bar is regarded as my meeting gift. After that, he was very skillful in mixing a glass of tequila with ice for the two of Zhou Hao. However, this tequila is different from other places. It's blue. Just listen to Wallace's smile. I added blueberry juice to it to make it taste better. I call it blues. You can try it. Zhou Hao covered the mouth of the cup with a coaster and then slammed the glass of tequila against the table. When the foam came up, he drank it in one sip and then took a long sigh. Yes, not bad. Seeing Su Lin looking at himself suspiciously, he smiled and said, "What's the matter? Tequila is drunk like this." The opposite Wallace also smiled. Yes, it turns out that Mr. Zhou is a veteran. So, Su Lin also learned from Zhou Hao and knocked the cup of agave on the table, then picked it up and drank it in one sip. However, she is obviously not a good drinker, and her face is as red as an apple after only a cup. Zhou Hao asked Wallace, "Wallace, Hong Kong will soon return. What do you think? Or would you leave Hong Kong like other Hong Kong people and immigrate to other countries?" Wallace smiled. In fact, many people have asked me this, and even some of my friends have advised me to leave Hong Kong because they don't know if Hong Kong will be able to maintain social stability after its return to China. But, he told Zhou Hao Dao, "I know China and I have confidence in China. Hong Kong has free speech, a sound legal system, general English, and a series of advantages in finance, trade, and talents. In addition, it is guaranteed by one country, two systems, and the basic law. The future of Hong Kong is bound to be bright." Zhou Hao also smiled. He raised his glass to Wallace. "Then we will come to a toast to Hong Kong's bright future." "Okay, toast." Wallace picked up a glass of beer and bumped it with Zhou Hao's glass. At this moment, I saw a white American in his 20s coming over and sitting next to Su Ting, with a warm smile on his face, and asked in English, "Miss, can I buy you a drink?" Su Lin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect these foreigners to be so proactive and come over so soon to strike up a conversation. But I heard Wallace say to the white man, "Let's go, Jim. Haven't you seen someone with a male partner?" The man named Jim shrugged and said in a half-baked Cantonese, "Perhaps they are just ordinary friends. If I have the opportunity, I can't miss it." Then he looked at Su Lin again. "Miss, how can I? Is it an honor?" Su Lin smiled and shook his head and said politely, "Thank you very much for your kindness, but no need." Although Su Lin refused, Jim was still a gentleman and asked her to have a drink with Zhou Hao. Wallace smiled at him. "If you want to pursue a Chinese girl, you should first practice your Chinese." The two were obviously close friends and began to make fun of each other. When Zhou Hao saw the men and women over there slowly twisting their bodies under the music, he said to Su Lin beside him, "Su Lin, let's go dancing." "Dancing? But I can't." Su Lin hesitated. "Neither can I, come on." Zhou Hao jumped off the chair and took Su Lin's hand to the dance floor over there. Su Lin couldn't hold back Zhou Hao, so he had to follow him obediently. Unlike other discos, the men and women here just twist their bodies naturally and gently with the music, showing only a romantic sentiment, without showing off the presumptuous madness. Zhou Hao took Su Lin to the dance floor, put his hands on Su Lin's shoulders and waist, and asked Su Lin to put his shoulders, and the two slowly danced back and forth. The blues singing is very soft, and there is also a kind of laziness, which makes people feel very relaxed. Facing Zhou Hao close at hand, Su Lin only felt a jump in his heart and stepped on Zhou Hao's feet several times. However, under Zhou Hao's soft smile, she also gradually let go of her tension and enjoyed the romantic music with Zhou Hao in peace. The two danced on the dance floor for a while, and then came back to chat with Wallace. Wallace is a very good friend and very enthusiastic. He chatted with Zhou Hao and others about Hong Kong's quirks and his views on Hong Kong and China. Since Su Lin was not good at drinking, he changed it to orange juice later. When I came out of California, it was already more than 11 o'clock in the evening, and Zhou Hao smiled at Su Lin beside him. "Tonight is not bad, right?" "Yeah." Su Lin nodded. "Wallace is a very good friend. We will come and chat with him another day." Zhou Hao's Porsche was parked on the street outside, and the two of them walked towards the street together. When I passed an alley, I suddenly heard a quarrel coming from inside. "You let me go? I don't want to go back with you. Let go of me." It It was a clear and sweet female voice, and Zhou Hao felt that this female voice was a bit familiar, and I didn't know where I heard it. Looking into the alley, Zhou Hao saw that it was the back alley of Lan Kwai Fong. In the depths of the alley, a few men were heavily encircling a pair of men and women. The leading man was still holding the woman's hand tightly. Put. And the male partner beside the woman also shouted, "Let go of Vivian, or I will call the police." Although this is a man, his voice sounds very sissy, making people wonder if he is gay. But when he took out his mobile suit to call the police, he was suddenly snatched by a man next to him. "I'll let you call the police." After saying that, he threw the mobile suit to the ground severely. Shattered. Zhou Hao discovered that the man who grabbed the phone was the same Jin Shun he and Su Lin met in the afternoon at the Xiangji tea restaurant. "Su Lin, you go and drive the car first. I'll take a look." Zhou Hao handed the car keys to Su Lin. "Be careful." Su Lin knew that Zhou Hao had a good skill. Although worried about him in his heart, he still walked toward the car according to his words. Then Zhou Hao walked into the alley and took out an iron rod from the trash can next to him. "What are you doing? Block the road and rob." Zhou Hao shouted when he came to those people. Those people were taken aback by Zhou Hao's sudden shout. Jin Shun and the others turned their heads to look. After seeing Zhou Hao, Jin Shun sneered and said, "Heh, it's you." Although there was no light in the alley, Zhou Hao still saw the face of the woman who was grabbed by the hands and felt very shocked right now. Because this woman is Liang Xiaobing, a well-known entertainer in Hong Kong, Zhou Hao liked her very much in her previous life. Liang Xiaobing was born in Macau and entered the entertainment industry in 1990 by participating in Miss Hong Kong and winning the 3rd place. When she was running for Miss Hong Kong, Liang Xiaobing missed her hat and dropped her hat on the ground when she was performing a hat-turning movement. However, she was not in danger and sat on the ground in a pose of hands on her cheek to complete the performance. This very professional approach was used by the film star Chow Yun-fat as one of the judging judges, the most talented Hong Kong sister. After being selected as Miss Hong Kong, Liang Xiaobing starred in a number of TV series and movies. He is good at many types of roles and genres, including Qing Qing in The Scimitar and Liao Zhai. 2. Green Leaf Flying Fairy. Ying and Xian Shirsi Nyang in Liao Zhai. 2. Flower Drunk and Red. In his previous life, Zhou Hao liked Liang Xiaobing very much, especially Liang Xiaobing in the costume drama. He felt that she was a typical classical beauty with a very elegant temperament. When she announced that she was going to marry another actor, Chen Jiahui, Zhou Hao bought 24 beers and got drunk in the dormitory. At this time, Liang Xiaobing is wearing a beige silk short-sleeve shirt and a pair of simple and beautiful jeans. Although he does not have the classical beauty of ancient costumes, he also looks delicate and beautiful, even the anxiety and panic on her face. The look looks so charming. As for the sissy male partner next to her, he is a man in his 30s, wearing a red shirt and tight jeans. His hands are still curled together like chickens. Just looking at his appearance and manner, Zhou Hao concluded that this person must be a comrade, and that he should also be Liang Xiaobing's manager. The man who was holding Liang Xiaobing's hands was also a man in his 30s, but his appearance was more fierce, and there was a small centipede-like scar at the corner of his left eye. He turned his head to look at Zhou Hao, and saw that Jin Shun seemed to know Zhou Hao, so he asked coarsely, "Jin Shun, do you know this guy?" Jin Shun said, "Boss, this kid we met in Xiangji just now, who looked down on our East Star very much. If Huang Qifa's royal dog happened to pass by, I would abolish this kid." Hearing what he said, Zhou Hao guessed that the scarred man should be the boss of Jin Shun, the nigger known as the Tiger of the United Kingdom. When Liang Xiaobing saw Zhou Hao, although he didn't speak, his bright eyes were clearly saying to Zhou Hao, "Help me." For the idol of this past life, Zhou Hao would naturally not stand idly by. However, the manager next to Liang Xiaobing said, "Brother, go and call the police. Why are you here alone? This is too dangerous. There are 6 people in Jinshun, and he thinks Zhou Hao. Running in alone like this is like hitting the rocks with pebbles. It is better to call the police for them." Zhou Hao stared at the nigger and said, "Did they offend you, United Nations News Agency? They still owe you money." They didn't even look at Zhou Hao and said to Jin Shun, "Quickly solve that kid. We have to go back and have a relationship with Uncle Fatty." "I know the boss," Jin Shun replied excitedly. and drew a beef knife more than 20 centimeters long from his waist, and the few gangsters next to him also took out iron bars. "Be careful." Liang Xiaobing over there couldn't help but shouted to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao glanced at Liang Xiaobing and nodded to her, so that she didn't have to worry about herself. At this moment, Jin Shun had already rushed towards Zhou Hao with a knife. However, when he was more than 1 meter away from Zhou Hao and was about to swing his knife towards Zhou Hao, he saw Zhou Hao wave his right hand, and the iron rod hit the beef knife in his hand heavily. When, under the immense strength, the beef knife immediately took out Jin Shun's hand and flew out to the side. With a chi sound, it penetrated into the wall next to it, and it plunged into half of the knife. Before Jin Shun could react, an increasingly larger fist appeared in front of him, but Zhou Hao slammed his face with a punch, not only breaking his nose on the spot, but also knocking him away. He rose from the ground and fell into the trash can behind. After solving Jin Shun, Zhou Hao didn't delay and swung his club continuously. He only heard a crisp sound of ding jingle bells, and all those little gangsters were beaten on the ground by Zhou Hao, moaning and unable to get up. Now, not only the nigger, but even Liang Xiaobing and her manager were stunned. They felt that the scene just now was even more exaggerated than the filming. The manager even looked at Zhou Hao with bright eyes and wondered if he was not. Which company's dragon and tiger warrior? The subordinates were knocked down. They quickly touched his arms and took out a Black Star pistol and pointed it at Zhou Hao. "Ah!" Liang Xiaobing exclaimed, trying to reach out to stop the nigger, but was held back by her manager. "Xiaobing, don't go. It's dangerous." Seeing that Zhou Hao was still calm when facing a pistol, he smiled and said, "If you shoot, you will attract the police. I'm afraid you will be in the police station for a while." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, the look on the nigger's face became hesitant. After all, even though they were underworld, they did not dare to confront the police. But after hesitating for a moment, he felt a sudden pain in his hand, and the Black Star pistol was taken away by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao took the Black Star pistol and weighed it, then slammed it against the wall with a fierce wave, smashing the Black Star pistol to pieces. Then, Zhou Hao raised the iron rod in his hand and pointed at the nigger, and slowly said, "I want to take these 2 people away. If you agree, I won't hurt you a bit. Otherwise, I'll send you to the funeral home." They has been on the road for more than 10 years. He has never been threatened by such a young man. His face changes constantly, and he gritted his teeth and stared at Zhou Hao. "Do you know who you are offending? I tell you, you are offending now. It's not me alone, but our entire East Star." "What's wrong with Dongxing?" Zhou Hao sneered. "If you want to settle the account with me, I will accompany you at any time. But if you really want to find me, let Fong Bingrun come here in person, and the other guys don't waste my time." Seeing that Zhou Hao also knew his leader, they suspected that Zhou Hao was from another gang. So he asked, "Which person are you? Leave your name." "My name is Zhou Hao, and I'm not a person to speak out," Zhou Hao said lightly, and then to Liang Xiaobing and the sissy manager, "Come here." Liang Xiaobing glanced at the and walked around him to Zhou Hao. Her manager also shrank behind her and walked together, but did not dare to look at the nigger. "Vivian, think clearly for yourself. You can't avoid it for a while, and it's meaningless to inflict other people." "Ah." Before finishing talking, they was hit in the head by the iron rod thrown by Zhou Hao, screaming, "Sit down on the ground." Zhou Hao scolded, "If you say something more, I will pack you to the funeral home." Covering his forehead, the sitting on the ground didn't dare to speak anymore, and Zhou Hao also took Liang Xiaobing and her manager out of the alley. As soon as he walked out, he saw Su Lin driving his Porsche, but the speed was very slow, and Su Lin in the car appeared cautious. Parked the car in front of Zhou Hao and the others. Su Lin, who got out of the car, said to Zhou Hao, "I'm sorry, because the driver's seat is on the right in Hong Kong cars. I'm not used to it." "It's okay." Zhou Hao smiled. At this moment, Liang Xiaobing bowed to Zhou Hao and said sincerely, "This gentleman, thank you so much just now." "You're welcome. If the road sees an uneven road, I naturally have to draw a sword. Oh no, it's a stick to help." Zhou Hao smiled as the night on the TV. The manager next to him said, very worried, "What can we do? Those people must be blocked in our house. Where are we going tonight? If you 2 don't mind, I have many guest rooms." Zhou Hao smiled. "Well, I'm sorry. Liang Xiaobing also knew that she couldn't go back to her home tonight, but she and Zhou Hao had just met, so she went to his house to stay overnight. It would be bad if we let the reporter get the photo. On the contrary, her manager agreed very readily. That's great. Handsome guy. Thank you so much. After saying that, she winked at Zhou Hao. Seeing this man's winking eyes, Zhou Hao couldn't help but fight a cold war, but he still smiled to himself. You are welcome. Since Zhou Hao's Porsche was a two-seater, it could not carry Liang Xiaobing and the others. Fortunately, Liang Xiaobing's car was parked near here, so Zhou Hao asked them to follow his car. Liang Xiaobing drove his Toyota Jeep behind Zhou Hao's Porsche. The manager next to him, Wang Weiwen, kept watching Zhou Hao's sports car, trying to see Zhou Hao's back through the Porsche rear glass. Vivian, who do you think Zhou Hao is? He is so handsome and so good at playing. His Porsche might cost millions, but I have never heard of a rich man in Hong Kong called Zhou Hao. That's right, Wang Weiwen said. Liang Xiaobing gave him a white look. I haven't said you yet. Why did I promise people so quickly just now, without being reserved at all? Suddenly, she squinted at Wang Weiwen. Wait, are you afraid that you are not after him? So what? He is so tall and mighty. Is he disliked by others? Wang Weiwen put his palms on his cheeks, with a look of intoxication. But I heard Liang Xiaobing say, don't say I hit you, but I think he seems to be a man with a normal sexual orientation. You are afraid that there is no chance. Upon hearing Liang Xiaobing's words, Wang Weiwen shuddered, as if being showered by a basin of cold water. Following Zhou Hao's Porsche, Liang Xiaobing and the others soon came to the luxury residential area of mid-levels. Wang Weiwen lay on the car window and looked at the palace-like villas outside, exclaiming, so he lives here. He must be very rich. Ooh, young, golden, and just handsome. What a Prince Charming. Liang Xiaobing beside him exhaled. I just hope he won't be like those second-generation ancestors. I don't think so, he doesn't look the same, Wang Weiwen said. However, even if he is the second-generation ancestor, he is better than the fat uncle. If you are allowed to choose, you must wait for two people. One of them, do you choose Zhou Hao or fat uncle? Liang Xiaobing glared at him, and suddenly became a little worried. He just offended the East Star just to save us. I hope our affairs will not affect him. I saw Wang Weiwen's eyes brightened and said, speaking of which, he was so powerful and handsome just now when he blasted the nigger. Oh, what should I do, Xiaobing? When I think of him, my heart will thump and jump. Stop. Liang Xiaobing shook his head helplessly. I think you are more idiots than those women. At this time, Zhou Hao in front had already opened the door and let Liang Xiaobing drive in. Huh? Isn't this the villa of Gong Taoyong, the owner of Asia Weekly? Wang Weiwen recognized the villa. But I heard that Gong Taoyong seems to have emigrated some time ago. Did Zhou Hao buy this from him? From the villa? After parking the Toyota Jeep, Liang Xiaobing and Wang Weiwen followed Zhou Hao into the villa. As an entertainer, Liang Xiaobing also had the opportunity to attend the dance parties held in private mansions, but none of the mansions she had visited was comparable to Zhou Hao's last year, which was an eye-opener. Zhou Hao said to Liang Xiaobing and the others, I don't have a servant here, the two can do it by themselves. But Su Lin was very considerate and rushed to Liang Xiaobing and the others 2 cups of coffee and asked them to sit down. Mr. Zhou, don't worry, Wei Wan and I will leave here after one night, and they won't bother you for too long. Liang Xiaobing said to Zhou Hao, also, I really appreciate you for what happened today. If there is anything I can help, just speak up. Speaking of which, I really want to ask Miss Liang for your help. Zhou Hao looked at Liang Xiaobing with piercing eyes. Seeing Zhou Hao's gaze, Liang Xiaobing's heart was slightly startled, for fear that Zhou Hao would make any excessive demands. But when Zhou Hao took a pen and paper, he said to Liang Xiaobing, Miss Liang, I'm actually a fan of you. Can you sign me? Liang Xiaobing was stunned, and then laughed. Yes, you can. Of course, no problem. She was worried that Zhou Hao would make excessive demands, but she didn't expect it to be such a thing. Moreover, Daffin artists will always be very happy when they see fans asking for autographs. At the moment, Liang Xiaobing readily signed Zhou Hao. Looking at Liang Xiaobing, who was beautiful, Zhou Hao still had a youthful worship of idols in his heart. Now that he can come into contact with his idols so close, Zhou Hao has been excited. According to Zhou Hao's past life, Liang Xiaobing should have just finished filming Liao Zhai 2 on TVB. Until now, she is still the head of TVB, which is TVB, but after filming Chen Xiaochun's Dear Tripod next year, she will leave TVB. By the way, Miss Liang, who was supposed to be the Eastern Star just now, how did you provoke him? Zhou Hao asked. Wang Weiwen said weepingly. A word is hard to say. It turned out that as early as 1995, after Liang Xiaobing appeared in the Qing corner of Full Moon Scimitar, Fang Bingrun, the leader of the East Star, United British News Agency, also known as Fat Uncle by Jianghu people, fell in love with her. He still threatened to make Liang Xiaobing his own woman. In fact, many female stars in the show business circle can't escape the unspoken rules circle. Some actresses are famous or profitable, and they are even happy to be unspoken rules. Many Wadens on TVB have the experience of being raised as mistresses by rich people. However, because Liang Xiaobing's uncle Luo Jiadong is a member of the Hong Kong Legislative Council, both black and white have given him face, so Liang Xiaobing has always been protected. Fortunately, not to be disturbed by the rich or the gang boss. But just 3 years ago, Liang Xiaobing's uncle Luo Jiadong passed away because of liver cancer. He lost his biggest backing, and Liang Xiaobing's situation became dangerous. Fortunately, many of Luo Jiadong's old friends are well-known figures. They came forward to protect Liang Xiaobing, and it took a few years for them to survive in peace. And just before the return, many of Luo Jiadong's old friends left Hong Kong because they were afraid that the mainland's policies would make Hong Kong society unstable. Without these shelters, Liang Xiaobing gradually became like sheep without the ability to resist, exposed to the evil wolves who coveted her. Fang Bingrun always had a sorrow for Liang Xiaobing. Before that, Luo Jiadong and his friends helped Liang Xiaobing. Now that Liang Xiaobing has no backing, he has begun to show his claws to Liang Xiaobing. Earlier, Fang Bingrun launched a money offensive against Liang Xiaobing, and he was generous to give away a famous car and a luxury house. If he changed to another actress, he would have accepted it early and would give it to him. However, Liang Xiaobing returned all the valuable gifts to Fang Bingrun and repeatedly refused his invitation. Fang Bingrun, as the leader of the United British News Agency, was rejected by a woman so many times, and naturally, he couldn't make it through. Therefore, when Liang Xiaobing and manager Wang Weiwen came out to relax in Lan Kwai Fong tonight, they ran into the and others sent by Fang Bingrun. If Zhou Hao happened to pass by and help, Liang Xiaobing would be taken by to Fang Bingrun. That Fang Bingrun is more than 50 years old, and he is more than 1.6 meters tall, but weighs more than 200 pounds. Wang Weiwen said. Moreover, I heard that he is also prone to sexual abuse. The actresses he has taken care of, many of them were unbearably tortured by him. If we Xiaobing followed her, wouldn't it be the same as jumping into a fire pit? Zhou Hao nodded and said in deep thought. In fact, in the entertainment industry, many actresses have to pass certain characters to get a chance, and the best way to get help from those characters is to use their physical capital. These are true facts, but we Xiaobing are definitely not such a person. Wang Weiwen said awe-inspiringly. We Xiaobing really loves acting. Unlike those women, she is not only unclean and self-loving, but she even puts a price on herself. If we Xiaobing were such a person, based on her conditions, how could it be at this level? Zhou Hao also agrees with Wang Weiwen's words. Liang Xiaobing's appearance is no worse than any other actress, especially her temperament, which is a great attraction for any man. If she, like other actresses who use her own body to get help from others, it would be far more than what she is now. Now our family dare not go back. Fang Bingruan's people are afraid they would have blocked us there long ago. Wang Weiwen said. Are you living together? Zhou Hao asked in confusion. Liang Xiaobing shook his head. Wei Wen and I are neighbors. Also, Fang Bingrun should still send someone to the studio to find us. Wang Weiwen's face was a little desperate. As long as we are in Hong Kong, we can't escape his palm. A large part of what he said is fact, and it has happened before. Some gang bosses will send people to the set to find the star in order to make the celebrity film their own investment, and even point a pistol to his forehead to threaten him to submit. And Zhou Hao also knows that Hong Kong's entertainment industry is heavily infiltrated by the underworld forces. Even the biggest film companies and record distribution companies in Hong Kong are run by certain gangs. The entertainment circle is a battlefield chasing fame and fortune and a golden paradise for the money laundering of the underworld. Gangs launder money by investing in film and television, not only unconsciously, but also able to obtain high box office returns. It is naturally a good thing for the underworld to kill two birds with one stone. And many gang bosses have a hobby of nurturing actresses. First, with their energy, many actresses are happy to give them arms, and second, because the more famous the female star, the more face they will be for the gang boss. There are also some difficult actresses who are also the targets of those gang bosses. As the saying goes, the more difficult it is to get a man, the more you want it. Just like Liang Xiaobing. Because of Luo Jiadong's protection before, those gang bosses have been unable to get involved. That's why Fang Bingrun has such aspirations for Liang Xiaobing. Mr. Zhou, I want to ask, what do you do? Why have I never heard your name? Wang Weiwen asked. Zhou Hao laughed when he heard the words. Hee. In fact, I just came to Hong Kong, and I am doing some investment business. After hearing Zhou Hao's explanation, Wang Weiwen and Liang Xiaobing both showed disappointment in their eyes, because they believed that Zhou Hao was not strong enough, and he was not a native of Hong Kong, so he could not compete with Fang Bingrun. Seeing the expressions of Liang Xiaobing and Wang Weiwen, Zhou Hao guessed what they were thinking, but he didn't explain anything. He just smiled and said, Well, Miss Liang, tomorrow I will take you to see a friend here. Before, you should live here first, Fang Bingrun sighed. Don't worry for now. As it was late at night, Zhou Hao arranged Liang Xiaobing and Wang Weiwen in their respective guest rooms and let them rest earlier. There were quite a few new underwear and pajamas for men and women, so Zhou Hao gave Wang Weiwen a clean set of clothes. Mr. Wang, these are all new. Don't worry about using them. I put them here. After that, Zhou Hao put the clothes on the stool next to the closet. But when Wang Weiwen approached Zhou Hao, his face was filled with a very enthusiastic smile. Zhou Hao, do you have a girlfriend? He took the opportunity to put his hands on Zhou Hao's shoulders and chest as soon as he touched Zhou Hao. With the tough and muscular muscles under Hao's clothes, Wang Weiwen moved hard and couldn't help saying, Oh, Zhou Hao, your figure is so good. By the way, your skills are so good. Do you often practice Qigong? This muscle is really strong, much better looking than those male models. He opened Zhou Hao's sleeves and stroked Zhou Hao's strong biceps and triceps excitedly. If the other party is a woman, Zhou Hao is still happy to enjoy it, but Wang Weiwen, who is obviously gay, is indeed in front of him. Although Zhou Hao does not have the habit of discriminating against homosexuals, he felt a panic and forced a smile and said, I already have a girlfriend, and Mr. Wang. Just call me Wei Wan, or my English name Inglina. Wang Weiwen leaned on Zhou Hao's shoulder, and his slender eyelashes fanned Zhou Hao. If he was a woman, his eyes would be pretty good. A charming taste. Wei Wan. Zhou Hao swallowed. He couldn't call Wang Weiwen's English name, which was too pink. Actually, Wei Wan, I really have no other meaning, but I want to tell. Yours is that I am a normal man. Do you understand this? Zhou Hao knew that people like Wang Weiwen were more sensitive than ordinary women, so he was afraid that he would be irritated, so he appeared cautious. Even though Wang Weiwen looked lonely and disappointed after hearing Zhou Hao's words, he didn't react too drastically, which made Zhou Hao a little relieved. He hurriedly said, It's late. You can rest quickly, and we will have breakfast together tomorrow. Without waiting for Wang Weiwen's answer, he left the room and closed the door as if running away. Zhou well hated. Wang Weiwen wanted to stop Zhou Hao, but after seeing Zhou Hao firmly close the door, he had to stomp his feet angrily, and then turned back and threw himself on the bed, his shaking legs constantly beating. Putting on the mattress, I couldn't help complaining. I hate you. I hate you. On the other side, Su Lin also took a set of clean clothes and came to the guest room where Liang Xiaobing was. Miss Liang, I brought you the change of clothes. Liang Xiaobing was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the other side of the room, looking at the night view of Victoria Harbor outside. Hearing Su Lin's voice, he immediately turned around and smiled at her. Thank you, Miss Su. You're welcome. Su Lin smiled and nodded. Call me anytime if you need it. My room is next door. He wanted to turn around and leave. Miss Su, wait. Liang Xiaobing stopped Su Lin quickly. Su Lin asked in confusion. Miss Liang, what else? Yeah. Liang Xiaobing nodded slightly, but hesitated. I want to talk to you about some things. No problem, just talk about it. So Liang Xiaobing pulled Su Lin onto the sofa over there and sat down. I saw Liang Xiaobing looking at Su Lin, talking to his lips several times, but hesitated and stopped. Finally, Su Lin smiled. If you don't mind, I'll call you Xiaobing. You can also call me Su Lin, okay? Seeing Liang Xiaobing nodded, Su Lin said again. Although I just met today, but if you can trust me, Xiaobing, please tell me your doubts. Seeing the beautiful and sincere smile on Su Lin's face, Liang Xiaobing's heart was also unknowingly let go, only to hear her say, Su Lin, I want to ask you, what kind of person is Mr. Zhou? Looking at Liang Xiaobing's worrisome look, Liang Xiaobing suddenly laughed. Xiaobing, don't you think Zhou Hao has another purpose in helping you? Do you suspect that he has an intention against you? Seeing Liang Xiaobing's face stunned, Su Lin knew that she had guessed it correctly. Her face narrowed and she stared at Liang Xiaobing. Miss Liang, don't you think it is a shameful act to doubt someone who sincerely helps you? The name Liang Xiaobing has changed back to Miss Liang, and the distance between the two of them has suddenly become much greater. Seeing deep anger hidden in Su Lin's eyes, Liang Xiaobing was also a little scared and quickly explained, Su Lin, I have no other meaning, don't get me wrong. But I saw Su Lin sneered and said, Miss Liang, I can tell you that Zhou Hao is definitely not the dudes you knew before. Those second-generation ancestors who rely only on the family are incomparable to Zhou Hao. I tell you, Zhou Hao is the best man in this world. You can hate him, but I hope you don't insult him. Su Lin's appearance shocked Liang Xiaobing. Originally, she only thought that Su Lin was just Zhou Hao's secretary. Now it seems that Zhou Hao's position is very important in Su Lin's heart. After hearing Su Lin's words, she sighed slightly. Su Lin, in fact, don't blame me. After all, in this circle, I have to be a little more cautious. Many people have harassed me before, if not. My uncle's relationship, I am afraid I have become their plaything, just like other female artists. In Liang Xiaobing's originally bright and crystal-clear eyes, at this moment, there was a desolation that could see through the world, and there was a bit of pity for self-pity. Seeing Liang Xiaobing's sad and self-pity look, Su Lin also sympathized with her a little. Although she did not know their circle, Su Lin also knew that many female stars are prestigious and powerful, and the bitterness is not worthy of outsiders. She slightly suppressed the anger in her heart and grabbed Liang Xiaobing's hand and said warmly, Xiaobing, believe me, Zhou Hao is not the kind of person you think. Let me tell you, Zhou Hao already has a girlfriend now. Their relationship is very good. Su Lin was thinking, if Zhou Hao is that kind of playboy, maybe I can. But when this thought came up, she shook her head for herself, trying to get rid of this kind of crazy thinking. Out of my mind. If Lan is my good sister, how can I think so? Liang Xiaobing on the side naturally didn't know Su Lin's complicated thoughts. She said, by the way, Zhou Hao said that you just came here from China. Is Zhou Hao's family rich? I remember this villa seems to be a rich businessman, but he seems to have emigrated. Su Lin smiled slightly. It's not that Zhou Hao's family is rich, but he himself is rich. You don't know how powerful he is. So, Su Lin told Zhou Hao's investment achievements in the stock and futures markets. After Liang Xiaobing, there is a very strong pride in her words, even more proud than she has created such an achievement herself. And Liang Xiaobing was shocked when she heard Su Lin's explanation, especially when she knew that Zhou Hao had invested in the stock market only half a year and had already turned over $1 billion, and she was even more shocked. Moreover, Zhou Hao does not have the rudeness and arrogance of the nouveau riche, and is even as cute and affectionate as the boy next door. Gradually, Liang Xiaobing became curious about the young and handsome man, and asked Su Lin, by the way, you said he has a good relationship with his girlfriend. Why not come to Hong Kong with her this time? In fact, he thought so too, but Ruolin couldn't let go of work, so she didn't come over. How did he meet his girlfriend? I'm not very clear about this, and Ruolin hasn't mentioned it to me. Su Lin tilted his head and said, but Zhou Hao is very good to Ruolin. He asked Zhou Hao how to remove Li Ruolin from Liang Fengshan in Yangzhou. I told Liang Xiaobing about the rescue. Knowing the whole thing from Su Lin's vivid description, Liang Xiaobing smiled excitedly. It's really romantic. This is the real version of Heroes Save the Beauty. I didn't expect Zhou Hao to be so powerful, even the governor's son not afraid. Although Hong Kong has not yet returned, Liang Xiaobing also knows how powerful a province is. As they chatted, the two women got closer. Su Lin told Liang Xiaobing many things in China, and Liang Xiaobing also told Su Lin about his bitterness and fun in his acting career. What? You're only 22 years old this year. After hearing Liang Xiaobing's true age, Su Lin was surprised and said, but didn't it all say that you were born in 1969? So counting, you participated in that year. Wasn't Miss Hong Kong only 16 years old? Liang Xiaobing smiled and nodded. The staff said that if I made my real age public, the popularity might decline, so they told me how old they were. No wonder. I think you are almost 30 years old. Why are you still like your early 20s? And I want to ask how you maintain it. It turns out that you are so young at all. Su Lin smiled. Liang Xiaobing stretched his jade finger to Su Lin's lips. This is my secret. Don't tell anyone else, except for my parents. Only Wei Wen knows it. Su Lin nodded, and suddenly saw that the clock on the wall had pointed to a point above, and then he was surprised. Ah, it turns out it's already so late. Then I won't disturb you. I'll go back first. What's the matter? If you do, come find me. Well, thank you, Su Lin. Liang Xiaobing smiled sincerely. The next morning, after Liang Xiaobing and Wang Weiwen got up and left the room, they smelled an appetizing scent from the hall below. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but walk downstairs, and saw Su Lin holding a plate of fried noodles on the dinner table. Seeing Liang Xiaobing and Wang Weiwen, she still smiled and said, "Good morning. Come over for breakfast." Liang Xiaobing said with some embarrassment, "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry if you didn't say anything, but I will trouble you to make breakfast for us." But Su Lin laughed and said, "Don't thank me. I didn't make these breakfasts." At this moment, I saw Zhou Hao walking over from the kitchen with a pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. I don't know if you are used to Chinese breakfast or Western breakfast, but these are all made by myself. You will just take it. Wang Weiwen looked at Zhou Hao fascinated. Such a man is really crazy. Don't let people make fun of you. Liang Xiaobing glared at Wang Weiwen and quickly got up to help Zhou Hao bring the preserved egg and lean meat porridge and put it into everyone's bowl. In fact, she was also surprised that Zhou Hao would still cook, which really surprised her. After taking a sip of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, I felt that the porridge was soft and smooth. The lean meat and preserved eggs were fragrant and refreshing, and the fried noodles were also very hot. Liang Xiaobing looked at Zhou Hao over there in surprise, thinking that with this craftsmanship, he was afraid that his mother could not even be compared. "Mr. Zhou, Wei Wen and I want to go back to the TV city later," Liang Xiaobing said to Zhou Hao. Wang Weiwen next to him said, "It's better not. Fat Uncle's people are afraid that they will be waiting for you on the set." "How about this?" Zhou Hao said, "I'll accompany you over there, and I will temporarily act as your bodyguard for Miss Liang." Before Liang Xiaobing spoke, Wang Weiwen clapped his hands and applauded. Okay, there is no need to be afraid of Zhou Hao." Liang Xiaobing gave Wang Weiwen a white look, and then said to Zhou Hao, "Does this not disturb your work?" "No, I'm fine now anyway." Zhou Hao smiled at Su Lin. "Su Lin, are you going to go? By the way, visit the TVB studio." Su Lin shrugged. "You are the boss. I will naturally follow you wherever you go." So, after eating breakfast, Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing and his party left the villa and went to the TV city of TVB. As Zhou Hao's Porsche could only carry 2 people, Zhou Hao didn't drive it at all and sat on Liang Xiaobing's Toyota Jeep. The TVB TV city is still in Taipei Tsai, Clearwater Bay, Saikang. According to Zhou Hao's past life, TVB will not move to Tseungkwan OTV City until 2003. Speaking of TVB, I have to mention Shaw, the owner of TVB, who can be said to be a legend who created the Oriental Hollywood. Originally, Run Run Shaw dominated the Hong Kong film circle with Shaw Brothers, and more than half of the early Hong Kong films were from Shaw Brothers. Later, with the rise of film companies such as Jiahe and New Art City, the development space of Shaw Brothers also shrank greatly. At that time, Run Run Shaw wisely put his main power on the TV industry and made every effort to develop wireless TV. After many years, he finally developed wireless TV into an industry giant that almost monopolized the Hong Kong TV industry. In fact, in the early stage of the development of TVB, this future TV giant has been suppressed by ATV, the predecessor of ATV, Lady TV. However, because the Lies TV was a premium channel at that time, TVB was the first to open a free TV channel and gain the first opportunity. Lies TV has changed hands several times, and the policy has been changed, and it has always been snatched by TVB. To the front. However, even though TVB has almost monopolized the TV industry in Hong Kong, it is also famous for its exploitation and suppression of its own employees. Because they are afraid that the artists they have finally cultivated will switch to others, TVB usually signs long-term contracts with its artists, ranging from 5 to 6 years to more than 10 years. Moreover, the intensity of filming is very high. During filming, many actors can sleep for less than 2 hours a day, and many first-line artists go outside to receive advertisements, and more than half of the proceeds are turned over to TVB. In addition, TVB's second and third-tier artists and other behind-the-scenes workers have launched strikes more than once due to low wages. Therefore, during the competition with ATV often poached TVB's artists and behind-the-scenes employees, and those artists and behind-the-scenes employees also often dig away at once and have no nostalgia for TVB. In the car, Zhou Hao asked Liang Xiaobing in front of him, "Miss Liang, now we are all friends. From now on, you can call me Xiaobing. I will call you Zhou Hao." Liang Xiaobing smiled brilliantly at Zhou Hao behind through the inverted mirror. "Okay." Zhou Hao also showed a smile. "Do you have any TV series to film next?" I saw Liang Xiaobing shrugged. "The company hasn't issued a notice yet, so I don't know. However, I may go out to pick up some advertisements during this period." "This is Wei Wen's responsibility," Wang Wei Wen in the passenger seat said. "Actually, it's useless to receive advertisements. Most of the advertising costs are given to the company, and there is not much that can be paid to you in the end. I heard that filming on wireless is very hard. Can you bear it?" Zhou Hao cared about Liang Xiaobing. Wang Wei Wen turned around and said to Zhou Hao, "What you said is really the truth. Because many artists in the company are too hard and can't make it to their early days, they have terminated their contract with the company in advance and found another way out. Although I am an employee of the company, but I'm also a friend of Xiaobing's. From the standpoint of a friend, I do not approve of Xiaobing's staying in wireless. Actually, it has been so many years of hard work, and I am a little used to it." Liang Xiaobing's face was a relieved smile. "But sometimes, I also want to take a long vacation for myself. Maybe find an island. Both no one gave me notice, and no one wanted me to make a movie, so I could live freely on the island for a period of time." "Hee, your wish will not be realized until you retire." Wang Weiwen smiled. "Or there is a shortcut, which is to launch the entertainment circle." He looked at Liang Xiaobing next to him and sighed. "Actually, you are not suitable for the entertainment industry. You are neither keen nor ruthless enough. Back then, if your uncle hadn't protected you from behind, you would have been gnawed by those piranhas. There are no more left. Look at Guan Jilin and Li Jiasen. They are not only ruthless to the enemy, but also ruthless to themselves, so that they can walk among the many rich and powerful tycoons." Wang Weiwen turned around and said to Zhou Hao and Su Lin, "I will tell you the truth. In fact, the entertainment circle is the sheep pen of the rich. If you see which sheep in the pen, you can catch it and eat it. Now, it's protecting Xiaobing. If the shepherd is gone, the evil wolves outside will naturally take advantage of the void to enter." Liang Xiaobing did not respond to Wang Weiwen's words. She has liked dancing since she was a child. If she doesn't love fame and wealth, that's not realistic. She really likes the feeling of being noticed. However, she has her own principles. For her own ideals, or for fame and fortune, she will work hard without complaint, but she will never take her body and dignity as the cost. She is not the kind who will do it for the sake of art. Consecrated people. Soon, the group came to TVB's TV city in Tai Sai, Clearwater Bay. Looking at this TV city producing countless Hong Kong dramas, Zhou Hao and Su Lin couldn't help but sigh. When entering the gate, the guard greeted Liang Xiaobing politely, "Miss Liang." Because Liang Xiaobing and Wang Weiwen were carrying them, Zhou Hao and Su Lin were also able to pass through. A few of them went straight to the dressing room. When a second-line female artist who made up there saw Liang Xiaobing coming back, she immediately walked over to Liang Xiaobing and said, "Sister Xiaobing, a few very fierce men came to you just now. Yichang did not let us film the scene and said that if you can't find you, you won't leave. Sister Zhen is already talking to them." She cautiously asked Liang Xiaobing, "Sister Xiaobing, did you offend someone? I see those people are all underworld. Many colleagues dare not enter a factory. The scene that was originally scheduled to be shot today was also interrupted. I'm sorry, I'm exhausting you." Liang Xiaobing apologized and was shocked at the same time. Fang Bingrun really came. However, Zhou Hao over there found that although the second-line artist cares about Liang Xiaobing on the surface, there is a faint smile in his eyes, so he shook his head and sighed that there is really nowhere for the intrigue in the entertainment industry. Not here. What about Xiaobing? Those people are really here. Wang Weiwen was panicked. Don't be afraid. Let's go take a look. Liang Xiaobing took a deep breath and took the lead to walk in the direction of number 1 factory, and Zhou Hao and others naturally followed suit. Just now, the second-line female artist looked at Zhou Hao and Su Lin's back, but she muttered to herself, "Who are these two people? Is it the newly signed artist Wang Weiwen? Damn it, if those two people come in again, how am I going to get ahead?" Not to mention the self-blaming female artist. Zhou Hao and Liang Xiaobing came to the first factory, and they saw a few big men there. Some cameras and video equipment were pushed to the ground. Many artists and employees were far away. Avoid it, dare not approach them at all. And a woman in her 40s, wearing a professional suit, stood calmly in front of the leading young man. She should have been the Sister Zhen mentioned by the female artist earlier. As for the man opposite her, he was a young man in his 20s, still wearing a black suit, looking like a white-collar elite rather than a triad. Unlike the other fierce and wicked men, the young man looked very quiet and even had a gentle feeling. However, Zhou Hao believed that the man was handsome on the surface, but Zhou Hao felt a gloomy breath. As if under that shallow smile, he was deliberately suppressed by the hideous. And Zhou Hao also understood that such a talent is terrible. As the saying goes, hiding a knife in a smile is such a person. As for the woman named Sister Zhen, Zhou Hao felt that she was familiar, but he couldn't remember where she was met. Sister Zhen and the man were talking, but suddenly saw Liang Xiaobing coming back. Seeing that the man's smile became stronger, he smiled and said, "Sister Zhen, you're really good at joking. You also said that Miss Liang is not feeling well, so she asked for leave. Look, isn't she good?" Walked towards Liang Xiaobing and proactively stretched out his right hand. "Hello, Miss Liang. It's been a long time. Do you remember me? I am Xiao Lianhu. I came here to find you." Wang Weiwen leaned in Zhou Hao's ear and whispered to him, "That's Fang Bingruan's godson Xiao Lianhu. He is very famous among the young generation of the Dongxing, and is very popular among the younger generation. The name of the laughing tiger." Zhou Hao nodded inwardly, thinking that this person's nickname was Smiling Tiger. As expected, he felt the same as he himself. Facing Xiao Lianhu's enthusiasm, Liang Xiaobing couldn't turn his face with him in the crowd, so he stretched out his hand to hold him. Unexpectedly, her hand was suddenly caught by him as soon as she touched Xiao Lianhu, and he quickly took out a police handcuffs, buckled Liang Xiaobing's wrist on one side, and buckled his wrist on the other. Liang Xiaobing buckled with himself and smiled faintly. In this way, I can bring you to my godfather." No one would have thought that Xiao Lianhu would do this. Liang Xiaobing couldn't help but struggled and shouted, "What are you doing? Let me go." Wang Weiwen over there also shouted, "Let go of Xiaobing." He wanted to rush up to save Liang Xiaobing, but when he saw the sturdy men in front of him, he subconsciously stopped. Zhou Hao took a step forward and said to Xiao Lianhu in a faint voice, "Let her go to me." Xiao Lianhu glanced at Zhou Hao for a moment, and then smiled. "You are the one who injured the and took her away yesterday. Huh. Wei Yi Star already remembers you." Following Xiao Lianhu's words, the big guys each took out a jet-black pistol, all aimed at Zhou Hao's head. Suddenly seeing this, the surrounding artists and employees couldn't help but breathe in cold air. Even that Sister Zhen's face changed drastically, and she shouted to Xiao Lianhu, "Mr. Xiao, this is our wireless place. Don't mess around. Even if you look down on me, you should give Lu Shu face," she said. "The sixth uncle mentioned is run. But Xiao Lianhu laughed and said, "Don't worry, my godfather and Uncle Lu are also good friends. Even if Uncle Lu knows, he won't blame us. This guy is the one we're going to deal with. I advise it's better not to be nosy. At most, I will give you some venue compensation fees." Xiao Lianhu's arrogant remarks made Sister Zhen very angry, but she did not dare to act rashly. After all, the other party was a triad and had a gun in her hand. "Is there any law in your eyes?" Su Lin over there said angrily. "You underworld, too rampant. What she cares most is Zhou Hao's safety, and she will take it out of her bag. The mobile suit calls the police. I advise you not to mess around. After all, before you call the police, my bullet can hit you." Xiao Lianhu stared at Su Lin from a distance. Although the smile on his face was still the same, his eyes were extremely cold. On the contrary, Zhou Hao, who was pointed at by several pistols, seemed the most calm. He only listened to him with a smile. "I have heard of those gangsters bringing guns to the set to force stars. I didn't expect this to happen." He took a step towards Xiao Lianhu and seemed to be going over. "Don't move," shouted a big guy on the left. "I'll blow your dog's head one step further." Zhou Hao didn't even look at him. "If there is a kind, you can shoot. Don't just talk about it." After that, he took another step. The big man's expression changed, and he couldn't help but look towards Xiao Lianhu, while Zhou Hao continued to walk towards Xiao Lianhu and Liang Xiaobing. "Zhou Hao, don't come here, they will really shoot." Liang Xiaobing, who was held by Xiao Lianhu over there, said, "Forget it. Stop here. I'll beg Fang Bing run for you. Don't get involved anymore. Come in." But Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I said that if I want to be your flower protector today, I will definitely protect you." "You? Why are you so stubborn? They are the underworld, not something you can provoke." Liang Xiaobing already burst into tears. When Xiao Lianhu saw that Zhou Hao was still walking towards him, he winked at those big guys. After receiving instructions from Xiao Lianhu, the big men rushed towards Zhou Hao at the same time, like tigers leaping towards their prey. I saw Zhou Hao standing on his left foot, kicking with his right foot one after another, sweeping like a whip against the big man who was longing for him. As if a gust of wind blew on the ground, the big men felt that their chests were struck by lightning, and the whole person flew backwards. When they crashed to the ground, they felt like their bones were broken, and they couldn't get up. While the people around were amazed, they couldn't help wondering why those big guys didn't use pistols to deal with Zhou Hao. At this time, Zhou Hao had already arrived in front of Xiao Lianhu, looked at him and smiled, and said, "Bring a few toy guns and dare to come to kidnap people for extortion? You are really bold enough." Xiao Lianhu was taken aback. "How do you know those guns are not real?" Zhou Hao tapped his right temple with his finger. Intuition. The people around came back to their senses. It turned out that those big guys' pistols were not real. If you think about it, you will understand that Xiao Lianhu and others will not really want to kill people here on the set. However, since they are the underworld, most people will naturally think that they have real guns in their hands. They were indeed afraid that Zhou Hao would be shot to death by them. Unexpectedly, you are still a practicing family. I thought it was and they underestimated the enemy. Xiao Lianhu was still very calm, showing no panic at all. Zhou Hao was non-committal, and then smiled. "Now you have two choices. The first is to obediently take out the key and open the handcuffs and get out of here. Second, I will break your hand and let the ambulance take you. Leave here." The entire set fell into silence, because Xiao Lianhu is a gangster, or the son of Xiang Bingrun, the leader of the United British News Agency. In the community, it can be said that there are less than 10,000 people. And Xiao Lianhu also said, "Do you know? Even people from other organizations don't dare to talk to me like this. Are you really not afraid of our 20,000 brothers from the East Star? 20,000 members." Although some local media in Hong Kong suggested that this number is exaggerated, the official believes that although there are not as many as 20,000 members of the United Nations News Agency, they are still between 10,000 and 15,000, which is already one very large organization. Even if it is 200,000, it can still be stronger than the army. Zhou Hao dismissed it. Indeed, after the People's Liberation Army enters Hong Kong, their so-called societies will not be so arrogant. Zhou Hao said, "My patience is not very good. If you don't choose anymore, I will decide for you myself." The smile on Xiao Lianhu's face finally disappeared. He squinted and stared at Zhou Hao in front of him, the muscles of the corners of his mouth still twitching slightly. But after only more than 10 seconds, his face regained a bright smile. I'm still so young. Of course I don't want to become disabled so quickly. He smiled at Zhou Hao. I choose the first one. After that, Xiao Lianhu took out a key from his trouser pocket and opened the handcuffs that held him and Liang Xiaobing. Zhou Hao immediately pulled Liang Xiaobing to his side and asked her, Are you okay? Liang Xiaobing shook his head and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and said to Zhou Hao, Thank you. Zhou Hao smiled lightly, then looked at Xiao Lianhu. Are you still leaving? Xiao Lianhu smiled at Zhou Hao and said, Brother, I admire your courage and dare to provoke our East Star like this. You are the first one. May I ask Gao's name? Zhou Hao. Okay, we have met in the mountains and rivers. Xiao Lianhu also gave Zhou Hao a fist, then took a deep look at Liang Xiaobing, and then left the set with the few big guys who had just gotten up. Suddenly, cheers filled the studio, and all the artists and employees applauded Zhou Hao. A few actresses who were stunned and stared at Zhou Hao with shining eyes. The hero saves the beauty. It's too romantic. Have you seen it? That Zhou Hao was so handsome just now. It's so heroic in front of the underworld. Good job. Remembering that Zhou Hao was surrounded by a few big guys just now, but he was so calm and uncomfortable, and so cleanly knocked the big guys to the ground. The crowd of female artists onlookers couldn't help but be excited, and also to Liang Xiaobing as the heroine jealous. At this time, Sister Zhen also walked up to Zhou Hao and smiled at him. This gentleman, it was really thanks to you just now. Those underworlds are really getting more and more arrogant. You're welcome. Zhou Hao smiled. When facing Sister Zhen at close range, he finally remembered where he had seen her. Zhou Hao finally remembered that this Sister Zhen was one of the several senior executives with real power in TVB. Her full name is Zheng Lizhen. She was born as a radio broadcaster in Hong Kong in the early years. She joined TVB in 1974. She started as an assistant choreographer and later worked as a drama production director of the TVB production department. Chow Yun-fat, Andy Lau, Tony Leung, and other Emperor superstars are all popular in her hands. The classic Hong Kong drama Golden Twig's Desire, which became popular in Hong Kong and the mainland in the future, was produced by her director. And Zhou Hao met Zheng Lizhen in the entertainment news. Of course, she is much younger now than she will be more than 10 years later, so Zhou Hao just didn't recognize it. In the entertainment news of previous lives, Zheng Lizhen often appeared on the news page following the factional struggle of TVB. Factional struggles among the top leaders of TVB have always been the darlings of Hong Kong entertainment news. Zhou Hao knows that in the future, the top leaders of TVB will probably be divided into 4 groups, each in charge of artists who prefer their own, and Zheng Lizhen is one of them. Excluding Lu Yiling and Chen Zhiyun, who will only join after 2,000 years, in 1997, Liang Jiashu, who is also the old minister of TVB, is the one who fought hardest against Zheng Lizhen. However, Zhou Hao knew that Liang Jiashu could not compete with Zheng Lizhen after all. In the following 10 years, he gradually declined and became the last person among the senior leaders. Liang Xiaobing is also an entertainer of the Zheng Lizhen school, because in the intriguing wireless TV, it is difficult to survive without a tree on which you can rely, even if Liang Xiaobing has the support of his uncle Luo Jiado. Xiaobing, is this Mr. Zhou your friend? Zheng Lizhen smiled at Liang Xiaobing. Liang Xiaobing glanced at Zhou Hao and nodded to Zheng Lizhen. Yes, thanks to him yesterday. Otherwise I would be arrested by Fong Bingrun. I didn't expect their people to find the set here today, Sister Zhen. I'm really sorry. I'm the one who hurt everyone. Zheng Lizhen shook her head. It's okay. Don't worry. You are from TVB and the company will protect you. I will tell Sister Hua about the matter today. Although Lu Shu and Sister Hua are not in Hong Kong now, Fong Bingrun is afraid I don't dare to blatantly fail with us. The Sister Hua she referred to as Fong Yihua, a confidant who had been with Run Run for decades. According to Zhou Hao's memory, Fong Yihua and Run Run were on May 6 this year, registered in Las Vegas and officially married. Zheng Lizhen said that Sha and Fong Yihua are not in Hong Kong now, and it seems that they are registered in Las Vegas. At this time, I heard Zheng Lizhen and Liang Xiaobing say, Xiaobing, your contract will expire next year. What do you think? Will you renew the contract with the company? I want to think about it. Liang Xiaobing hesitated slightly. As Wang Weiwen said, TVB is very serious about its artists. The most important thing is the income distribution of advertising endorsements and the intensity of work. Moreover, during this period of time, ATV also extended an olive branch to Liang Xiaobing. The combination of these factors made Liang Xiaobing waver when the contract with TVB was about to expire. It should be considered. After all, this is not a trivial matter. Zheng Lizhen smiled. Liang Xiaobing has been on TVB for so many years, and Zheng Lizhen knows her well. She knows that Liang Xiaobing is the kind of person who eats soft but not hard. The more you use high-pressure tactics on her, the more she will rebound you. So Zheng Lizhen adopted a gentle approach. At the same time, she also looked at Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou, what kind of industry are you in now? I wonder if you are interested in joining the showbiz. Her eyes kept lingering on Zhou Hao. I see you. It has great potential for development in the performing arts circle, and just now I think you have learned martial arts. This is easier to handle. If you are interested, our company can provide you with a broad development platform. Zhou Hao is tall and handsome and has extraordinary temperament. Even Zheng Lizhen, an elderly woman, is unavoidably tempted, let alone those young people who like to chase stars. Moreover, Zheng Lizhen has been working on TVB for so many years. Her eyesight is still very vicious, and she immediately sees Zhou Hao's potential. In her opinion, if Zhou Hao is well-packed and Zhou Hao is upbeat, then it is not difficult for him to become a superstar like Andy Lau and Tony Leung. Moreover, if Zhou Hao has this promising potential stock in hand, Zheng Lizhen's struggle with Liang Jiashu will also have the upper hand. Thank you, Sister Jin, for your kindness, but I appreciate it. I am busy with my usual work, and I am afraid that I will not be able to take care of other things. Zhou Hao smiled and declined Zheng Lizhen. So, I can only say sorry to Sister Zhan. Su Lin next to him thought to himself that with Zhou Hao's own net worth, there is no need to be a star. If Zhou Hao is willing, he can even buy the entire TVB. Of course, this statement is only based on the book value of TVB. The book value of TVB is more than 16 billion Hong Kong dollars, and Zhou Hao now has almost this amount. However, the true value of TVB does not stop there. It also has a vast TV network, a stable audience, and other intangible assets. This TV carrier built by Run Shaw is not so easy to sink. After hearing Zhou Hao's refusal, Zheng Lizhen wanted to fight for more, but saw Liang Xiaobing next to him secretly winking. Su Lin over there also looked like a good show, so she wisely did not speak. Then, Zheng Lizhen went to her office to discuss business affairs with Liang Xiaobing and Wang Weiwen, and at the same time sent a staff member as a guide for Zhou Hao and Su Lin to take them to the TV city. In the office, Zheng Lizhen asked Liang Xiaobing, "Xiaobing, why did you stop me just now? I think that Zhou Hao is very likely to develop in the entertainment industry, and it is likely to become the second Andy Lau or Tony Leung." But seeing Liang Xiaobing smiled, "Sister Zhan, he won't agree, and there is no need to develop in the entertainment industry for profit. Is he the son of those nobles? But, maybe not. I know all the sons in Hong Kong." Liang Xiaobing said, "He is very rich, but he is not a nobleman. He opened an investment company by himself, and his business is very good, and his income is much higher than that of being an artist." She did not tell Zheng Lizhen all the truth about Zhou Hao, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. She only told Zheng Lizhen that Zhou Hao was very rich and didn't need to be an actor. After listening to Liang Xiaobing's explanation, Zheng Lizhen was also very disappointed, but she was helpless because she knew that those wealthy children and wealthy tycoons did not bother to be actors, because in the eyes of those people, actors and artists were nothing more than actors. When they get up, they prefer to take care of those jokes. Leaving aside this matter, Zheng Lizhen talked to Liang Xiaobing about the contract renewal again. "Xiaobing, I have always been very optimistic about you, and you have never let me down. How? If you agree to renew the contract with the company, I can promise you that in the future, no matter how much time you make, I will pay you 50,000 yuan per episode, and the monthly fixed salary will be 20% higher than before." She also received Asia Television wanted to poach Liang Xiaobing's news, so it did not hesitate to offer Liang Xiaobing superior conditions. However, in the company, the frequency of filming dramas is too frequent. If it goes on for a long time, I am afraid that my body will not be able to stand it. Let's do it, Zhang Lizhen said. I'll give you a maximum limit of 5 TV series per year. We can finish one set in 1 month on average, and you have at least half a year to take care of yourself. She is serious. Looking at Liang Xiaobing. Xiaobing, I have treated you very preferentially. I don't even bother to talk to them if I am someone else. Actually, what Liang Xiaobing cares most is whether she can get a rest. Now that Zhang Lizhen gave her a promise, she nodded and agreed. Okay, then, but I want to sign a 3-year contract first and watch it after 3 years. Is it a renewal? That's okay, Zhang Lizhen said. Although the 3 years required by Liang Xiaobing is not long compared to the 6 or 7 years of other artists in wireless, Zhang Lizhen has at least kept her behind. Arranged to officially renew the contract with you. Also, there should be no schedule for you in the next 2 months. You can take advantage of this time to pick up advertisements or endorsements, or give yourself a vacation. When they came out of Zhang Lizhen's office, Zhou Hao and Su Lin were almost shopping around in the TV city. Looking at the real scenes that were completely different from those in the TV series, Zhou Hao and Su Lin felt very fresh, and they also had a deep understanding of the filming work of TV series and TV shows. Later, Zhou Hao and Su Lin took Liang Xiaobing's car to her house. Perhaps it was Xiao Lianhu and the others who came back from the set, and Fang Bingrun did not send anyone to ambush Liang Xiaobing's house. Liang Xiaobing and Wang Weiwen's homes are in a residential area called Bai Luo Garden in Causeway Bay. They live on the 17th and 18th floors respectively. They say that apart from being friends and colleagues, they are also neighbors. Liang Xiaobing's home is not big, but it is very comfortable. She obviously spent a lot of time in this home. There are many small potted plants in the room and balcony, which adds a lot of life to her small home. In order to thank Zhou Hao and Su Lin for their help, Liang Xiaobing and Wang Weiwen personally cooked a lunch for them. The two made Western food such as steak and salad, which made Zhou Hao and Su Lin feel very fresh. After spending a relaxing afternoon, Zhou Hao is about to visit Zhang Yingpei. What? The friend you are going to visit is Zhang Yingpei. Liang Xiaobing and Wang Weiwen were shocked when they learned of the people Zhou Hao and Su Lin were going to visit. Zhou Hao, do you know Zhang Yingpei? Wang Weiwen grabbed Zhou Hao's arm, his face full of surprise. Zhou Hao smiled and said, strictly speaking, I don't know each other yet, but he invited me to eat at his house tonight. No wonder you are not even afraid of Xiang Bingrun. Zhang Yingpei is the second brother in the police circle. Liang Xiaobing said. Wang Weiwen said, Zhou Hao, can I go with you tonight? I also want to know Zhang Yingpei. Of course it can. So, in the evening, Zhou Hao took Su Lin, Liang Xiaobing, and Wang Weiwen to visit him at Zhang Yingpei's mansion. The house where Zhang Yingpei lives is a high-end apartment provided by the government, and the environment and management are very good. Since Zhou Hao's call was received in advance, Zhang Yingpei and his wife Zhang Mingjing had been waiting for them at home early. However, after Zhou Hao and others arrived, they unexpectedly discovered that not only Zhang Yingpei was here, but also his brother Zhang Yingquan and his wife. Hello, Chief Zhang. Zhou Hao enthusiastically held Zhang Yingpei's hand and smiled at Zhang Yingquan. This must be Hong Kong's god of wealth, Chief Zhang. Today, Zhang Yingquan is still serving as Hong Kong's financial secretary. Secretary, in charge of Hong Kong's finances. General Liu introduced Xiao Hao to us earlier, and he said that you are young and promising, and he didn't make a mistake. Zhang Yingpei welcomed Zhou Hao and others into the room with a bright smile. Entering the house, Zhou Hao introduced Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing to Zhang Yingquan and Zhang Yingpei brothers. Oh, I forgot to introduce them to you. These three are my friends. This is Su Lin, this is Liang Xiaobing, and this is Wang Weiwen. In order to participate in the family banquet of Zhang Yingpei, Su Lin specially put on the Malaika evening dress that Zhou Hao gave yesterday, which looked very noble and generous. And Liang Xiaobing also dressed up deliberately. She was originally an artist, and she was naturally versatile in her dressing up, but she was a bit more gorgeous and charming than photogenic. Zhang Yingquan smiled and said, we have also watched Miss Liang's TV series. As for the recent Liao Zhai, Ms. Liang played very well. Really? Thank you, Director Zhang. Of course, Liang Xiaobing was very happy to receive praise from a senior official like Zhang Yingquan. Zhang Mingjing and Zhang Yingquan's wife, Zhang Baoijing, cook by themselves, and are busy preparing dinner for Zhou Hao and the others in the kitchen. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing thought of helping these two high-ranking officials' wives inside, but they were all pushed out. Zheng Mingjiang said that Su Lin and the others were guests, and there was no reason why guests could help the hosts cooking. Therefore, Zhou Hao and his two brothers gathered in the living room with the two brothers of the Zheng family. Zheng Yingpei also specially opened the red wine that he had collected for a long time to entertain Zhou Hao and the others. After tasting the mellow red wine, Zhou Hao smiled at Zheng Yingpei. This time I'm a newcomer, so I'm here for the two people to worship the dock. I hope you can take care of them. Zheng Yingquan was as polite as Zhou Hao had seen on TV in his previous life, especially the bow tie on his neck, which was about to become his symbol. He only heard him smile at Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao, you are too polite. General Liu said hello to me before, saying that you should take good care of you when you are in Hong Kong. Hee, don't call us Director Zheng. Director, it's not in public, Xiao Hao. You just call us Uncle Pei and Uncle Pei. Su Lin, Liang Xiaobing, and Wang Weiwen were all pleasant surprises, especially Liang Xiaobing. They were afraid of Xiang Bingruan's nuisance before. Now that these two senior officials take care of them, there is no need to be afraid of Xiang Bingruan. Zhou Hao asked, Uncle Quan, Uncle Pei, there are still 2 months left to return to the ceremony, and the transfers in your government should be about the same. Zheng Yingquan nodded. Yes, many British officials have returned to their ancestral homes. Nevertheless, be careful, Zhou Hao said. British spies have poisoned General Liu before in an attempt to hinder the process of Hong Kong's return to the motherland. Those British people have never been at ease. Yes, the ancestors are right. People who are not from my race will have different hearts. Zheng Yingpei said with emotion. Take the Hong Kong associations as examples, Xian and He Shenghe, and so on. The major societies have expressed their position to the country, and their activities have been much lower key since the beginning of this year. However, the United British Press and some other individual societies have become more and more rampant. Moreover, the Hong Kong government still intends to condone them, and Patton personally followed. We said that they should not hold the United Nations press too tight. It seems that Patton doesn't want to see a prosperous and stable Hong Kong. Zhou Hao said, as the last governor of Hong Kong, Patton represents the end of the colonial era in Hong Kong. Neither he nor the British will allow Hong Kong to return smoothly. Liu Zhenwu was poisoned and murdered as an example. Speaking of the United Nations news agency, Xiaobing was threatened by Xiang Bingrun during this period. Zhou Hao took the opportunity to tell Zheng Yingquan and Zheng Yingpei about Xiang Bingruan's threat to Liang Xiaobing. I heard Zheng Yingquan said. In fact, this kind of thing is very common in the entertainment industry, and many artists have asked our government for help. However, on the one hand, because of our lack of evidence, on the other hand, those artists will often ask for closure later. It should be threatened by those gangsters. In fact, there is another reason he didn't say, that is, one palm can't make a sound. This kind of thing happens besides the bullying of the gang bosses. There are the greed and vanity of those actresses. However, since this is not out of Xiaobing's own wishes, then we can't let the old fat man come here. Zheng Yingpei said. Before, they blatantly sold drugs in several nightclubs by the United British News Agency, if it wasn't for Patton to stop it. I've already let people catch him back. Zheng Yingquan next to him said. You can call the old fat man now and warn him so that he won't mess around. Zheng Yingpei nodded, then picked up the phone and called Fang Bingrun. Oh, Chief Zheng, why bother to your old man calling me? Fang Bingruan's voice came from the phone. Fang Bingrun was very surprised when Zheng Yingpei called himself. Although he took advantage of the Xian and other large associations to converge and expand his influence during this period, he was still very afraid of senior police officers like Zheng Yingpei. Zheng Yingpei didn't talk nonsense with him and said straightforwardly, It's nothing. It's just that you have been harassing a niece of my life these days, making her annoying, so you came to me crying. Director Zheng, your world niece? Fang Bingrun was also at a loss for a while. It's Xiaobing. Zheng Yingpei reminded him. Fang Bingrun over there was surprised by the boss, thinking to himself, why did that little suddenly find such a big backer? Mother, did she hook up with Zheng Yingpei? I heard Zheng Yingpei say. Just forget about the past, but if you dare to harass my niece, Don't blame me for clearing up the site for you. I heard nothing. I heard. Fong Bingrun responded hurriedly. After putting down the phone, Zhang Yingpei returned to a smile and said to Liang Xiaobing, "Okay, it's okay now, Xiaobing. You don't have to worry about it anymore." "Thank you, Uncle Pei," Liang Xiaobing said, and cast a grateful look at Zhou Hao, because she knew that Zhang Yingpei helped herself in this way, entirely for Zhou Hao's sake. And Liang Xiaobing guessed right. The reason Zhang Yingpei helped Liang Xiaobing was largely because of Zhou Hao. Otherwise, with so many stars in Hong Kong, how could he help? As the Hong Kong management team deliberately cultivated by the central government, Zhang Yingquan and Zhang Yingpei have established close relationships with the country long ago. Liu Zhenwu is one of the domestic generals who have a close personal relationship with them. Zhou Hao is not only Liu Zhenwu's lifesaver. According to Liu Zhenwu, the domestic military attaches great importance to Zhou Hao. As a national leader and veteran of the military, Zhao Rixin recently accepted Zhou Hao as a godson, which shows Zhou Hao's status. Therefore, when Zhang Yingquan and Zhang Yingpei were making friends with Zhou Hao, they did not mean to woo them. I only heard Zhang Yingquan say to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, I heard that you have opened an investment company in Hong Kong. How about it? Would you like Uncle Quan to introduce some customers to you?" In Hong Kong, many people are still willing to give Uncle Quan face. "Thank you, Uncle Quan, but my investment company has just opened, and we can't handle too many customers for the time being. Let us take it slowly, so as not to rush." In fact, Zhao Yuqin transferred to Zhou Hao's Star River investment. The main task is to help Zhou Hao manage the money in the stock and futures markets, so he doesn't need to develop customers like other investment companies. It can be said that the only client of Galaxy Investment is Zhou Hao. Then, Zhou Hao, Su Lin, and the others had a rich dinner with Zhang Yingquan, Zhang Yingpei, and others. During the dinner, everyone talked happily, which was considered very enjoyable. Since Zhang Yingquan and Zhang Yingpei are in senior positions and need to be busy with a lot of things, he can't accompany Zhou Hao and the others too late. And Zhou Hao is also very wise to leave. If you need help with anything, you don't need to be polite. Zhou Hao and the others left. Zhang Yingquan smiled at them. Zhou Hao also smiled. "I know, Uncle Quan. I will definitely not be polite then." After leaving Zhang's house, Zhou Hao smiled at Liang Xiaobing and Wang Weiwen. "You should go home tonight. If you want to stay with me, I will welcome you." Liang Xiaobing was no longer wary of Zhou Hao at this time, and regarded him as her true friend. She sincerely said to Zhou Hao, although it is very wordy, I still want to say thank you. Since we are friends, we don't have to be so polite." Zhou Hao smiled to Liang Xiaobing. "If you treat me as your friend." Seeing Zhou Hao's sunny smile like a boy next door, Liang Xiaobing's heart was also warm. She smiled. "Of course I treat you as a good friend. If you have time, please come to me at any time. My home is open for you at any time." Zhou Hao smiled. Seeing Wang Weiwen with a sour look beside Liang Xiaobing, he quickly added, "Oh, of course there is you got Weiwen." Wang Weiwen smiled again this time. As Liang Xiaobing was exhausted physically and mentally because of the panic and fear these 2 days, Zhou Hao asked her to go back to rest earlier. "Hey, what are you looking at? Everyone is gone." Seeing Zhou Hao still standing there and looking at Liang Xiaobing's back from a distance, Su Lin came to him and shook his hand in front of him. Seeing Su Lin, who is usually capable and neat, but pursing his lips at this time, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "What's wrong? Who made you angry again?" He found that Su Lin, an ordinary and decent professional woman, sneered. "There is really a chic beauty when I feel angry." Looking at Zhou Hao's indifferent smiling face, Su Lin cursed softly in his heart. "Of course it is you, but who else is there except you?" Naturally, she would not say this, but said, "Next we go where? Go home." "Of course not. It's so early. What are we going to do?" Zhou Hao smiled. "Let's taste the nightlife here in Hong Kong. Do you know where there is a disco or something?" I know, but I can't go to the disco like this." Su Lin looked at his costume and said, "Yes." Zhou Hao laughed. It would be really inappropriate for Su Lin to go to the disco in such a gorgeous evening dress. So, the two went back to mid-levels first. When Su Lin changed into a simple and generous t-shirt and jeans, Zhou Hao drove the black Porsche with Su Lin to a disco called Green Box in Causeway Bay. It's now after 9 o'clock in the evening, and the disco is already full of people, with lasers shaking in the dim space and the violent music. Many young people squirmed crazily on the dance floor, full of restless youth. It was the first time for Zhou Hao and Su Lin to come to the disco. Soon after they came in, the two of them were infected by the dynamic music here, and their bodies couldn't help but shake gently. Zhou Hao took 2 glasses of wine from the plate of a passing server and handed one of them to Su Lin and drank no matter what the wine was. After that, Zhou Hao took Su Lin into the center of the crowded dance floor and wriggled to the music. The biggest advantage of disco is that you can dance freely. You don't need to pay attention to any constitutional footwork. You just need to move and dance according to your own inner thoughts, and your heart's worries will disappear with the rhythm of the dance. The surroundings were very crowded, so Su Lin and Zhou Hao were very close, and then Su Lin's hand was also placed on Zhou Hao's shoulder. "I'm here for the first time at a disco. How about you?" Su Lin had to reach Zhou Hao's ear and say loudly because of the loudness of the music. Being so close to Zhou Hao made Su Lin blush and heartbeat. Fortunately, the environment dim, no one else will see it. "Me too, but it's pretty good here." Zhou Hao's voice was very soft, but it reached Su Lin's ears clearly. Suddenly, a pair of men and women dancing behind Su Lin stepped back and bumped into Su Lin, causing Su Lin to rush forward involuntarily. "Be careful." Zhou Hao's strong and broad chest just provided Su Lin with a safe haven. Su Lin ran into Zhou Hao's arms, and her heart jumped faster. But she also enjoyed this hard-won opportunity to get close. Her face was pressed against Zhou Hao's chest, and even though the surrounding music was agitated, Zhou Hao's powerful heartbeat came into her ears very clearly. "Are you okay?" Zhou Hao didn't know that Su Lin was taking the opportunity to wipe oil on himself, so he helped her and asked. Su Lin recovered and shook his head slightly, his eyes drifting a little bit unfinished. "I went crazy in the disco." After the two came out, it was already more than 11 o'clock in the evening. The previous rich dinner was almost digested in this intense exercise. I saw Su Lin touched his flat belly and said to Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, I'm hungry. Find a place to eat something." "Okay." Zhou Hao replied happily and drove Su Lin to find supper. In the car, Su Lin said to Zhou Hao, "I heard that there is a food stall behind Yao Ma Ti Wing on department store that tastes great. I have never had the opportunity to try it before. Let's go there this time." So Zhou Hao and Su Lin went to Yao Ma Ti, the food stall behind Wing on department store. Compared to those star-rated hotels and high-end Western restaurants, this food stall called Rongji is naturally very simple. However, at such a glance, Zhou Hao felt a strong Hong Kong folk atmosphere, thinking that this was the real food stall. Zhou Hao put the car aside and sat down with Su Lin at one of the tables outside the food stall. Many of the guests who came to patronize this Rongji, most of them were citizens over 40 years old and seemed to be regular customers. A guy wearing only a pair of jeans put 2 empty cups in front of Zhou Hao and Su Lin and skillfully poured hot tea for them, and then asked them, "What do you want to eat? What signature dishes do you have here? Please introduce it." Zhou Hao smiled. The young man grinned and said, "We have more signature dishes here, such as fried clams with black bean sauce, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, typhoon crabs, and beef, and rice noodles. The beef are all made by ourselves. Taste," Zhou Hao said. "Then come one of each and another bottle of beer." After the young man left, Su Lin groaned to Zhou Hao, "Why drink again? It's not good for your health." "Of course I come to the food stall to drink beer, otherwise it's boring." Zhou Hao's smile was still sunny. "Be careful, I tell Ruolin. Ruolin let me look at you well." Su Lin smiled lightly. At this time, Zhou Hao saw 2 black Mercedes-Benz cars slowly approaching from a distance, and finally stopped on the street to the right of the food stall door. Then some men got off the 2 Mercedes-Benz cars. There are 5 men in all, and the man in his 40s in the middle, in a decent suit, is obviously their leader. Zhou Hao was stunned when he saw that man. Because he recognized this man immediately, what flashed in his mind was not his real name, but his character's name in a certain series of movies. Dragon 5. The God of Gamblers was popular in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and mainland China. In addition to the movie's God of Gamblers, Chow Yun-fat attracted thousands of eyes. The movie's unsmiling and dedicated Long Wu, who did his best to protect Chow Yun-fat, also impressed the audience. In fact, The actor of this Dragon 5 is Xiang Huaqiang. Xiang Huaqiang is a tycoon in Hong Kong's entertainment industry. Yongsheng, China Star, and Centennial Film Corporation are all under his own. At the same time, he is also the leader of Hong Kong's largest gang organization, Xian. Xiang Huaqiang's father was originally a major general of the Kuomintang, and later came to Hong Kong under the cover of Jian, and later developed into the oldest and most powerful gang in Hong Kong. Xiang Huaqiang and his brother Xiang Huaxiang control almost the entire Hong Kong film market, and more than half of the movie stars in Hong Kong have ties to them or are directly controlled by them. Hong Kong artists have repeatedly launched protests against the underworld forces infiltrating the entertainment industry. In fact, in Zhou Hao's view, most of these artists do so because of conflicts of interest with the underworld. Many movie stars and singers want to stand on their own after being popularized by those leading bosses. Of course, those leading bosses are reluctant, so they tend to retaliate against these stars who give birth to alienation. Among the celebrities closely related to Xian, the most famous ones are Zhou Ruanfa and Zhou Xingqi. It is rumored that Zhou Xingqi applied to immigrate to Canada several times, but was rejected by the authorities on the grounds that he was suspected of being a member of the underworld. And this Xiang Huaqiang, who is in the Hong Kong entertainment industry and the underworld, is now in front of Zhou Hao. I saw Xiang Huaqiang walking towards the food stall with his 4 subordinates, and the old customers who were eating supper saw him. But unlike ordinary citizens who were afraid of the underworld, they greeted him enthusiastically and said fifth brother called him, and Xiang Huaqiang also nodded slightly to these old customers. The boss of Rongji, a man in his 60s, also hurried out and said to Xiang Huaqiang enthusiastically, "Fifth brother, there is a seat inside. Let's go inside." "No, I'll be outside," Xiang Huaqiang said faintly, and then sat at the table next to Zhou Hao, and his men quickly poured tea and handed him water. The boss smiled and said, "It's still the old rule, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, fried nyoha, and a bottle of San Miguel beer?" Seeing Xiang Huaqiang nodded, the boss immediately went in and prepared for him. At this moment, the shirtless young man was walking towards Zhou Hao and the others with a plate of salt and pepper mantis shrimp. "Guest, your salt and pepper mantis shrimp." The young man smiled. But just as he was about to put the plate of salt and pepper mantis shrimp on Zhou Hao's table, one of Xiang Huaqiang's men next to him shouted, "Hey, get it here first." The young man glanced at the man hesitantly and said hesitantly, "But it's this guest first." But I heard that man's face was angry. "You didn't hear my words. I said to bring it here first." Seeing that the young man was still hesitating, the man stood up suddenly. "Sit down." Xiang Huaqiang's voice was slightly hoarse, and his tone was very calm, but there was power invisibly. As soon as the man heard what Xiang Huaqiang said, he dared not say anything, and sat down quietly. And Xiang Huaqiang also showed a smile to the young man. "Ah Qiang, it's okay. Give it to them first." Xiang Huaqiang is obviously also a regular customer here, knowing that the young man is called Ah Qiang. Ah Qiang smiled and nodded. "Thank you, fifth brother." So he put the plate of salt and pepper mantis shrimp on Zhou Hao's table. Zhou Hao looked towards Xiang Huaqiang and saw Xiang Huaqiang also looking here and smiled and said, "I'm sorry, the people under him are rude. It's because I have not been disciplined." "Don't mind," Zhou Hao replied with a smile. At this time, Ah Qiang brought Zhou Hao another beer. After pouring a glass, Zhou Hao raised a toast to Xiang Huaqiang. Xiang Huaqiang smiled back and said lightly, "Isn't it a local? From Xiangqing, Guangdong." Zhou Hao smiled and secretly praised Xiang Huaqiang for his sharp eyesight. Although his Cantonese was very authentic, he could tell at a glance that he was not a local in Hong Kong. And Zhou Hao also felt that Xiang Huaqiang, who was sitting there, eating quietly for supper, seemed to be just an ordinary middle-aged man. If he hadn't been too famous in Hong Kong, the few men around him would not at all. Some people thought that it would be the leader of a huge gang. Su Lin next to him also turned to look at Xiang Huaqiang and asked Zhou Hao, "Who is that person? You seem to know him." "It's not an acquaintance." Zhou Hao smiled. "You must have never seen The God of Gamblers starring Zhou Yunfa." Su Lin shook his head. "No, I'm so busy with study and work, I rarely have time to watch movies." "No wonder you don't know that that person is a very famous character in God of Gamblers. He is called Long Wu." Zhou Hao explained to Su Lin. Did you not hear that those people just called him five brothers? This may be the reason. In addition to this, he is also the boss of Hong Kong's largest society, Exine Nayan. It can be said that no one knows about the underworld in Hong Kong or even Asia. Su Lin was very surprised to hear that Xiang Huaqiang was the leader of the largest gang in Hong Kong, but also a little worried. After all, after coming to Hong Kong, she had already seen the real underworld, and Fang Bingrun and his men gave her a very bad impression. Don't worry so much, we didn't provoke him. Nothing will happen, and I don't think he looks like that kind of unreasonable person. Zhou Hao smiled. At the same time, seeing that Su Lin couldn't start with the mantis shrimp in her bowl, Zhou Hao knew that she had never eaten the mantis shrimp before, so he smiled and took the mantis shrimp over to help Su Lin peel the shrimp. Seeing Zhou Hao's exceptionally skillful peeling of intact shrimp meat and putting it in his bowl, Su Lin suddenly felt very happy. Then Zhou Hao said, "Fortunately for you today, it's the first time I peeled a shrimp from a woman." Zhou Hao was talking about a joke, but Su Lin was so sweet in his heart that he wanted to pour himself a glass of beer in a daze. But Zhou Hao stretched out his hand to stop her. "Don't drink beer when you eat mantis shrimp. It's easy to have diarrhea. Man, bring me a bottle of soda." "What about you? You are not afraid of diarrhea when you drink beer." Su Lin was also very concerned about Zhou Hao. "I am strong and I am not afraid of this." Zhou Hao smiled. At this moment, I saw Xiang Huaqiang over there suddenly saying to Zhou Hao, "Little brother, are you interested in coming over for a drink with me?" "Okay." Zhou Hao agreed without thinking and walked over with Su Lin. Xiang Huaqiang's subordinates immediately gave Zhou Hao and Su Lin a stool and moved their dishes to this table. "Little brother, your last name?" Xiang Huaqiang asked Zhou Hao. "My last name is Zhou, so you can call me Zhou Hao. This is my secretary Su Lin." Su Lin smiled at Xiang Huaqiang and nodded, and Xiang Huaqiang responded with a smile. He didn't need to introduce him much, because Zhou Hao's expression clearly knew him. And Xiang Huaqiang was also a little surprised at Su Lin's beauty. Over the years, he has made countless actresses, but few can compare with Su Lin. "Zhou Hao, it's your first time to come to Hong Kong." Xiang Huaqiang clinked glasses with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nodded. "Yes, come to Hong Kong to do some business." "Mr. Xiang, how did you tell?" "Hee, because you don't have the impetuousness of Hong Kong people." Xiang Huaqiang explained with a smile. "No Hong Kong people of your age are not busy with school, busy with work, busy with fun, even if usually they walk faster than people in other places. Most Hong Kong people are busy, so they are not too much, a little impetuous and busy. I think you are so relaxed and casual, so I guess you are not a local Hong Kong." Hearing what Xiang Huaqiang said, Zhou Hao knew that he had lived in Hong Kong for so many years, and he had a thorough understanding of the lifestyle of Hong Kong people. "Does Mr. Xiang often come here for supper?" Zhou Hao asked. Xiang Huaqiang slightly lowered his jaw, then looked back at the very old sign of Rongji and said, "This food stall was opened when I was a child. At that time, my father would take us with us every day after work. Brother came here for supper. When I grow up, there will be a lot of work to be done. Fortunately, everything is on track now, so I will be back when I have time." He said with emotion, "For so many years, Hong Kong, it changes every day. Except for the mantis shrimp and pho, the taste has not changed." It seems that Mr. Xiang is a nostalgic person. Xiang Huaqiang looked at Zhou Hao's gaze with a smile. "There are many people who say that I am greedy for the new and forget the old, including my wife." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "I think it doesn't matter if a man is greedy for the new. The most important thing is not to forget the old. What you said suits my appetite very well. Come on. Let's make a toast for this greedy sentence." Xiang Huaqiang patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder and then raised his glass. "Okay." Zhou Hao also picked up the wine glass and met Xiang Huaqiang's wine glass in the air with a crisp sound. Then, the two chatted very happily. Xiang Huaqiang did not mention anything about Exine or other gangs, but only told about the changes in Hong Kong over the past few decades, pointing to a different direction and telling Zhou Hao how many years ago there was a company that sells dragon beard candy. How many years ago there was a cotton tire maker. Seeing that the place Xiang Huaqiang was referring to had either become a commercial building or a residential area, Zhou Hao could feel that this man who was turning over and over on the underworld had a lot of vicissitudes hidden in his heart. And Zhou Hao also talked to Xiang Huaqiang about many domestic changes. His attitude and feelings towards life have long surpassed his true age, so there is actually a feeling of sympathy between Xiang Huaqiang and Xiang Huaqiang. At this moment, Zhou Hao had a feeling in his heart. He intuitively looked back and saw a man in a windbreaker on the far right of the food stall, holding a black pistol in his hand, and the muzzle was aimed at Xiang Huaqiang beside him. The moment Zhou Hao turned his head, the man had already pulled the trigger, and Zhou Hao could also see sparks from the muzzle. "Be careful!" Zhou Hao's shout sounded almost at the same time as the gunfire, and he immediately pushed Xiang Huaqiang aside. Although Zhou Hao responded in time to avoid Xiang Huaqiang's fatal point, the bullet struck Xiang Huaqiang's neck and scratched Xiang Huaqiang. Seeing that he hadn't shot Xiang Huaqiang to death, the man fired several more shots without stopping. But at this time, Xiang Huaqiang's subordinates had already reflected and immediately protected Xiang Huaqiang with his body. Some of those shots hit the ground nearby, and some hit the shoulders of two of them, but none of them were fatal. As soon as the surrounding guests heard the gunshots, they instinctively scattered for their lives. Seeing that the man was still there trying to shoot Xiang Huaqiang, Zhou Hao put Su Lin behind him while picking up one on the table. The bamboo chopsticks were thrown at the man. "Ah!" The man screamed. His wrist was passed through by the bamboo chopsticks thrown by Zhou Hao, and the gun in his hand fell. Seeing that something could not be done, the man immediately turned and fled. Zhou Hao wanted to pursue him, but he was afraid that he would still have accomplices and put Su Lin and Xiang Huaqiang in danger, so he stayed here without getting up. The man clutched his injured right hand and hurried to a red Honda car on the side of the street. But when he opened the car door and was about to get in, he heard a loud sound exploding and the car happened. A violent explosion. The huge explosion force caused the entire car to bounce off the ground, and fiery flames burst out of the car in an instant. The man didn't have time to escape. He was blown to pieces on the spot, and the blood plasma and minced meat spread around with the heat. The explosion of flames lit up the entire street, and the surrounding car windows and living glass windows were shattered. Fortunately, Zhou Hao and the others were far away, so they were not affected. At this time, Xiang Huaqiang's men also stood up, and Zhou Hao saw that Xiang Huaqiang, who was guarded by them, had an unusually pale face, and the wound on his neck was constantly pouring blood out. The heavy bleeding caused Xiang Huaqiang to fall unsteadily. The men next to him noticed his strangeness and hurriedly helped him, but when he saw his blood-stained suit, he shouted anxiously, "Boss! What's wrong with you, boss? Let me see." His carotid artery was scratched by a bullet. Zhou Hao said solemnly, What to do?" Xiang Huaqiang's subordinates immediately hurried. If something happened to Xiang Huaqiang, the club would definitely not let them go. Xiang Huaqiang's subordinates are usually brave and cruel, but now they are completely panicked in the face of this critical situation. The two people who were hit in the arm just now seemed to have forgotten the pain, and they all looked at them, throwing on Zhou Hao, seeing him as his own life-saving straw. "Let Mr. Xiang lie down, be careful, and call an ambulance," Zhou Hao said to them. Several people immediately followed Zhou Hao's words, and Zhou Hao looked at Xiang Huaqiang at this time and found that he had fallen into shock due to heavy bleeding. Zhou Hao immediately hit a few big acupuncture points on Xiang Huaqiang's body to stop the blood that was constantly gushing out, and at the same time put his hand on his chest and slowly injected infuriating energy to protect his vitality. The few people saw Xiang Huaqiang's pale paper face slowly recovering some blood with Zhou Hao's help, and their hearts relaxed slightly. If Xiang Huaqiang really lost his life under his protection, I believe he would be buried with him. My life is saved, but I still need to be treated in time, Zhou Hao said. Su Lin was still trembling about the sudden change just now, and her body was still shaking slightly, so she had to hold Zhou Hao's arm tightly to feel a little sense of security. At this time, the sound of police cars and ambulances came from the street outside, and more than a dozen police cars and 3 ambulances quickly turned into this street, followed by several vans. Printed on their bodies the word XX is the reporter who came to report after receiving the news. In this unexpected accident, especially the explosion just now, several citizens were scratched by broken glass fragments, not counting those who were injured by their own glass windows in the houses on both sides of the street. And when the paramedics ran towards Zhou Hao on the stretcher, Zhou Hao said to Xiang Huaqiang's 2 uninjured subordinates, "Go and block the reporter." Don't let them know that there is Mr. Xiang among the injured. He already knows now that this incident was clearly aimed at Xiang Huaqiang's assassination, and the gunman was killed. It was also clear that the people behind the scenes wanted to kill. And if the news of Xiang Huaqiang's injury spreads, the underworld in Hong Kong will surely immediately turn up a huge wave. Xiang Huaqiang's two subordinates were not as far-reaching as Zhou Hao thought. It was just that Zhou Hao's calm and composure influence from the incident just now to the present subconsciously obeyed his words. Several paramedics carried Xiang Huaqiang, who had fallen into a coma, onto a stretcher, and Zhou Hao also said, "Let's go together." The doctor frowned at Zhou Hao and said, "Who are you from the wounded?" "We are his friends," Zhou Hao said. The doctor hesitated and nodded in agreement, and let Zhou Hao and Su Lin sit in the back of the ambulance. The two men of Xiang Huaqiang who were wounded by the gun were in another ambulance. As for the scene of the accident, it had been blocked by a large number of police. In the ambulance, the doctor and several paramedics were busy bandaging Xiang Huaqiang. Looking at the wound on Xiang Huaqiang's neck, the doctor frowned and said, "His carotid artery is ruptured, but how did the blood stop?" He has practiced medicine for many years, knowing that it is difficult to stop bleeding from a carotid artery rupture. If the rescue is not timely, the injured will easily die from blood loss. Is it already drained? The doctor murmured to himself, but seeing that Xiang Huaqiang had fallen into a coma, but he still had not weak vitality, he denied this idea and had to bandage Xiang Huaqiang with this doubt. "Stand up." Zhou Hao on the side naturally wouldn't say that Xiang Huaqiang's turnaround from crisis was his own credit. It is no less difficult to explain acupuncture and qigong to these medical staff who admire Western science than to convince them of the existence of gods and ghosts. On the way to the hospital, Zhou Hao also called Zhang Yingpei. "Xiao Hao, what's the matter?" "Uncle Pei is busy." Zhang Yingpei's hurried voice came over the phone, and Zhou Hao could still hear the noisy voices around him. Just listen to Zhou Hao saying, "Uncle Pei, are you busy with what happened at Yong'an department store?" "You know? Did you read it on the news?" Zhang Yingpei asked suspiciously. "No, I was there at the time, and I also witnessed what happened." So Zhou Hao told Zhang Yingpei of what had just happened. "I am going to the hospital with Xiang Huaqiang now." Zhang Yingpei did not expect Zhou Hao to be at the scene of the explosion, and he was also one of the parties involved in this incident. According to Zhou Hao, the target that the other party wants to target is Xiang Huaqiang. If it is true, then things will be complicated this time, especially at this sensitive period on the eve of the return. Any event may have varying degrees of influence on the return. Influences. Xiao Hao, are you okay with Su Lin? Since Zhou Hao said that Xiang Huaqiang is no longer in danger, Zhang Yingpei cared about Zhou Hao and Su Lin. Zhou Hao said, "We're all right," but Su Lin was a little surprised. He looked at Su Lin next to him and saw that she was still looking terrified, so he reached out and hugged her into his arms and patted gently. Her shoulders were a sign of comfort. Su Lin looked at Zhou Hao deeply, and when he saw his warm and caring gaze, she felt that her panic and anxiety disappeared in an instant. Leaning on Zhou Hao's arms also made her feel a real sense of security. Together with Xiang Huaqiang, who was in a coma, Zhou Hao and the others came to the Margaret Hospital in Hong Kong. Xiang Huaqiang was sent for rescue, while Zhou Hao and Su Lin waited outside because they were not injured. Soon, a large number of people rushed to the hospital. These people had different dresses, but they all had the same worried and anxious look. Moreover, Zhou Hao had a slight hostility in these people, knowing that these people must come to see Xiang Huaqiang, member of the Xian Nayan. The two headed by them are a middle-aged man who is somewhat similar to Xiang Huaqiang, and a woman who is quite graceful and arrogant, although she is not young. Zhou Hao also guessed the identities of these two people. They were clearly Xiang Huaxiang's brother Xiang Huaxiang and Xiang Huaqiang's wife Lilan. As soon as they came in, Xiang Huaxiang grabbed a doctor who had just come out of the operating room and shouted, "Doctor, how is my brother? How is my brother?" The doctor was also taken aback by these menacing underworld men and said quickly, "The wounded is still during the operation, but there is no life-threatening danger. You can rest assured." Xiang Huaxiang and Lilan both sighed for a long time when they heard the doctor's words. Then Xiang Huaxiang grabbed the doctor and asked loudly, "What the is going on? How could my brother be like this? Who murdered my brother?" After saying that, He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. If so, let me know who dares to touch my brother. I must let him die. We don't know. We are only responsible for treating the wounded. Perhaps because of the hostility of Xiang Huasheng, the doctor immediately pointed out Zhou Hao, who was sitting outside. You can ask them. They came with the wounded, and he said they were friends of the wounded. Xiang Huasheng, Li Lan, and the core members of a kind of New Yan all looked towards Zhou Hao and Su Lin, following the direction pointed by the doctor, but their eyes were not very friendly. At the moment, Xiang Huasheng and a few Xian people came to this side menacingly, and those Xian eldest brothers stared at Zhou Hao and Su Lin, as if they were both hurt the culprit like Xiang Huaqiang. Frightened by their aura, Su Lin subconsciously shrank from Zhou Hao's side and reached out to grab Zhou Hao's arm. When Zhou Hao saw Xiang Huasheng in their faces, his heart was also annoyed, thinking that I saved your boss, but you still don't know that good people are angry with me. So Zhou Hao got lucky for a while and shouted out, "You guys calm down." In fact, Zhou Hao's voice was not loud. The doctors and patients in the distance didn't feel anything abrupt, but Xiang Huasheng, who faced Zhou Hao directly, was shocked. He only felt that his eardrums were painful and his head was swollen. Stopped and even took 2 steps back. Xiang Huasheng has been rolling in the underworld for many years, and he also knows that some strange people have high and deep internal strength, and Zhou Hao in front of him only slapped himself. These people with a soft drink, obviously not ordinary people. But a tall man about 40 years old next to him didn't understand this. He just felt dizzy and irritated by Zhou Hao's roar. He cursed in a rough voice. "You kid is bored. You know we Arsenian's person? Damn, dare to yell at us like that." He wanted to go forward and beat Zhou Hao. Xiang Huasheng quickly raised his hand to stop him, and Li Lan also came over. "Song Biao, don't be impulsive." I saw Li Lan nodded slightly to Zhou Hao. "Hello, my name is Li Lan. The doctor said just now that you two came with my husband. May I ask you what happened just now?" Compared to the big guys like Xiang Huasheng and Seng Biao, Li Lan looked much more polite. Zhou Hao also knows Li Lan to a certain extent. She is Xiang Huaqiang's second wife. She has been with Xiang Huaqiang for decades and has given birth to 2 sons. She has always held the position of Xiang's wife. On the road, the position is also superb and is respected by many people as the big sister. Since Li Lan was Xiang Huaqiang's wife, Zhou Hao didn't want to hide from her and told her what had happened just now. Xiang Huasheng, who was next to him, raised his eyebrows when he heard Zhou Hao's words. "You mean this was an assassination of my brother?" Zhou Hao shrugged. "It's possible." "Damn," Xiang Huasheng cursed. "Song Biao, tell me the old fat of East Star and the machine gun of 14K to them. Let them come over immediately." Li Lan stopped the angry Xiang Huasheng and said, "Asheng, don't be so impulsive. Do you want to mess up Hong Kong completely?" "Sister-in-law, people have been bullying us. Don't we still do nothing? Then how can we get out of Xian afterwards?" Xiang Huasheng was still angry. With more than a dozen brothers in the Xiang family, he has the deepest relationship with Xiang Huaqiang. Hearing that Xiang Huaqiang was taken to the hospital, he preferred that the person lying on the operating bed was himself. Other core members of Xian Gong and also responded to Xiang Huaqiang's words and advocated to settle accounts behind the scenes. "I didn't mean to do nothing, but now we can determine who is responsible for Huaqiang," Li Lan said solemnly. "If we recklessly shoot around, it will only put us Xian surrounded by all the enemies. In this situation, it will only make the person who is hiding behind the scenes to harm us happier." She sighed. "Now let's wait for Huaqiang to wake up. Also, remember to take care of your own people. Don't let them mess around." She and Xiang Huaqiang expressed their position to the country some time ago, saying that they would support the prosperity and stability of Hong Kong. In order to appease them, the domestic side may have placed some favorable conditions. If the Xian becomes chaotic at this time, it is afraid that it will become the first organization to be cracked down in the country after Hong Kong's return. Under Li Lan's persuasion, most of the people in Xian left, but Xiang Huasheng and more than 20 subordinates stayed because he was afraid that Xiang Huaqiang would be attacked. So he stayed here to protect Xiang Huaqiang and Xiang Huaqiang. Li Lan. At this time, Li Lan smiled at Zhou Hao and Su Lin and said, "I have to thank you for speaking of it. Thanks to you, my husband can save his life." Our Xian Ian will never forget your favor. Mrs. Xiang, you are serious. Zhou Hao said lightly. I didn't save Mr. Xiang to let you Xian Ian repay you. Mrs. Xiang, you don't need to care too much. He looked at the clock on the wall and realized that it was already more than 2 o'clock in the morning, and he said, It's not too early now. Since Mr. Xiang is no longer in danger, then we will leave. Li Lan said. Although the two of us don't expect retribution, our Xiang family is not an ungrateful person. Also, after my husband wakes up, I'm afraid he will want to thank you in person or leave a phone number. Zhou Hao nodded, and Su Lin beside him immediately handed Zhou Hao's business card to Li Lan. After Zhou Hao and Su Lin left, Xiang Huaxing asked Li Lan, Sister-in-law, who are these two people? I have never heard of it, especially Zhou Hao. I think he seems to have martial arts. People who are there. Li Lan frowned. I have never heard of them either. Sheng, you send 2 people to follow them to find out what their origins are, and don't let them find out. They saved you after all. Brother's life. At least we can't lose courtesy on the face of it. I know my sister. Xiang Huaxing nodded in response. Besides Zhou Hao and Su Lin, before coming to the hospital, Zhou Hao asked one of Xiang Huaqian's uninjured subordinates to help him drive the Porsche at the gate of the food stall, so it was very convenient for Zhou Hao to leave. However, Zhou Hao's phone rang before he walked out of the hospital door. The call came from Zhang Yingpei. Xiao Hao, are you still in the hospital? Xiang Huaqiang is fine, right? The operation has been completed. There is nothing serious. Zhou Hao replied. Uncle Pei, are you still looking into this matter? Is there any progress? I was about to tell you about this. Can you come to my house now? Zhang Yingpei said on the phone. Yes, I will come over now. Zhou Hao said. Su Lin next to him asked. Are you going to Chief Zheng's house now? Zhou Hao nodded. Why don't I take you home first? You are afraid that you will be tired too late. But seeing Su Lin gently shook his head. I'm not tired. I'll go with you. All right. In this situation, I don't worry about leaving you alone at home. Zhou Hao said. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Su Lin was very moved. But when he saw Zhou Hao's heroic face, he quickly lowered his head, for fear that he would see his own shame. When Zhou Hao drove out of Princess Margaret Hospital, he immediately noticed a white Lexus car hanging behind him not far away, apparently following him. Without thinking about it, Zhou Hao guessed that they must be from Xian. Originally, Zhou Hao wanted to get rid of them, but after another thought, Zhou Hao deliberately pretended not to find them and drove openly in the direction of Zhang Yingpei's house. Although Zhang Yingpei's residence is a government subsidy, it is also an independent small Western-style building that can be seen from a distance, and people in black and white know that this is the residence of Zhang Yingpei, the second brother of the police. When Zhou Hao's Porsche drove into Zhang Yingpei's house, the 2 people who were sent by Xiang Huaxing to follow him were shocked and immediately called Xiang Huaxing to report. What? They went to Zhang Yingpei's home. Xiang Huaxing was also dumbfounded when he received a call from his subordinates. Are you sure you read it right? Is that really Zhang Yingpei's home? Li Lan next to him immediately said to him, Let them come back right away. It would be bad if the people of Zhang Yingpei found out. Xiang Huaxing nodded and yelled to the phone, You should come back to me immediately. Don't let the people of Zhang Yingpei find out. After putting down the phone, he looked at Li Lan in amazement. Sister-in-law, could it be that Zhou Hao is a policeman? Have you seen such a young policeman able to enter Zhang Yingpei's house? Li Lan replied, And I don't think he looks like a policeman, but he has a deep relationship with Zhang Yingpei. However, Zhang Yingpei should be investigating Huaqiang's affairs now. Will there be time to meet customers? She said to Xiang Huaxing. You immediately disperse the crowd, and you must find out who Zhou Hao is sacred as soon as possible. I have also asked someone in China to ask. I just heard the woman next to him the accent is not like our locals in Hong Kong. After Xiang Huaxing left, Li Lan looked at Xiang Huaqiang who was lying in a coma on the hospital bed and said worrisomely, Huaqiang, I have a very bad premonition. I hope it will not be fulfilled. You will wake up quickly, right? On the other side, Zhou Hao and Su Lin came to Zhang Yingpei's house and saw that there were many other people in the house. Some were in plain clothes, some were in police uniforms, and looking at the title, none of the people present seemed to be a superintendent. Below, this is Zhou Hao, one of my life nephews. He was at the scene when the explosion happened just now, and he saved Xiang Huaqiang. Zheng Yingpei introduced Zhou Hao to the police. When the police heard that Zhou Hao was Zheng Yingpei's worldly nephew, they hurriedly greeted Zhou Hao. Zheng Yingpei pointed to one of the middle-aged men sitting on the sofa and introduced Zhou Hao. This is Chief Superintendent Chen Shuhua, in charge of the Organized Crime and Triad Investigation Division. And this is Tang Jingtong, in charge of the Criminal Intelligence Division. Police. Zhou Hao shook hands with the two men separately. He knew that this Organized Crime and Triad Investigation Department was the own note that is often heard in TV dramas. It was a police organization that was specifically responsible for investigating underworld and underworld crimes. Chen Shuhua smiled at Zhou Hao. That group of guys really don't make people live. They even made such a thing in the middle of the night. There are two shallow dark circles on his face, apparently being pulled from the bed in the middle of the night. Down. Zheng Yingpei said to Zhou Hao, now we mainly want to know what happened at that time. You can tell everyone here in detail. So Zhou Hao once again explained in detail what happened at the Rongji food stall. Then, Chen Shuhua said, now it can be concluded that this is an assassination against Xiang Huaqiang. Moreover, the other party's mastermind obviously intends to kill others. And Tang Jingtong, who is in charge of the Criminal Intelligence Division over there, said, we have determined the identity of the gunman. He was blown to pieces on the spot when the explosion, but his head was well preserved, and we were there. His finger was found at the scene. According to his appearance and fingerprint analysis, this person is a local citizen of Hong Kong, named Gao Wentao. Listening to Tang Jingtong's explanation, and seeing Zheng Yingpei and others showing solemn expressions, Zhou Hao knew that the key to the matter was Gao Wentao. So he asked, is there something wrong with Gao Wentao? Zheng Yingpei nodded. Yes, this Gao Wentao, he is a red stick in E-Start. Zhou Hao also watched some gangster movies before, knowing that red stick is a thug in a gang. Usually the little boss who manages a certain road section, and the most powerful gold thug in the gang is called the double red stick. But now, it is the red stick in the East Star, Liaoning news agency, who wants to kill Xiang Huaqiang. So the target will be directed at Liaoning news agency. Zhou Hao heard from Zheng Yingpei before that the United British News Agency did not move closer to the country like XINEN, but did its own way as always, and even took the opportunity to expand when XINEN and 14K had converged. And if the people in Xiangong knew that the person who was going to kill Xiang Huaqiang was Gao Wentao, he would definitely seek revenge from the United British News Agency. At that time, the underworld in Hong Kong was bound to set off a storm. Zhou Hao asked, is it confirmed that the United Nations News Agency did it? He thought that this should not be done by the United Nations News Agency. If the United Nations News Agency or Fong Bingrun were really interested in killing Xiang Huaqiang, they would not let themselves be in the club. If the members of the team execute it, there is no need to kill people and make things so big. However, Zhou Hao's instinct felt that this matter was not so simple. I just heard Zheng Yingpei say, when I confirmed that the person was Gao Wentao, I already called Fong Bingrun. Listening to Zheng Yingpei's words, Zhou Hao asked, then what is his reaction? Zheng Yingpei shook his head. He was shocked when he heard that Xiang Huaqiang was attacked, and when I told him that the gunman was Gao Wentao, he reacted a lot, and immediately swore that he was never instigated. Now, he has let Dongxing the people who have awakened their spirits for fear of being retaliated by XINEN. Zheng Yingpei looked at Zhou Hao. So I think Xiang Bingrun should not be the culprit behind the killing of Xiang Huaqiang. Tang Jing frowned, smoking cigarettes over there, and said, but even if this matter was not done by the old man, Gao Wentao is from their Eastern Star, they can't get rid of the relationship. If you let the people in XINEN know that person it's Gao Wentao, the owners of the two associations together are more than our Hong Kong police, we can hold them there. I hope that Hong Kong will return soon, and when the People's Liberation Army comes, they dare not dare to do so. Arrogant. Ignoring Tang Jingtong's complaint, Zheng Yingpei said solemnly, so our police have strictly protected Gao Wentao's body and temporarily blocked the news, but I don't think the paper wraps up the fire. The people in XINEN will know sooner or later. Zhou Hao also fell into contemplation. Although XING and is a few patriotic underworld, who have stated their position to the domestic side, They also agreed that the country will support policies that cooperate with Hong Kong's prosperity and stability. But if this matter is made public, then even if Xiang Huaqiang himself doesn't want to pursue it, he can't help him, because he does not represent himself, but Xian. In order to give the people below an explanation, Xiang Huaqiang would take measures to the United British News Agency, even if he was reluctant. In addition, Sinian and Lianying have been enemies that have fought for decades, and they have always looked at each other's eyes. And if the two biggest gangs in Hong Kong break their skins and fight, they are afraid that they will have to send troops to quell them. Now we have sent all the informants to find out who is behind the scenes, Chen Shuhua said, and Zheng Yingpei touched his chin. I now have a doubt whether this matter will be done by the British. As soon as this statement came out, everyone present changed their expressions drastically. If what Zheng Yingpei said is true, the matter really involves the British, then this is not just a matter of the underworld, but it is likely to develop into an international dispute. I think this might not be too big, Zhou Hao said suddenly. The eyes of everyone present were on Zhou Hao, and Zheng Yingpei also said, Xiao Hao, why do you say that? Uncle Pei, you told me earlier that during this period of time, those British people asked you not to hold on to the United Nations press and their affairs too tightly, indicating that they intend to condone the unwilling gangs such as the United Nations press. Zhou Hao explained. However, I think they should be just playing rogues and embarrassing China in this regard, but instructing the United British News Agency to kill Xiang Huaqiang. This is too much. If it causes Sinian and the United Nations News Agency, even the whole Hong Kong underworld wars, then the shame will be the British who has not returned Hong Kong. I think the British will not do such a disadvantage. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zheng Yingpei and others felt very reasonable, especially that they had been with those British people for so many years, and they also knew that British people were rarely so stupid and did nothing thankless. Then Xiao Hao, who do you think will be the mastermind of this matter? Zheng Yingpei asked. Zhou Hao shook his head and said, I don't have any thoughts yet, but you can look it up in the direction of who will benefit from this matter. Zheng Yingpei nodded and said to Chen Shuhua and others, Everyone, this matter is very important, so please work harder. After discussing with Zheng Yingpei and a group of senior police officers for a long time, it was already past 4 o'clock in the morning unknowingly. And Su Lin has been with Zhou Hao and exchanged hot coffee for Zhou Hao from time to time, which is really considerate. Zheng Yingpei and others had to fight all night, and they were unwilling to let Zhou Hao accompany them to get tired. So Zheng Yingpei asked Zhou Hao to go back first. He personally sent Zhou Hao outside. Xiao Hao, you saved Xiang Huaqiang. According to his character, he will definitely be grateful to you. Xiang Huaqiang can make friends with him. He is more than a guy like Fong Bingrun. It's a man. But you can just be a normal friend with him, but don't touch his illegal things. I know, Uncle Pei. I know how to measure it. Zhou Hao thanked Zheng Yingpei for the reminder. It was almost 5 o'clock when he drove back to the villa in mid-levels. Zhou Hao lay on the soft sofa as soon as he entered the house and said, I can't imagine that I would encounter so many things after eating a supper. It's really tiring. Martial arts and physique, it's not really tired, just complain about it casually. Zhou Hao, are you tired? Su Lin came to the front of the sofa with a soft voice. Something, Zhou Hao answered casually. So I heard Su Lin's voice lighter. I have learned massage before, or I will give you a massage. Do you still massage? Zhou Hao turned slightly on the sofa and laughed. I used to study healthcare in college. I originally wanted to learn how to honor my parents. Now it's cheaper for you. Then I really took advantage. Zhou Hao smiled and said, But aren't you tired? It's almost dawn. Su Lin gently shook her head. I didn't do any heavy work where I would get tired. After all, she had already sat on the edge of the sofa with Zhou Hao and put her jade hands on Zhou Hao's generous shoulders, or lightly, or kneaded hard. Zhou Hao originally wanted to decline and let her go back to rest, but he didn't say anything when Su Lin touched it. Because Su Lin's light and heavy intensity at that time really made people comfortable, he couldn't help lying on the sofa and enjoying it. Su Lin's craftsmanship is indeed very good. Plus, she always considers Zhou Hao, so she massages more carefully. Under this kind of enjoyment, Zhou Hao relaxed his whole body and soon passed away in a daze. Su Lin was sitting next to him, looking at his side face while helping him massage, his eyes gradually lost. There was silence in the room. Only the wall clock on the wall over there was making a ticking sound. Su Lin's delicate hands touched Zhou Hao's male torso, and he felt the man's solid, elastic, and powerful muscles, which gave people a kind of safety and dependence invisibly. Looking at Zhou Hao's peaceful and handsome face, Su Lin felt that he was so close to this man and so far away. Although the time he met was short, Su Lin already knew that he liked this man. In fact, when she was in college, she had a crush on a senior while working hard to complete her studies. That was the president of the student union of the school. He appeared to be very outstanding among the college students. Watching him often attend school activities, he also played a good guitar. There are also several girls in her class who have a crush on the senior, but Su Lin is different from her classmates who put her admiration into practice. In the end, she focused on her studies and kept the share obscured and never exposed. Feelings are hidden in my heart. But thinking about it now, Su Lin felt that he was really naive at that time. She used to like that senior because he has a kind of maturity and skill that is rarely seen in the same year. But now, during this period of time with Zhou Hao, Su Lin really realized what a superb man is. Even the former senior who was regarded by many girls as the lover of his dreams, compared with Zhou Hao today, is like a cloud of difference. Speaking of maturity, Zhou Hao's unknowingly exuding temperament can make everyone around him feel safe, and can make people rely on him inadvertently. Therefore, Su Lin, who didn't know Zhou Hao's true age, always thought Zhou Hao was a few years older than himself. Speaking of skill, Zhou Haoning himself created a huge wealth of billions. Moreover, whenever he encounters a crisis, the calmness he shows is not comparable to others. In short, in Su Lin's eyes, Zhou Hao wanted to look good, to have a figure, to be talented, and to have wealth and wealth. Such an excellent man was really something Su Lin had never met in his life. His only shortcoming is that he is a little headstrong, and sometimes he does things on his own terms. But even this shortcoming fascinated Su Lin. Su Lin once thought about approaching Zhou Hao just like those female subordinates seduce male bosses on TV. But she has no affair. There is always a kind of restraint in her heart that restrains herself. In addition, she was afraid that Zhou Hao would despise herself for this, thinking that she was the kind of profligate and casual woman. The most important point is that Zhou Hao is Li Ruolin's boyfriend, and Su Lin doesn't want to destroy their feelings and make himself a shameful third party. When she touched Zhou Hao with her hand, she felt hot on her face. She knew that this thought was already blaspheming the friendship with Li Ruolin, but she still couldn't help feeling repressed against Zhou Hao in her heart. Live the ripples. Su Lin thought about it, and finally tried to suppress his fanatical heart. Gently and carefully massaged Zhou Hao, knowing that his hands were sore and couldn't work hard before stopping. Zhou Hao, who was awkwardly asleep, naturally didn't know that the woman behind him had so much thoughts. Feeling her hands stopped and slowly opened his eyes. I looked up and found that it was already past 6, and Su Lin actually helped himself massage for more than an hour. I couldn't help but apologize. Su Lin, why did you massage me for so long? Your hands are not tired. Su Lin didn't know whether his face was red or not, so he quickly covered up with a smile. It's okay. If you feel comfortable, I'll press it for you later. Zhou Hao was embarrassed and said, No. You have been busy all night, and you are tired. Go back to your room and rest. He said. He got up from the sofa and walked upstairs. Looking at Zhou Hao's back, Su Lin remembered that Li Ruolin had asked herself to look at him well before coming to Hong Kong, so she couldn't help but wondered, I am like this. Is it a guardian and thief? Zhou Hao went back to the room to make up his sleep. He slept for a long time, and when he woke up again, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. When I walked out of the room, I heard the sound of cooking from below. When he came downstairs, Zhou Hao saw Su Lin in home casual clothes cooking in the kitchen. Compared to Zhou Hao, who was reborn with his culinary skills, Su Lin's craftsmanship is not as proficient, but compared with those delicate girls who are not diligent in their limbs, they are still pretty. Hearing the movement, Su Lin saw Zhou Hao and quickly smiled. Are you awake? Seeing Zhou Haojing looking at herself with a spatula with a smile on her face blushed slightly. You did it before. Give me food. Now it's my turn. But my cooking skills are not as good as yours, so you will be better. Su Lin's dishes are indeed very simple. Cucumber fried pork, chive yolk scrambled eggs, plus a pot of light egg drop soup, but the taste is quite good, and the light is quite warm. Among the women Zhou Hao knew, Su Lin's cooking skills were fairly decent, only worse than Li Ruolin, but much better than Zhao Yuqin and Situ Jianying. Zhao Yuqin is proficient in business and communication, and she is capable of long-sleeve dances in many social circles. She has both talents and appearance, but her culinary skills are one of her major flaws. She is completely the kind of person who can treat sugar as salt. Situ Jianying had been spoiled since he was a child, and only started to learn to cook after getting to know Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao had tasted the craft, and never dared to mention it again. Song Jiahao just called, and said that our funds have almost been transferred to Thailand, and the people under them are adjusting according to your deployment, and the progress is going very smoothly. Su Lin said to Zhou Haoxing when he was giving soup. Zhou Hao nodded. Song Jiahao and their ability to work, I'm still very relieved. I have more free time with them. Su Lin gave him a faint glance. You are free. I went to the company just now. Those employees were all very busy. Some traders just stayed overnight in the company. You wait for the operation to end. After that, you have to treat them well. Of course, I never treat my employees badly. By the way, Mrs. Xiang just called, but I didn't bother you when I saw that you haven't woken up yet. Zhou Hao said, Did Xiang Huaqiang wake up? Su Lin nodded and said, Well, Mrs. Xiang said that Mr. Xiang would like to see you. If it is convenient, you can go to the hospital to see them. Well, I'll go after dinner. After the meal, Su Lin took the initiative to clean up the dishes and chopsticks, while Zhou Hao sat on the sofa with his legs folded and watched the news, like a big man. After a short rest, Zhou Hao and Su Lin went to visit Xiang Huaqiang. To this end, Zhou Hao also bought a fruit basket. Xiang Huaqiang is in the intensive care ward, and there are people from Xi and Ian around the ward. Looking at the situation, it is as if Xiang Huaqiang is the head of state. When they came to Xiang Huaqiang's ward, the two at the door wanted to search Zhou Hao. They were afraid that he would be unfavorable to Xiang Huaqiang, but they were stopped by Xiang Huaxing, who came out to meet Zhou Hao. Presumptuous. Mr. Zhou is my brother. Friends, do you dare to search him? Facing Xiang Huaxing's shout, the two men did not dare to refute, bowed their heads deeply to apologize to Zhou Hao. After entering the ward, I saw that the living facilities here are complete, and they look like hotel suites, except that there are a lot of medical equipment next to the bed where Xiang Huaqiang is located, indicating that this is a hospital. In addition to Xiang Huaqiang on the hospital bed, Li Lan was also sitting in a chair beside the bed, feeding Xiang Huaqiang soup. Brother Zhou, are you here? Xiang Huaqiang immediately smiled when he saw Zhou Hao. Mr. Xiang, are you okay? Zhou Hao asked. Although Xiang Huaqiang's neck is still wrapped with a bandage, his face is ruddy, and it is obviously no problem. Xiang Huaqiang smiled. Thanks to Brother Zhou, I finally saved my life. The doctor told me that, fortunately, I stopped the bleeding in time, otherwise it would be really difficult to save it. And my men said that at that time it was Brother Zhou that you stopped the bleeding. In fact, it was not only what his subordinates said. Although he was confused due to a lot of blood loss at the time, he still knew that Zhou Hao saved himself. Saving a life is better than building a 7th-level float. Mr. Xiang, you don't need to care too much. Zhou Hao seemed very free and easy. By the way, Mr. Xiang, did you find out who wanted your life? Xiang Huaqiang laughed and said, The people under his hand have already been investigated, but those who want my life are nothing more than people on the road. After all, he is a mafia giant who has experienced countless winds and waves. Even if he has just escaped from disaster, Xiang Huaqiang is still very calm and composed. But speaking of it, it's that you don't show your face, Brother Zhou. Xiang Huaqiang looked at Zhou Hao. It turns out that you are the son of Standing Committee Zhao. Ha. I thought you were just a business in Hong Kong from China. Ordinary businessmen really sit back and watch the sky. For Xiang Huaqiang to know his own details, Zhou Hao was not surprised. Now that Sinian has moved closer to the country, there must be a certain network of relationships in the country, and his identity is not a secret in certain circles. As long as you inquire carefully, you will know it naturally. Su Lin, who was with Zhou Hao, was shocked when he heard that he turned out to be the son of a high-level national official. Li Lan also smiled at Zhou Hao. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. We were afraid that you might have any intentions when approaching Huaqiang, so we asked someone to check it out. I'm really sorry. It is not polite to investigate others in private. However, Li Lan took the initiative to frankly and apologize to Zhou Hao, but he also showed a bit upright. Zhou Hao also felt that as a person on the underworld, Li Lan was justified in doing so, and he did not blame them. However, after Li Lan and Xiang Huaxing had just received news from people in China, the shock was still very strong. In order to find out about Zhou Hao, the person they asked was from the Guangdong Provincial Public Security Bureau. After knowing that Zhou Hao was Zhao Rixin's adopted son and was highly valued by the domestic military, Li Lan and Xiang Huaxing thought, no wonder Zhou Hao can enter and exit Zheng Yingpei's residence. They thought it was Zhou Hao deliberately trying to get Zheng Yingpei's relationship, but now it seems that Zheng Yingpei has gone to win over others. After knowing Zhou Hao's value, Li Lan immediately decided that he absolutely wanted to win over Zhou Hao. Although Xinian has become a patriotic underworld, it has moved closer to the country. But who knows if anything will happen in the future. With Zhou Hao's personal help to mediate, perhaps it can also leave a way for Xinian or the Xiang family. What do you want to do with this matter, Mr. Xiang? Zhou Hao asked Xiang Huaqiang and the others. I heard Xiang Huaxing say, of course it is to find out who is behind the scenes, and then do a good deal with him. The head of our Xinian dare to move. I think that guy is tired of life. A Sheng, don't be so impulsive. Xiang Huaqiang was much calmer than his brother. He said to Zhou Hao, however, this matter has spread all over the road. As the head of Xian, I will naturally take some measures. Mr. Xiang, Mrs. Xiang, I want to say a few words about this matter. Zhou Hao said seriously. Xiang Huaqiang and Li Lan quickly said, please speak. Zhou Hao said, although this incident is aimed at the assassination of you, Mr. Xiang, it seems to me that this incident is more like to provoke the troubles of the Hong Kong underworld. Mr. Xiang, now it is important to come back. During this period, Hong Kong must not be chaotic. If there is a real chaos in Hong Kong's underworld, even if some Hong Kong societies have previously stated that they will cooperate with the country will definitely make heavy moves. At that time, the entire underworld in Hong Kong will no longer there is room for survival. He was reminding Xiang Huaqiang, which can also be said to be a kind of warning, telling Xiang Huaqiang that if Xian really wants to provoke a fire of war, then the country will no longer take into account the attitude of their patriotic underworld. Just give the Hong Kong underworld a big purge. Even if these underworlds with a history of tens of hundreds of years can survive tenaciously, the future development space will shrink greatly. I know this too. Xiang Huaqiang said to Zhou Hao. Actually, when I woke up just now, the director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau called me to condole me. Although he didn't say it, I also knew what he meant. Is to let us Xian not act rashly. His expression was serious. I have told the people below not to mess up, but this time the matter really violates the fundamental interests of our society, even if I don't want to pursue it. The brothers below will not agree, so I must do something. Just as Zhou Hao frowned, Xiang Huaqiang said again, I have made an appointment with the old fat of Dongxing, the 14K machine gun, and the servicemen of the gangs with the prefix and. See you in the tea house. Let's talk about this time together. Zhou Hao knew that this was the speaking of numbers that they often had in the underworld, that is, negotiations. He said to Xiang Huaqiang, no matter what your attitude is, Mr. Xiang, I still want to remind you, please think twice before making any decision. I know Brother Zhou's kindness. Xiang Huaqiang nodded and smiled. So for tonight's party, I want Brother Zhou to go with me. Seeing Zhou Hao frown, Xiang Huaqiang said again, you Brother Zhou, please rest assured, I will never tell others about your identity and will not stain the name of Standing Committee Zhao. I invite you to go with you to prove it. He knows that someone at the level of Zhao Rixin is right. These underworld people are very disdainful. If they anger Zhao Rixin, they will bring disaster to themselves and even the underworld in Hong Kong. The official name of the Spine restaurant is actually Fujing Restaurant. Because this restaurant has a long history, people in various communities on the underworld like to drink morning tea here. Over time, people on the road call it Spine Tea House. At 10:30 in the evening, Xiang Huaqiang, Xiang Huaxiang, and Zhou Hao left the Princess Hospital and went to the Spine restaurant. Since Xiang Huaqiang's injury is no longer a major problem, as long as he is not infected, there is no problem. and Xiang Huaqiang doesn't like staying in the hospital. If other patients, the doctor would definitely not agree to let them leave the hospital so early. But who is Xiang Huaqiang? He is the leader of the biggest gang in Hong Kong, and the doctors dare not disobey him. What's more, Xiang Huaqiang is rich and has a private doctor to take care of him at all times, and his treatment conditions are no worse than in the hospital. However, Zhou Hao and Xiang Huaqiang are now going to meet the heads of the major gangs in Hong Kong, and it is not convenient to take Su Lin with him. Knowing Zhou Hao's mind, Li Lan took the initiative to take Su Lin to those senior clubs for skincare and beauty. Sitting in his Mercedes-Benz with Xiang Huaqiang introduced the general situation of Hong Kong underworld to Zhou Hao. The situation mentioned by Xiang Huaqiang is similar to what Zhou Hao knew in his previous life. During this period, there were about dozens of gangs in Hong Kong, most of which belonged to small street gangs. The large gangs that can be counted include Sinian, Lianyingsh, 14 Kings, and Shenghe, etc. Among these large gangs, Sinian, Lianyingsh, and 14 Kings are the most powerful. Noon Jian's business is very broad. Not only has several casinos in Macau, but also several gambling ships and a peripheral gambling group covering Southeast Asia. In addition, with the Yongxing Film Company as the leader, Noon Jian is also very powerful in the Hong Kong film industry. At the same time, it helps Noon Jian to launder the black money through film investment and other methods. As for the Eastern Star, the company's business is mainly in the traditional underground industry, including pornography, gambling, and drugs, but its business method is much more advanced than before, and even some companies have been introduced. Management methods. And just like Xian Nayan, Lianing News Agency also has a lot of energy in the entertainment industry. 14K is the largest pirate in Hong Kong, and more than half of the pirated CDs and DVDs in Hong Kong, and even in Southeast Asia, come from them. Now the clerk of Eastern Star, Lao Fat, that is, Xiang Bingrun, has been sitting in the seat of the clerk of Eastern Star for more than 10 years. This guy does not pay attention to the rules, and he is very spicy. People in Dongxings are very afraid of him. However, I heard that his position as a clerk was taken back by the former clerk more than 10 years ago. Xiang Huaqiang introduced to Zhou Hao. As for the 14K boss, Anlanji, nicknamed Machine Gun. Among the leaders of our associations, he is the youngest. He has just turned 40 this year. This guy is a genuine MIT graduate in the United States. He was a big man before he went to the underworld, the financial manager of the group, but later that group went bankrupt. He was also framed by the group's shareholders and pushed the group's illicit accounts on him. Although it was later found out that it had nothing to do with him, there was no other company dare to use him. Then he went to loan Shark in a fit of anger and achieved the leading position of 14K along the way. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "This is the so-called intelligent criminal." Xiang Huaqiang said, "Yes, now the 14K are all professionals he hired back with a high salary." "I see. The current 14K is about to be formed into a group by him." "Well, there is also the gangs at the beginning of he were originally a big gang decades ago. Neither Sinian nor the United British News Agency were their opponents, but then they split into several small gangs due to their internal conflicts. It's not as good as before. By the way, Mr. Xiang, will the Hong Kong gangs really kill people in the street like in the movie?" Zhou Hao asked. "It's not that there is no, but it is much less than before." Xiang Huaqiang said, "Now our associations, the main purpose is to make money, and everything is aimed at making money. If not necessary, we are very the young people move their knives and guns. Of course, there are no good men and women in the road, and yelling is inevitable. But," he sighed suddenly, "walking on the rivers and lakes is not easy after all. That's why I sent my 2 sons to the UK to study early, just because I didn't want them to be burdened by things in the club." Zhou Hao was also very moved when he saw the deep love of protecting the calf shown by the underworld leader at this moment. Zhou Hao and the others soon came to this Spine restaurant, which is famous in Hong Kong's underworld. They saw that the doorway, which is not too magnificent, was full of people, all underworld people. And the streets here are full of luxury cars, which should be the leader of the various associations. Xiang Huaqiang also brought a lot of people, 30 people, and many of them have pistols, especially the guards next to Xiang Huaqiang, 2 of whom have a light machine gun hidden in their bodies. In case of emergency, When the people from other organizations at the door saw Xiang Huaqiang getting off the car, they all greeted respectfully. It seems that they are all here, let's go in, Xiang Huaqiang said to Zhou Hao. The two walked into the restaurant together. There were no other guests in the restaurant. They were all fierce or frivolous underworld members. When Zhou Hao and Xiang Huaqiang came to a large room on the second floor, they saw a lot of people already sitting inside. Moreover, Zhou Hao also saw an acquaintance, but it was Xiao Lianhu who wanted to take Liang Xiaobing away from TVB City that day. I saw him standing behind a fat middle-aged man at this time. As soon as Zhou Hao saw the middle-aged man, he guessed that he was Fong Bingrun, the veteran of the United British News Agency, known as Uncle Fatty. Fong Bingrun has a typical face, as if his facial features are crowded together, and his mouth is full of yellow teeth when he smiles. On the opposite side of Fong Bingrun, there is a middle-aged man with a well-groomed suit and well-groomed hair. He also wears a pair of gold wire glasses. He looks like a successful entrepreneur. The two subordinates around him also wore suits like white-collar workers, so Zhou Hao guessed that this person should be in Longji mentioned by Xiang Huaqiang. There are other people who are the heads of other societies. Hey, our fifth elder brother is here finally. Let's have a good time. Seeing Xiang Huaqiang's arrival, Fong Bingrun first laughed, but his smiling face looked very annoying. I saw him looking at the bandage on Xiang Huaqiang's neck and said a little gloating. Fifth brother, I heard that you were almost done by the gunman. It's okay. I told you before, don't do it. So many wicked deeds, or do more good deeds. You see now? Is the retribution coming? Xiang Huaqiang didn't say anything about Fong Bingrun's ridicule, but Xiang Huaqiang beside him couldn't bear it. He pointed at Fong Bingrun and cursed. What? You fat pig. I think it's you, old man. The pig is looking for someone to kill my brother. Hearing what Xiang Huaqiang said, Fong Bingrun's expression changed, and he quickly said, You can eat anything but don't talk nonsense, Xiang Huaqiang. Don't just wrong the good people. Zhou Hao knew that Xing Yingpei had previously called Fong Bingrun, saying that the shooter was a red stick of their Lianing news agency. So Fong Bingrun only revealed his guilty conscience after hearing Xiang Huaqiang's impulsive words. If the people of Xian find out that Gao Wentao is from their Lianing news agency, then a battle between Xian and Lianing news agency will be inevitable. But when Xiang Huaqiang raised his hand to stop Xiang Huaqiang, he said lightly, Ashing, don't talk nonsense. Yes, brother fifth, take care of your brother. Fong Bingrun said angrily. At this moment, Longji walked up. Hey, don't make a noise as soon as we meet. Our fifth brother has just been discharged from the hospital. We should celebrate him. Come on, everyone. As a result, these leading figures who had been ups and downs on the underworld in Hong Kong sat together in a crowd. In this matter, it is obvious that someone wants my life. After sitting down, Xiang Huaqiang said first. Everyone in the audience was embarrassed when they heard the words. Xiang Huaqiang is a leader in the Hong Kong underworld. If he is assassinated and killed, what will happen to the Hong Kong underworld? They also know very well. Fifth brother, let me explain first. That person was definitely not sent by me. Longji smiled. Xiang Huaqiang sneered. We didn't say who it was. What are you doing with such a guilty conscience? Longji narrowed his smile and said with a calm face, Xiang Huaqiang, be careful when you speak. Huh. Everyone knows that you are interested in the casinos of our XING and in Macau. If my brother is gone, I can hardly guarantee that some people will take the opportunity to seize our casino in Macau. The police do not often say that when handling cases. Is there any motive for committing the crime? I think the motives of some people are also obvious. Xiang Huaqiang said without showing weakness. Longji slapped the table suddenly, got up and pointed at Xiang Huaqiang. Xiang Huaqiang, I respect you Sinian 3 points, but you don't have to be too big. If we really want to fight, we are not afraid of anyone in 14K. Machine gun, calm down. Sheng didn't mean that. Xiang Huaqiang said to Longji. Xiang Huaqiang said, Brother, do you need to be so polite to him? I think he has that suspicion at all. You shut up. Are you happy when our two clubs really fight? Xiang Huaqiang stared at Xiang Huaqiang and scolded. Although Xiang Huaqiang has a straightforward personality, he listens most to his brother. Although he was still very unconvinced with Longji, he lowered his head and stopped talking. And Xiang Huaqiang also said to everyone present, I don't doubt what everyone here means. I just hope you can help me find out who wants me to kill someone. Although I am not a young man. But it's also saying that anyone who wants to bully will be bullied. His tone became more and more gloomy. Moreover, since that guy dared to deal with me, he wouldn't have any scruples about everyone. I dare say that if you don't get this guy out, then I will never be the last victim. The expressions of Enlongji, Fong Bingrun, and others changed. Xiang Huaqiang's remarks were clearly reminders, but they were not without threats. Everyone has heard Xiang Huaqiang's implication. That is, if you don't find out who is going to disadvantage him, then he won't make them feel at ease. Fifth brother, are you threatening us? Fong Bingrun squinted at Xiang Huaqiang. Xiang Huaqiang leaned back a little on the back of the chair, took a sip of tea, and slowly said, "It's just a reminder. I think everyone understands that at this time, if there are large-scale conflicts in the major organizations, it will not be good for anyone." Zhou Hao, who was sitting next to Xiang Huaqiang, said, "No matter what your attitude toward the Chinese government newspaper is, but if you really want to fight, neither the Chinese government nor the British government will stand by. You are forcing them to clean up the entire Hong Kong underworld in a disguised form. Now the fifth brother is just asking everyone to help investigate the real culprit. I don't want to make things big and make things out of control. It can be regarded as an explanation for the fifth brother and Xian engine." "Who is this kid?" Fong Bingrun over there sneered. "Fifth brother, is it your son?" Others also cast their eyes on Zhou Hao. In fact, everyone started paying attention to him when he came in with Xiang Huaqiang and Xiang Huaxing. Now that he can speak on behalf of Xiang Huaqiang, they can't help but feel his identity. Be curious. Xiang Huaqiang looked around for a week before he smiled at everyone. "This is Zhou Hao, my good friend, and thanks to him, I can save my life this time." At this time, Xiao Lianhu also leaned over to Fong Bingrun's ear and said a few words. Fong Bingrun sank his face and looked at Zhou Hao's gaze. Zhou Hao knew that Xiao Lianhu must have told Fong Bingrun what happened that day, but he didn't care at all and showed an indifferent sneer at Fong Bingrun. Fong Bingrun has been the leader of the United British News Agency for so many years. Except for people like Xiang Huaqiang who can quarrel with him, wherever he has been provoked by others. Now he sees the sneer on Zhou Hao's face that is obviously contemptuous. Got furious. But when he was about to get angry, the others had already agreed to Xiang Huaqiang's request, and they got up and were ready to leave, and Xiang Huaqiang was also ready to leave. Fong Bingrun immediately thumped the table and shouted, "Fifth brother, you go first, but that kid has to stay with me." Xiang Huaqiang raised his eyebrows and squinted at Fong Bingrun. "What? My brother provoke you this week?" "Umph. I saw a little star, you know." Fong Bingrun said, "I saw her a long time ago. I wanted to invite her back to eat and drink with me a few days ago. This kid is getting in the way and hurt my people." He glared at Zhou Hao. "Even the people I sent out dared to hit me. How is this different from slapping me? How is it different from slapping our Dongxing? So this kid can't go." He saw Xiang Huaqiang coldly snorted. "He is my friend and my savior. If I keep him, will I be able to come out to meet people in the future?" His counterpart Bingrun was not at all polite. "Besides, who we all know that Liang Xiaobing doesn't like you. Although we are gangsters, we don't shy away from playing women. But the premise is that people are willing. Otherwise, what is the difference between this and forcing a good for a prostitution? Fong Laofei, this thing was originally your fault, and now you dare to find Zhou Hao settled the accounts." Fong Bingrun was trembling with anger by Xiang Huaqiang's words, but Xiang Huaqiang was right. Although they are from the underworld, according to the justice of the world, it is still disdain to force the good to be a prostitute. Although Fong Bingrun and others have done a lot of forcing a good prostitution, they would not speak out blatantly to get others to talk about it. Originally, because Zheng Yingpei came forward to protect Liang Xiaobing and let Fong Bingrun have nothing to do with Liang Xiaobing, he was already annoyed. Now knowing from Xiao Lianhu that Zhou Hao was the one who prevented them from taking Liang Xiaobing that day, so Fong Bingrun's anger was vented. As a result, Fong Bingrun became angry and said, "The surname Xiang. Now do you have to protect this kid?" "I am in Baoding." Xiang Huaqiang's eyes were extremely sharp. "You must be against me?" Fong Bingrun patted the table, shaking the teapot and cups on it. And Xiao Lianhu and two of his men behind him immediately took a step forward. Xiang Huaqiang didn't need to speak. The guard behind him had already pulled out a gun. "Fifth brother, There is no need to trouble you about this matter. I can settle it by myself. Zhou Hao smiled lightly. Xiang Huaqiang looked at Zhou Hao, and seeing the confident smile on his face, he nodded to his two subordinates and asked them to retract their guns. Zhou Hao looked directly at Fang Bingrun. Now I am here. What do you want to do? Just listen to Fang Bingrun sneered again and again. Boy, you are so bold. Since the day I came out, no one has dared to fight me again and again like you. However, I also appreciate your courage. As long as you with one hand left, I will wipe the past events as if they were written in chalk. Old fat, I'm afraid you dare not want it. Xiang Huaqiang sneered at the other Bingrun. Old brother Zhou is a good friend of Chief Zheng. If you dare to touch him, I'm afraid the place below you will be swept by the police soon. It's gone. He already knew that Zheng Yingpei was also interested in wooing Zhou Hao, so he would never let anyone hurt Zhou Hao. As soon as Fang Bingrun heard that Zhou Hao was a good friend of Zheng Yingpei, and then remembered that Zheng Yingpei suddenly came forward to provide shelter to Liang Xiaobing, he immediately realized it. At first, he was surprised how Zheng Yingpei would protect Liang Xiaobing for no reason. If Zheng Yingpei was originally related to Liang Xiaobing, why didn't he protect Liang Xiaobing before? Fang Bingrun had previously suspected that Liang Xiaobing had hooked up with Zheng Yingpei before he was protected by Zheng Yingpei. But now it seems that the key to this is clearly Zhou Hao. First, Zhou Hao repeatedly blocked the people he sent, and then Zheng Yingpei called himself and said that Liang Xiaobing was his world niece and told him not to harass her. Is it because of this kid that Zheng Yingpei didn't hesitate to personally protect that little itch? Fang Bingrun secretly asked. Right now, Fang Bingrun hesitated. Although, as Xiang Huaqiang said, he did not follow the rules very much, it did not mean that he was not afraid of the police. Especially Zheng Yingpei was the deputy commissioner of police, and his brother Zheng Yingquan was also the secretary of finance. The family's political energy is very strong. If they are targeted, their U.S. news agency is afraid that it will never have a good time and may even be eaten away by other gangs. But it would be a shame to shrink back, especially in front of so many people. How about it, Fang Bingrun? Seeing Fang Bingrun's hesitant look, Zhou Hao's smile grew stronger. I'm here. If you have the ability, you can take my hand. As he said, he raised his right hand and gently leaned on the back of a nearby chair. But even when he put his hand on the back of the chair so lightly, the chair made of mahogany shattered suddenly and turned into a piece of wood chips, making Xiang Huaqiang and Enlongji both stunned. Fang Bingrun's pupils shrank even more. Thinking that Zhou Hao's hand hit him, could he be spared? After swallowing his saliva, he forcefully said calmly, Boy, this time I will spare you once for the sake of the fifth brother. Let's go. After he said, he let his hands and walked to the door. But when he passed by Zhou Hao, he still looked at Zhou Hao gloomily. Wow, my little brother, what a great skill. As Zhou Hao and Xiang Huaqiang were walking outside, Enlongji rushed up and walked beside Zhou Hao and exclaimed, Is that brother Zhou? Haha, I am 10. Everyone called me a machine gun for the 4KS. Knowing that Zhou Hao, Zheng Yingpei, and Xiang Huaqiang are good friends, Enlongji also became interested in friendship. Zhou Hao was also quite curious about this man who used modern corporate management methods to manage the gang, and smiled and shook hands with him. Hello, brethren. Enlongji hurriedly laughed and said, Brother Zhou, the nightclubs under our 14K name are the best in Hong Kong. How about I invite you to enjoy it when I have a chance? Not only are there all kinds of women, but I also have stars. Find a way, as long as you like Brother Zhou. I appreciate the kindness of brethren. If I have time, I will definitely check it out, as long as brethren is not too troublesome. And Long Julian said he didn't dare, and a group of people came to the door, and Longji asked Zhou how to visit him when he was free, and then left with his men. And Xiang Huaqiang also carried Zhou Hao to his residence. Su Lin and Li Lan should have been waiting for them there. However, as soon as he arrived at Xiang Huaqiang's villa, Zhou Hao received a call from Wang Weiwen. I only heard Wang Weiwen saying with a crying voice, Zhou Hao, come here. Xiaobing is gone. Hearing Wang Weiwen's words, Zhou Hao's heart was shocked. What? Weiwen, what did you say? Wang Weiwen said on the phone. Xiaobing, she is gone. How come it's gone? Isn't she at home? Did you call her? Zhou Hao asked anxiously, but Wang Weiwen just cried blindly. Zhou Hao couldn't understand what he said. In the end, Zhou Hao was suddenly right. He drank on the phone. Enough, you calm me down. Tell me the details. After being drunk by Zhou Hao, Wang Weiwen stopped crying and said intermittently, I just came back from the company with Xiaobing and wanted to have a drink downstairs after the shower. But I went up to look for something after the shower. When I was in Xiaobing, I found out that she was not there and the door of the house was open. Xiaobing is usually a confessed person and would not leave without closing the door. So I called her immediately, but the phone was connected several times. No one speaks. Every time I hang up within 3 or 4 seconds. Knowing what happened, Zhou Hao's face also became serious, because from Wang Weiwen's words, Liang Xiaobing obviously did not leave the house by himself, especially when Wang Weiwen called Liang Xiaobing. The phone was clear, but no one spoke and quickly hung up. Line, this situation is very unusual. Also, Xiaobing's house is very messy. Obviously, there are traces of struggle. Wang Weiwen added, Zhou Hao, did you think Xiaobing was taken away? Was it that Fang Bingrun did it? Should we do it? Call the police. In this case, Liang Xiaobing was probably taken away from home. Zhou Hao's mind came up with the gaze that Fang Bingrun looked at him when he left when he was in the Spine restaurant and muttered to himself, is it really that guy who did it? But it shouldn't, Pei Shu clearly warned. What's the matter? Xiang Huaqiang next to him saw Zhou Hao's look different and asked concerned. As soon as Zhou Hao told the matter, Xiang Huaqiang immediately took out the phone. I'll call Lao Fei to ask. After that, he dialed Fang Bingruan's number. He also knew that Liang Xiaobing was missing, and Fang Bingrun was most suspicious. Old Fat, where are you now? Xiang Huaqiang asked. At home, what's the matter? You saved enough face just now, and now you still want to get rid of me. Fang Bingrun said impatiently. Xiang Huaqiang sighed deeply. Old Fat, what happened just now is over. You tell me honestly, did you let someone take Liang Xiaobing away? If so, you quickly put her back, and I told Zhou Hao just assumed that nothing happened. Fang Bingrun was also at a loss. What's the mess? When will I get people to catch that little itch? That woman. Xiang Huaqiang naturally thought that he was pretending to be stupid, so he said in a deep voice, Old Fat, let me save the people. Could you really want Zhang Yingpei to send someone to your house before you will submit? Who is this to? It's no good. Xiang Huaqiang, what the are you talking about? When did I take Liang Xiaobing? You should tell me the FCK, don't spit people here. Fang Bingrun was also angry. Hearing Fang Bingruan's curse, Xiang Huaqiang was also very annoyed, but he took 2 deep breaths to keep himself calm. Liang Xiaobing just disappeared, so I called you to ask. I did this to give you a step. Next, if you are stubborn, when the time comes, Zhang Yingpei will find you in person, don't blame us. But I didn't let anyone arrest Liang Xiaobing. How did you let me go? To your mother. What does it have to do with me if the woman is missing? Fang Bingrun shouted, and then hung up the phone. But in fact, he himself was also anxious. Before, he had let Liang Xiaobing be his own woman. Now Liang Xiaobing is gone. Everyone's first reaction is to do it themselves, and Zhang Yingpei will definitely find himself. There is also Zhou Hao. Although he can't find out who he is, even Zhang Yingpei can come forward to protect Liang Xiaobing for him. This person must be unusual. Fang Bingrun scratched her head in irritation and called one of her subordinates to order. Go and ask the people below to see if they have harassed Liang Xiaobing. Also, send someone to find Liang Xiaobing. But remember, don't hurt her. I know the boss. The subordinate immediately left. Where is Lianhu? Fang Bingrun shouted again. Big Brother seems to say that he is going to Macau to play both hands, and he won't be back until tomorrow. The subordinate replied. Fang Bingrun waved his hand, and the subordinate went out, and he also took out the phone to call Xiao Lianhu. But what he heard was the tone of the other party shutting down. That stinky boy, just betting on money, not even calling open. On the other side, after Fang Bingrun hung up the phone, Xiang Huaqiang said to Zhou Hao, should I go with you to find Lao Fat? I think Liang Xiaobing might have been captured by him. However, Zhou Hao shook his head. I don't think it would be him. Since Zhang Yingpei had warned Fang Bingrun before, even if Fang Bingrun wanted to retaliate against him, he would not take Liang Xiaobing away so rashly. Moreover, he intuitively felt that this was not done by Fang Bingrun. Then I'll let someone go out and help find it. Xiang Huaqiang said again. No need. Zhou Hao said. Fifth brother, let me use this car. Also, You tell Su Lin that I will go back later. No problem, but you really don't need me to send someone to help you? Zhou Hao shook his head. A few people got out of the car. Zhou Hao sat in the driver's seat, and Xiang Huaqiang asked his subordinates to pass a pistol to Zhou Hao and said, "In case of emergency, also be careful." Zhou Hao nodded, put the pistol aside, and drove out of Xiang Huaqiang's villa. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz leaving Juechen, Xiang Huaqiang said to Xiang Huaxing next to him, "Sheng, you immediately disperse the people and go out. You must find Liang Xiaobing back." "I know the big brother," Xiang Huaxing responded. As for Zhou Hao here, he actually didn't know where Liang Xiaobing was. Although the police have now been reported, and Xiang Huaqiang will definitely send someone to help find Liang Xiaobing, Zhou Hao intuitively feels that Liang Xiaobing is now in danger. It will be too late for the police or people on the underworld to recruit her. So he simply drove out by himself and went to Liang Xiaobing with his superhuman intuition. Fei No Shan is located at the junction of Wang Tai Sin District, Kuntong District, West Industrial District, and Sha Tin District in Hong Kong. It is also known as Kowloon Peak and is the highest mountain in Kowloon. From Fei No Mountain, you can see the entire Kowloon Peninsula and the north shore of Hong Kong Island. There is no bus to Fei Mountain. Tourists mainly rely on their own vehicles or taxis to arrive. Perhaps because of the sparse population, it is also a place for many lovers to chat. At this time, a commercial vehicle drove slowly from the bottom of the mountain and quietly walked on the highway of Fei Mountain. In the end, the black business car stopped halfway up the mountain, and then a few people got out of the car and also carried a struggling woman. After getting out of the car, they walked straight into the woods beside the road and continued to deepen and soon disappeared. When they came to the depths of the dark woods, the flashlight beams on the hands of those few people became very conspicuous. They put down the woman, and the light from the flashlight hit her face, but it was Liang Xiaobing who was taken away from home. Her hands were tied behind her back, her feet were tightly entangled with hemp rope, and her mouth was stuffed with cloth strips. Her face was full of panic and doubt. "Although I'm very sorry, but we can't let you go." A man walked up to Liang Xiaobing with a cigarette in his mouth. The glow of the flame made his face strangely eerie in the darkness. This man lied to Xiao Lianhu, who had gone to Macau to gamble. Sitting on the ground, Liang Xiaobing couldn't move, his eyes fixed on Xiao Lianhu, as if asking why. Xiao Lianhu picked up the cigarette between his lips, spewed out a wisp of white smoke, and said faintly, "Don't blame me. As long as you die, Fong Bingrun will be very troublesome. This is what I would love to see. Humph, humph. As long as it is something that makes him angry, I am happy to do it." While Xiao Lianhu was talking, his 3 men were digging holes in the ground holding shovel. Seeing the 3 men constantly waving their shovel, Liang Xiaobing guessed that they might be burying themselves alive. At this time, fear filled her mind. She didn't want to die, and she was unwilling or willing to end her life like this. Her acting career is not over. She has not been in love. She has not enjoyed the joy of love. Tears overflowed in an instant and spread across her face. She kept shaking her head and looking at Xiao Lianhu with pleading eyes, hoping that he could let her go. But Xiao Lianhu saw her begging eyes, but he just shook his head. "Don't ask me. I knew when I was very young. Begging is useless. Begging for mercy is useless. Only strength can save myself. The best weapon for you." He looked at Liang Xiaobing on the ground with pity. "Unfortunately, you are just a weak woman. You can't save yourself." At this time, the pit used to bury Liang Xiaobing had been dug. At Xiao Lianhu's signal, 2 of his men grabbed Liang Xiaobing's shoulders and the other grabbed Liang Xiaobing's feet and carried her into the pit. Then, they used a shovel to cover Liang Xiaobing with the mud. Although Liang Xiaobing kept twisting her body to get out of the pit, her hands and feet were tied, and she couldn't even make a call for help. The body was soon covered with mud. "Miss Liang, goodbye." Xiao Lianhu, who was standing outside the pit, smiled to Liang Xiaobing, who only showed one face. At this moment, Zhou Hao appeared in Liang Xiaobing's mind. Zhou Hao rescued her the previous few times, and Zhou Hao gave her a strong sense of security. She shouted in her heart, "Zhou Hao, come and save me. Please, come and save me." Liang Xiaobing's body from the neck down was already covered by mud, and only an extremely panicked face appeared. Her mouth was blocked by a cloth strip, so she couldn't scream at all, and even if she called for help in the barren mountains and ridges, no one might hear her. She saw that the man was scooping up a pile of dirt with a shovel, and she was about to cover her face. "Zhou Hao, where are you? Come and save me," Liang Xiaobing yelled in his heart, his face wet with gurgling tears. Ah! Just as the man was about to cover Liang Xiaobing's face with dirt, he suddenly let out a cry of pain, and he fell softly. Xiao Lianhu and the other two men were suddenly startled, and those two men just straightened up and looked around the dense forest. At this moment, two small stones were shot out from the darkness at the same time, and the two people suddenly felt a pain in the back of their neck, and then they turned black in front of them and fell down weakly. They were already unconscious. Seeing his three subordinates fall down one after another for no reason, Xiao Lianhu also became nervous. After turning around twice, he still didn't see anyone around him. He shouted and asked, "Who? Come out for me." His right hand also took out a pistol from behind his waist and held it firmly in his hand. I was surprised at first. Even if Fang Bingrun is the boss of Dongxing, he should not dare to touch the people whom Zhang Yingpei wants to protect. But if something happens to Xiaobing, everyone will definitely suspect him, so he should not be so. Stupidity is. A young male voice came out from the dense forest. I just didn't expect that the director of such a good show is actually his godson. You are deliberately trying to drag him back. Following these words, a tall voice slowly walked out of the woods beside Shaolian Lake, and it was Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao drove the car and relied on his superhuman intuition. Although he had gone a lot of wrong ways, he finally found this place. Liang Xiaobing, who was buried for most of his body, saw Zhou Hao really come to save herself. The joy and emotion in her heart could not be added. She also faintly developed a sense of fatalism. He called Zhou Hao in his heart, and he really appeared. "Rescue yourself, is this destined by God?" And seeing Liang Xiaobing looking at him with eager and grateful eyes, Zhou Hao also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking that fortunately to be there in time, his intuition is not only used to gamble for lottery tickets, but also very effective in saving people. But seeing Xiao Lianhu holding a gun and aiming at Zhou Hao's forehead, he asked fiercely, "How did you find this place?" He naturally didn't know Zhou Hao's superhuman instincts. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't believe it. Since Fang Bingrun couldn't let Fang Bingrun know, only these three confidants knew about what he took Liang Xiaobing over by abduction, and no one else knew. So Xiao Lianhu's first reaction when he saw Zhou Hao was that someone betrayed him. How I came is not the key. The key is that if I come, you can't succeed. Zhou Hao sneered. Xiao Lianhu was Fang Bingrun's godson, but he kidnapped Liang Xiaobing without telling Fang Bingrun. Judging from his intention to kill Liang Xiaobing, he obviously wanted to put Liang Xiaobing's death on Fang Bingrun, so that Zhou Hao and Zhang Yingpei would both pointed at Fang Bingrun. In Zhou Hao's view, Xiao Lianhu did this for two reasons. The first is that he has a deep hatred with Fang Bingrun, and the second is that he wants to get rid of Fang Bingrun and replace him to take over the United Nations news agency. Power. In comparison, Zhou Hao prefers the second possibility, because Xiao Lianhu is Fang Bingrun's godson. If there is any enmity between the two, Fang Bingrun would not know it, let alone accept Xiao Lianhu as his godson. "Up! I can't succeed if I go to your mother," Xiao Lianhu shouted. "Kill you too. I see who else knows this." He pointed the gun at Zhou Hao's head and sneered. It's not a toy gun this time. Following the voice, a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and his index finger was about to pull the trigger. However, seeing Zhou Hao taking 2 steps quickly, he instantly stood in front of Xiao Lianhu, and at the same time stretched out his right hand to press on Xiao Lianhu's gun, stuck with insurance so that the pistol could not be fired. Xiao Lianhu was startled. He didn't expect Zhou Hao to act so decisively and quickly. Just as he was about to raise his other hand to beat Zhou Hao, when Zhou Hao twisted his right hand against the gun body, he immediately felt pain. He loosened the pistol, and when he came back to his senses, the pistol had already reached Zhou Hao's hand, and the target of the gun had become Xiao Lianhu. Xiao Lianhu immediately raised his hands and said without hesitation, "Don't kill me." Zhou Hao was taken aback by Xiao Lianhu's reaction, because in his opinion, Xiao Lianhu should be that kind of very stubborn person, and even the disadvantaged party would never give up. So when Zhou Hao first heard it, he thought Xiao Lianhu said, "Kill me." "What? You say it again." Zhou Hao said uncertainly. Don't kill me. The expression on Xiao Lianhu's face was very firm, not like those cowardly people who wag their tails. Why don't you kill you? You give me a reason. Zhou Hao became curious, because he clearly saw the struggle in Xiao Lianhu's eyes, the kind of person who didn't want to give in to himself or just lose his life. Struggle. Xiao Lianhu took a deep breath. Because I still have things to finish, so I can't just die like this. Taking a deep look at Xiao Lianhu, Zhou Hao did not speak, but put down the pistol and skillfully dismantled the complete pistol into pieces and threw it on the ground. He learned this hand in the Zhao Dingzhou military region. Then, Zhou Hao pulled Liang Xiaobing out of the pit, took off the cloth strips in her mouth, and untied the ropes on her hands and feet. Zhou Hao. After regaining his mobility, Liang Xiaobing cried into Zhou Hao's arms, holding him tightly and refused to let go. Zhou Hao held her fragrant shoulders, while patted the mud on her body while stroking her powder back softly and comfortingly said, "It's okay. Be good. Don't cry. It's okay." Yeah. Liang Xiaobing nodded slightly, but the tears couldn't stop falling. But the tears at this moment were full of joy and joy. In Zhou Hao's arms, she felt extremely warm and extremely safe, and no one could hurt herself anymore. Xiao Lianhu over there did not take the opportunity to run away, but stood there quietly, watching Zhou Hao rescue Liang Xiaobing. Zhou Hao embraced the weak Liang Xiaobing and said to Xiao Lianhu, "The reason you did this is obviously aimed at Fongbing Run. Because if Xiaobing had an accident, everyone would suspect Fongbing Run, and neither I nor Zheng Yingpei would you will let him go. Your purpose is to plant the blame and point all the fingers at Fongbing Run." Xiao Lianhu looked at Zhou Hao indifferently. "Yes, this is my purpose." He said to Zhou Hao, "Now, you and Fongbing Run also have a grudge, and you know it all along the way. Although there are Xiang Huaqiang and Zheng Yingpei, they are all closely related to you. So Fongbing Run dare not deal with you rashly. But I can tell you that Fongbing Run is a person who must report his flaws. As long as there is a chance, or once you become a weaker party, he will definitely not let you go." What about this? Zhou Hao knew that Xiao Lianhu was telling the truth, and Fongbing Run was indeed the kind of person who had a grudge. Just listen to Xiao Lianhu said. "As long as you don't tell anyone about this matter today, as long as I get rid of Fongbing Run in the future, your hidden danger will naturally disappear." Even, he squinted at Zhou Hao. If possible, I hope you can help me, and I can promise you, as long as Fongbing Run is removed and I sit on the leading position of the East Star, the annual income of the East Star, after removing the necessary expenses of the club, the rest I'll give you half of it, which is at least several hundred million Hong Kong dollars. The hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars are not that attractive to Zhou Hao. However, it does not mean that Zhou Hao is not tempted, especially now that he can use this money as startup capital in South Korea. Because with George Soros and others attacking Thailand's financial market, this financial crisis that originally only occurred among Southeast Asian countries will soon spread to South Korea, Japan, and other countries. This is an excellent plunder for Zhou Hao. Opportunity for wealth. He already has other plans for Japan, and for South Korea, since South Korea has only begun to flourish in recent years. Even if it seizes the opportunity of the financial market, Zhou Hao can gain very limited benefits from it. So for Zhou Hao, South Korea is more like a piece of chicken ribs. It is a pity that the food is tasteless, and he is not willing to put money there. And the money Xiao Lianhu promised could be used to dedicate the Buddha to Zhou Hao and put it on the Korean financial market. However, in Zhou Hao's view, a few hundred million is a bit less. So he asked Xiao Lianhu, "How much money can you East Star mobilize in total?" Dongxing has accounts in Swiss Bank and Citibank. After so many years of accumulation, the funds should be billions of Hong Kong dollars. But I am not very clear. Only Fongbing Run knows best. Xiao Lianhu said, "There is also, I know that Fongbing Run has a private account with Swiss Bank, with more than 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in it." Zhou Hao said again, "If you sit in the leading position of the East Star, how much money can you transfer?" Xiao Lianhu hesitated and said after a while, "It is impossible to mobilize all the money. People in the club will not agree, but if it is less than 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, I am still confident. Well, if I help you sit in the leading position of the East Star, you will give me 1 billion Hong Kong dollars." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Of course, this is just a loan. At the latest, at the beginning of next year, I'll return it to you with interest. Xiao Lianhu hesitated, because even if it took the leading position of the United British News Agency, it would not be easy to mobilize this large amount of funds, especially those uncles in the club, although they have no real power, but the reputation is still there. If they object, it is also a tricky thing. However, looking at the smile on Zhou Hao's face, Xiao Lianhu knew that he had no choice. If he doesn't agree, even if Zhou Hao doesn't kill himself now, as long as he tells Fang Bingrun what happened this time, he won't live long. So Xiao Lianhu gritted his teeth and said to Zhou Hao, "Okay, I promise you." Zhou Hao stretched out his right hand to him, smiled and said, "Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation." Now that he had made the decision, Xiao Lianhu had nothing to regret, and he shook Zhou Hao's hand freely. As for the three subordinates of Xiao Lianhu who fell to the ground, they were just knocked out by Zhou Hao. When they were awakened by Xiao Lianhu and saw Zhou Hao, they subconsciously took money to target Zhou Hao. Xiao Lianhu quickly stopped and said, "Don't mess around. Mr. Zhou is now my partner." The three of them were obviously Xiao Lianhu's henchmen and were very obedient to his orders. They immediately retracted their guns and greeted Zhou Hao. "Hello, Mr. Zhou." When a group of people came out of the dense forest, Xiao Lianhu said to Zhou Hao, "People outside think I am still in Macau, so I have to show up tomorrow, and I will contact you tomorrow." Then he looked at Zhou again. Liang Xiaobing beside Hao showed a kind smile. "Miss Liang, I am very sorry for what happened today. I apologize to you." Although Xiao Lianhu had already cooperated with Zhou Hao now, he was the one who almost killed himself after all, so Liang Xiaobing still rejected him very much in his heart. However, due to Zhou Hao's affection, she nodded slightly. Afterwards, Liang Xiaobing sat in Zhou Hao's car. Zhou Hao sat in the driver's seat. Seeing that there were still some dirt and tears on her face, he took out a wet wipe from the car and gently wiped her face off. "Stains. Zhou Hao, thank you," Liang Xiaobing said from the bottom of his heart. "You have helped me so much and saved my life today. I don't know how to thank you anymore." Zhou Hao shook his head lightly. "We are friends, not to mention these." Seeing this handsome young man, Liang Xiaobing's heart was throbbing. For the first time in her life, she was touched by a man, the man in front of her who had repeatedly helped herself without asking for anything in return. In fact, Liang Xiaobing has no experience of being in love. Even the scandals that have been circulated in society before are just created by the company deliberately. In the entertainment circle, handsome men are like crucian carp, but the longer he stays in this circle, the more deeply Liang Xiaobing knows the hypocrisy of this circle. Most of those handsome men and beauties just face the love of men and women with the attitude of celebrating every occasion. The so-called joyless scene is not true. Liang Xiaobing has actually met. Compared with the male stars in the entertainment industry, Zhou Hao is not the most handsome, but he has more charm than those male stars who can only do dramas, just like the sun in the sky. As long as he is there, other men it will appear dull. Moreover, he is not like those men who have other intentions, and then help himself to make excessive demands on himself. As Su Lin said that day, Zhou Hao can really be said to be the best man in the world. It's just, Su Lin's words that day appeared in his mind again. Zhou Hao had a girlfriend, and his relationship was very good. Thinking of this, Liang Xiaobing couldn't help feeling sad. Now she could see that Su Lin might also like this man. Before, Liang Xiaobing hadn't been tempted by Zhou Hao, so she didn't notice it. Now she is also tempted. She is somewhat similar to Su Lin in thinking, and she understands that Su Lin also likes Zhou Hao. He has a girlfriend. Do I want to destroy other people's feelings like other female stars? Liang Xiaobing asked himself silently in his heart. By the way, because you are gone, Wei Wen has already called the police. Zhou Hao suddenly said to her, "But now, I don't want Xiao Lianhu exposed, so Xiaobing, can you cooperate with me? I know this is very wrong. But please." Seeing Zhou Hao's sincere look, Liang Xiaobing shook his head and said softly, "You saved my life. This is nothing. I told the police that I went out to buy things by myself and didn't tell Wei Wen about him. No matter, the police will not open a case." "Xiaobing, thank you." Zhou Hao smiled. Then, he called and told Wang Wei Wen that he had found Liang Xiaobing. Hearing that Liang Xiaobing had found him, Wang Wei Wen also let go of the big stone hanging in his heart and quickly asked Zhou how to call Liang Xiaobing. Even for his best friend, Liang Xiaobing didn't tell Wang Weiwen about Xiao Lianhu, only that he had an accident temporarily, and apologized to Wang Weiwen for worrying about it. Then, Wang Weiwen notified the police that Liang Xiaobing had been found and asked them to close the team. After sending Liang Xiaobing back, Zhou Hao drove the car borrowed from Xiang Huaqiang back to Xiang Huaqiang's villa. Xiang Huaqiang, Li Lan, and Su Lin were all there waiting for Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao's return, Su Lin immediately greeted him. "Zhou Hao, did Xiaobing find it? Is she okay?" Zhou Hao smiled and said, "It's okay. I sent her home. She just bought things near her house." Then he thanked Xiang Huaqiang and Li Lan again. It was getting late. Xiang Huaqiang originally wanted to stay with Zhou Hao and Su Lin at their home, but Zhou Hao declined. As for Xiao Lianhu, Zhou Hao didn't tell Xiang Huaqiang at all, because he didn't fully trust Xiang Huaqiang, especially when this matter involved changes in the underworld in Hong Kong. Who can guarantee what Xiang Huaqiang would do? On the way back to her home, Su Lin talked about what she had done when she was doing beauty and skincare with Li Lan. "Sister Lan asked me if I am interested in developing in the entertainment industry. She said that their company is about to open several dramas. If I want, I can take a role in it immediately." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Then what do you mean?" Su Lin glanced at Zhou Hao and said softly, "I refused." "Huh? Why? Don't girls all have a star dream? Now that there is such a good opportunity, why did you refuse? If I go to make a movie, who will be your secretary?" Su Lin said. Zhou Hao's heart trembled and couldn't help taking a peek at Su Lin next to her. She saw that she had a pretty pink face, and she was afraid to look at herself when she lowered her head. Her shy and charming appearance was very beautiful and charming. Zhou Hao quickly converged his mind, looked ahead, and kept reminding himself, "This is Sister Lan's good sister. This is Sister Lan's good sister. I can't have that kind of thought." Looking for death, Li Lan wanted to promote Su Lin as a star. On the one hand, it was because Su Lin's conditions were very good. Compared with other female celebrities, Li Lan was even better. On the other hand, he was afraid that he also wanted to win him over. In his previous life, Zhou Hao often heard that the two brothers Xiang Huaqiang and Xiang Huaxing couldn't help but like to support actresses and celebrities. Almost all actresses in the Hong Kong entertainment circle have been tainted by them. But even if Su Lin agreed to go to the entertainment industry and have himself, the Xiang family brothers would definitely not dare to think about Su Lin. The next day, Zhou Hao told Su Lin to return to Xinghe Investment to help deal with his funds in Thailand, while he was at home waiting for Xiao Lianhu's call. Zhou Hao didn't want Su Lin to get in touch with these things in the underworld. It would not do her any good. In the process of waiting for Xiao Lianhu's call, Zhou Hao was not boring. He sorted out his memories of his previous life to adjust his plan in this financial storm. According to the development of previous lives, the first stage of the Asian financial turmoil started in June 1997 and lasted until the end of 1997. During this period, Asian countries' finances suffered heavy blows, and finally, even Japan's economy. The world's second-largest economic power has been affected. Many domestic banks and securities firms have closed down one after another. The financial markets that have not recovered from the bust of the bubble economy have also suffered even worse. The major impact of the Asian financial turmoil on Japan's economy was reflected in Japan's currency exchange rate. During the financial turmoil, Japan's currency exchange rate continued to fall, and the yen-dollar exchange rate once fell to the 150 to 1 mark. Therefore, Zhou Hao's plan is to invest funds in Japan's futures market and exchange rate market, so as to take a good look at the Japanese in this financial storm. However, the real impact of the financial turmoil on the Japanese economy will not begin until next year. So Zhou Hao is not in a hurry to transfer money to Japan. And South Korea will face this financial turmoil in November 1997, which is also reflected in the exchange rate of the won. In mid-November 1997, the exchange rate of the Korean won to the US dollar fell to a record 1,008 to 1, and then had to seek assistance from the International Monetary Fund. Although it was temporarily relieved, by mid-December, the Korean won to the US dollar the exchange rate dropped to 1,700 to 1 again. In fact, the reason why Japan was hit by the financial turmoil was that Japan had a lot of investment in South Korea. South Korea was hit by the financial crisis, which dragged Japan down like a domino effect. In response to the development of South Korea in this financial turmoil, Zhou Hao intends to put the money in South Korea's foreign exchange market, and at the same time, taking advantage of the impact of the financial turmoil on South Korea, see if he can acquire some shares of Samsung and LG. In addition to Japan and South Korea, this financial storm will also break through the scope of Asia and spread to the world. During 1998, Russia's financial economy will fall sharply, and the ruble will depreciate by as much as 70%. This will drive the U.S. foreign exchange market to violent fluctuations. This series of events are rare for Zhou Hao. Opportunity to make money. Sure enough, if there is danger, it is organic. Zhou Hao wrote down his general plan during the financial turmoil from now to the end of 1998 on a piece of white paper, and he couldn't help but laugh to himself. Looking at the series of speculative plans on the white paper, Zhou Hao once again sorted out the thoughts in his mind, and then took out the lighter to burn the white paper. Although until now, no one except himself would know the value of the content on this white paper, but Zhou Hao still didn't want others to discover it, so as not to make trouble. At this moment, his mobile suit rang. Zhou Hao thought it was Xiao Lianhu, but when he took it out, it was Zhu Yongquan, the commander-in-chief of the Nanjing military region. Zhou Hao wondered why he was calling at this time. Although he felt puzzled in his heart, he immediately pressed the call button and leaned to his ear and said with a smile, "Big brother Zhu, why do you have time to call me? You think I'm so free?" Zhu Yongquan cursed on the phone. Something happened this time. Hearing Zhu Yongquan's tone did not seem to be a joke. Zhou Hao also suppressed his smile and quickly asked, "What happened? Do you still remember the yellow spring water you sold to our military area?" Zhu Yongquan said, "We have developed it, and we have done in vivo experiments on animals. The effect of this yellow spring water is indeed very powerful. Within half an hour, the whole body of the living body's blood was coagulated and the living body died. And we also applied this yellow spring water to an assassination against a Japanese anti-China leader." Zhou Hao knew that the domestic military and security agencies would take drastic measures against some hostile forces that threaten national security, such as forced destruction or secret assassinations. These are all state secrets in the military and security departments, and some high-level personnel in the system know about them. But these things will never be disclosed to the international or private sector. And certain anti-China forces that often clamor and provoke China are not as indifferent or casually issuing a few notices of condemnation as people imagine. For those anti-China forces that have actual threats, the military and security agencies will secretly take practical actions. Before Zhou Hao sold yellow spring water to the military, he knew that they would use it in this type of operation. Just listen to Zhu Yongquan saying in a deep voice, "Our people assassinated the target, but one of us was exposed, and there was no time to destroy the yellow spring water we carried before the sacrifice. It was taken." Zhou Hao stood up from his chair. "What? The yellow spring water was taken away by the anti-China forces?" "Well, it's just the finished yellow spring water. The formula is under the strict protection of our military area, and even the person performing the task doesn't know it," Zhu Yongquan said. "The dosage of the yellow spring water taken away by the opponent is probably about 5 milliliters. We have sent people to hunt down, but there is no progress yet." Zhou Hao said solemnly. "Then they have the finished product. Can they decipher the ingredients and even copy the formula?" "It should not be possible, at least not in a short time," Zhu Yongquan replied. "Because the chemical composition of yellow spring water is both complex and rare, and there are several types, or even specific plants. So even if they know those chemistry, the ingredients are difficult to replicate." Suddenly, Zhou Hao thought of a question. "By the way, what about the antidote? Did they get the antidote?" "No, we won't let the person performing the task carry the antidote, just to prevent this," Zhu Yongquan said. "Moreover, we only produce very little antidote for yellow spring water, and they are all under strict protection." Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with the finished product of yellow spring water, its antidote was more important. And if the antidote is still in your hands, even if the other party uses yellow spring water to deal with your own people, you won't be at a loss. Without the formula in hand, yellow spring water is difficult to replicate, so the other party poses little threat to us. Zhu Yongquan said to Zhou Hao, "Calling you this time is just to inform you. so that you have a heart. Hee hee, you'd better prepare an antidote yourself first. If the yellow spring water falls on you in the middle, it will be wronged. Zhou Hao scolded with a smile. Is there anyone who curses like you? Okay, I won't tell you. I still have to deal with this matter. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on becoming the father's son, and I will take care of him in the future. After that, Zhu Yongquan will hang up. On the phone, Zhou Hao thought to himself, even if those people really use yellow spring water on themselves, they don't need to be afraid, because their blood can cure all kinds of poison. But Zhou Hao changed his mind and thought, what if the people around him were victimized? Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case, and be better prepared. However, the medicinal materials needed for the antidote of yellow spring water are more difficult to find, and I don't know if there are any in Hong Kong. After thinking about it, Zhou Hao simply used his own blood to do it. Anyway, his blood can cure hundreds of toxins. Not only can he beware of yellow spring water, the application range is much wider than the antidote of yellow spring water. Moreover, if you call yourself a pill with your own blood, no one will know that it is your own blood. So Zhou Hao found a box of Bao Chai pills, poured a small bottle of Pa Chai pills together and ground them into powder, then pierced his fingertips, mixed them with the powder with blood, and took advantage of it. Before the blood had clotted, it was re-kneaded into a finger-sized pill. However, due to Zhou Hao's very strong body's ability to recover, only 2 drops of blood healed, and the wound healed automatically. As a result, Zhou Hao had to constantly himself with needles, and even cursed himself. It's not because the body is too strong. Good thing. It took more than an hour before Zhou Hao made 20 pills. Although he shed a lot of blood, it didn't affect Zhou Hao at all. At most, he would eat more to make up for it. It's just that he repeatedly pierced his index finger with a needle, making his finger a little red and swollen. Looking at the 20 dark red pills, Zhou Hao smiled to himself. This is a treasure that can actually cure hundreds of poisons. He found a medicine that originally contained aspirin and poured out the aspirin in it. Then put these pills in. He divided the 20 pills into 2 bottles, kept 1 bottle at home, and took the other bottle with him in case of emergency. At this time, Xiao Lianhu also called and asked Zhou Hao to meet him at a bath and sauna center called Emperor in Sunwan. In order to prevent people from discovering, Zhou Hao did not drive his own Porsche, but took a taxi to the Emperor Bath and Sauna Center in Sunwan. According to Xiang Huaqiang's previous introduction, Sunwan is the site of the United British News Agency, and this bathing center is obviously managed by Xiao Lianhu. Walking into the lobby, Zhou Hao saw one of the subordinates with Xiao Lianhu yesterday. The man hurriedly greeted Zhou Hao and said, Mr. Zhou, our eldest brother is already waiting for you on it. Please come with me. Zhou Hao nodded, followed this man to the 3rd floor, took off his clothes, and tied a bath towel. After that, they came to a bathing hall. I saw 4 or 5 very spacious baths in this bathing hall, with an exquisite Greek statue in the middle. However, there were no other guests in this hall. Only a young man was sitting in one of the baths, with his hands on the side of the pool. His expression on his face was very pleasant. It was Xiao Lianhu, and the person who brought Zhou Hao in also consciously retreated and closed the door. Only Zhou Hao and Xiao Lianhu were left in the hall. Mr. Zhou, come here. The temperature of the pool water is just right. Xiao Lianhu smiled at Zhou Hao over there. Zhou Hao walked straight over, and when he came to the pool, he took off his only bath towel and walked into the bath naked and sat down. Mr. Zhou's body is very strong. When Xiao Lianhu saw what happened between Zhou Hao's crotch just now, he subconsciously took a look at himself. He couldn't help feeling a little discouraged, wondering that Liang Xiaobing liked him so much. Zhou Hao also sat leaning on the edge of the pool, feeling that the water in the pool was very warm, and he said to Xiao Lianhu, This center is yours. Xiao Lianhu shook his head. It's Fong Bing Run. I'm just in charge of management. However, all the people here have already voted for me. Even if I turn out Fong Bing Run, they will follow me. Fong Bing Run didn't doubt you? Also, how did he react to Xiaobing's incident this time? I arrived in Macau by Buffett speedboat last night, and then returned by Macau boat this morning, so he didn't doubt me. Xiao Lianhu said. As for Liang Xiaobing's matter, after knowing Liang Xiaobing had returned, I specifically called Xiang Huaqiang to make a few quarrels, saying that Xiang Huaqiang had wronged him. However, I could see that he was also relieved. Perhaps thinking of Fong Bingruan's face at that time, Xiao Lianhu smiled slightly. Zhou Hao asked, "Do you have any hatred with Fong Bingruan?" Xiao Lianhu did not speak, but leaned his head back on the towel by the pool. After a while, he said, "After I get rid of Fong Bingruan, maybe I will tell you again." Since Xiao Lianhu didn't want to talk now, Zhou Hao stopped asking questions anymore. At this time, Xiao Lianhu said, "Although I am Fong Bingruan's godson, he does not completely trust me. There is another person in Dongxing who is the most trusted person. Almost all accounts of Dongxing are he is in charge." "Who is that person?" Zhou Hao asked. "His name is Mo Jinxing. He just turned 25 years old this year. He was an immigrant from Taiwan. He joined the Dongxing when he was 16, and he was appreciated by Fong Bingruan when he was 20, and then he has been since childhood. Be the current hall master." Zhou Hao frowned. "Is Fong Bingruan's relative?" Although he has only seen Fong Bingruan, Zhou Hao already knows what the old fat man is. If it is not related to interests, he will not reuse a certain person for no reason. Personally, and that person was younger than Xiao Lianhu, but he had already achieved a high position like hall master. Xiao Lianhu also saw Zhou Hao's doubts. He just smiled faintly, wiped his head with a wet towel by the pool. "Mr. Zhou, do you know Yang Lianting?" "Yang Lianting?" Zhou Hao asked. He naturally knows who Yang Lianting is. This is a villain in the novel The Swordsman, an undefeated male favorite in the East since the palace. Seeing Xiao Lianhu mentioning such a character at this time, Zhou Hao suddenly felt sick. "You mean that Mo Jinxing is Fong Bingruan's male favorite? Doesn't Fong Bingruan like women?" Indeed, Fong Bingruan had forged a grudge with Zhou Hao for Liang Xiaobing. But I heard Xiao Lianhu say, "Actually, that guy is bisexual. He likes both women and men." He frowned. "Moreover, he has a tendency to be pedophiles. This guy is a true man. Metamorphosis." Suddenly, Zhou Hao looked at Xiao Lianhu with a weird look. He thought to himself that Xiao Lianhu hated Fong Bingruan so much. Could it be that Fong Bingruan had been spoiled before? Seeing that Zhou Hao's eyes were different, Xiao Lianhu quickly guessed what he was thinking and quickly clarified. "Where did you think about it?" After a pause, he sighed. "Fortunately, I am not too handsome. That Mo Jinxing looks more feminine than a woman. Fong Bingruan is very fond of him. But only I know about this. Even the uncles in the club, I don't know that Fong Bingruan is bisexual. This secret alone is enough to pull Fong Bingruan from the leading position." Zhou Hao said, "Although this is the case, this will also discredit our East Star." Zhou Hao shrugged noncommittal. "Go back to business. Do you want me to help you get rid of that Mo Jinxing?" Xiao Lianhu looked at Zhou Hao with a little surprise, as if he didn't expect Zhou Hao's thinking to be so sharp, and he knew the elegance after hearing the song. Before he said it, he already knew that his goal was Mo Jinxing. He said, "Without Mo Jinxing, it would be easier for me to control East Star, and I would be able to gain more trust from Fong Bingruan, and it would be easier to deal with him." Zhou Hao nodded. "Then how do you think I can help you? I know you have a very good friendship with Zheng Yingpei. Otherwise he would not come out to protect Liang Xiaobing for you." Xiao Lianhu said, "So I hope you will cooperate with me and put Mo Jinxing to death, and I will have Fong Bingruan personally kill him." It seemed that Xiao Lianhu already had a detailed plan, and he also told Zhou Hao about his plan. After understanding Xiao Lianhu's plan, Zhou Hao believed that there was a great chance of success, so he agreed. "Xiao Lianhu, can I trust you?" Zhou Hao asked suddenly. "My handle is in your hands. Don't you think you can't believe me like this?" Zhou Hao smiled faintly. "Because I'm afraid you will kill someone to kill. Even I have dealt with it." Xiao Lianhu smiled and shook his head. "Well, in order to make you trust me more, and for our cooperation to be more intimate, let me tell you another secret." He held up the pool of water and wiped his face. Then he said, "Didn't Xiang Huaqiang be assassinated by a gunman before? You were there at that time. I think the police have found out who the gunman was, and they deliberately blocked the news to prevent the people from Sinian from getting messed up." Hearing Xiao Lianhu's words, Zhou Hao's face shrank. "Do you know who the shooter is?" Xiao Lianhu nodded. "That guy is a red stick in our East Star, named Gao Wentao, nicknamed Mad Dog." Zhou Hao's first reaction was to guess how Xiao Lianhu knew about this. If he knew that the shooter was Gao Wentao, it would mean that the assassination of Xiang Huaqiang was indeed done by the United Nations news agency. However, If the United British News Agency really wanted to kill Xiang Huaqiang, how could it reveal such an obvious flaw? If the people in Xiangong knew about it, they would definitely seek revenge from Lianying. And if Xiao Lianhu didn't know it before, then he obviously had his own informant in the police and revealed the news to him. And many more. Zhou Hao's heart flashed, and he looked up at Xiao Lianhu in amazement. Xiao Lianhu also smiled. You guessed it? Ha ha ha. This time, the old fat man Fong Bingrun did it. Now Zhou Hao has understood that the reason why Gao Wentao was asked to assassinate Xiang Huaqiang was to deliberately let the police find out Gao Wentao's identity and his status in the United British News Agency. Gao Wentao is a member of the Eastern Star, but because the evidence is too obvious, Zheng Yingpei and even Zhou Hao preconceived that the United Kingdom would not be so stupid, and it is most likely that it was planted by someone with ulterior motives. This is the same as the principle of the most dangerous place is the safest place. Just because Fong Bingrun has become the biggest sufferer in this matter except Xiang Huaqiang, other people will not doubt him. Moreover, Fong Bingrun's acting skills were so good in the Spine restaurant before, and Zhou Hao now thinks about it and feels that this old fat man is really hidden. And even if Xiang Huaqiang found out the identity of Gao Wentao, he would think that Fong Bingrun was framed and ignored him. This is cleverness instead of being clever. Thinking deeper, even if Zheng Yingpei finally knows that the real culprit behind the scenes is Fong Bingrun, in this sensitive period on the eve of the reunification, the police will try their best to protect this secret and prevent the underworld in Hong Kong from chaos. However, during this period, as Xian could not find the real culprit, Xiang Huaqiang was forced to find someone to vent Xian's anger under pressure from all parties. No matter which gang is Xiang Huaqiang's target, when Xian moves, other gangs on the underworld will certainly not remain indifferent. When the time comes, the major gangs will either form alliances or fight each other, and the chaotic situation of the underworld in Hong Kong will be the same as that of the 7 heroes of the Warring States period. Xiao Lianhu said, "This is what the imaginary is the real, and the reality is the imaginary." But why did Fong Bingrun do this? By doing so, in the end it will drag the East Star into which vortex? What good is it for him? Zhou Hao raised his own question. Indeed, no matter how this incident develops, as an important member of the underworld in Hong Kong, the United British News Agency cannot stand alone. But seeing Xiao Lianhu also shook his head, I don't know this either. Then how do you know that Fong Bingrun did this? Zhou Hao asked. Because Mo Jinxing helped Fong Bingrun to carry out this matter, and that Gao Wentao was one of Mo Jinxing's subordinates. And there are my people by Mo Jinxing, so I know. Zhou Hao lowered his head and fell into contemplation. What confuses him most now is Fong Bingrun's purpose. Don't worry, I will look into this matter carefully. Xiao Lianhu said, however, you and Xiang Huaqiang are friends. You'd better persuade him not to let the people of Xian act rashly. At this time, just a little conflict will detonate the entire Hong Kong underworld. Although I don't know what the purpose of the old fat man is, I don't want him to succeed. Zhou Hao nodded, got up from the bath, wrapped a bath towel, and walked outside. When I walked to the door, I heard Xiao Lianhu's words from behind. Also, let's not talk about the old fat man's motives, but the assassination of Xiang Huaqiang this time is so well planned, it's not like the old fat man can. When I figured it out, I suspect that someone offered to him. After I go back, I will check it out. Zhou Hao moved in his heart, then opened the door and left the hall. After coming out of Empire, Zhou Hao took out the phone and dialed Zheng Yingpei's number. Uncle Pei, where are you now? I want to meet you, and I have something to tell you. When he arrived at Zheng Yingpei's office in the police station, Zhou Hao saw a very heroic Zheng Yingpei in uniform. Without any nonsense, Zhou Hao told Zheng Yingpei the news he had received from Xiao Lianhu. Really, Fong Bingrun did it. Zheng Yingpei was also shocked when he heard this. Good guy, actually fooled us all. Zhou Hao asked. Uncle Pei, you have known Fong Bingrun for a long time. Do you think he will come up with such a plan? Zheng Yingpei frowned and said, I don't think this plan is like he came up with it. Fong Bingrun is a very vulgar person at all. If it is 14K in Longji, it is possible, but if it is Fong Bingrun, I think improbable. Could it be that Mo Jinxing? But our police have investigated this person in detail before. I think this person is a little clever, but he doesn't look like such an unfathomable person. I don't know much about emotionshing. Zhou Hao said. Let's not talk about this. Uncle Pei, there is something I want you to help. Zooming God Killing the Sky on this site is very good. You can check it out when you have time. In the next week or so, Zhou Hao traveled almost all over Hong Kong and also tasted the authentic food of Hong Kong. At the same time, during this time, he personally guided many financial elites in the company to manipulate his funds in Southeast Asia, and on the other hand, he was constantly improving his speculative plan at home. The time was busy and fulfilling. As Zhou Hao's secretary, Su Lin did his job very well, which saved Zhou Hao a lot. Zhou Hao also praised his decision to recruit her to his company in the first place. In addition, Zhou Hao sometimes eats and chats with Liang Xiaobing and Wang Weiwen. On this day, Zhou Hao and Su Lin made an appointment with the two wives of the Zeng family, Zeng Mingjing and Zeng Baoijing, for dinner. After this time of getting along, Zhou Hao and the Zeng family have become very harmonious. Previously, Zeng Mingjing said that Hong Kong recently opened a private kitchen. The taste is very good, and the proprietress is also very good. Many senior officials and wealthy wives are willing to come, so they have to take Zhou Hao and Su Lin to try it. This private kitchen does not have a storefront, but in a noble residential area called Yihai Garden. Zhou Hao and Su Lin followed the two wives of the Zeng family to this Yihai Garden and went straight to the door of a unit on the 28th floor. The owner of this private kitchen is surnamed Hai Qixuan, but we all call her Axon. Zeng Mingjing and Zhou Hao said. In fact, she didn't open this private kitchen for making money. It's just interest and want to make more friends. Her husband runs a supermarket and has a net worth of several hundred million, but he passed away a few years ago and left a large amount of inheritance to her. At this time, Zeng Baoijing pressed the doorbell, and after a pleasant ringing, the iron door opened. A tall and exquisite woman appeared at the door. She saw her bright eyes, white teeth, and delicate features. She was a rare beauty. It was obviously Hai Qixuan, the proprietress of this private kitchen that Zeng Mingjing said. Seeing Zeng Mingjing, Zhou Hao and others, she smiled brightly. To Mrs. Zeng, are you here? Her smile was as gorgeous as a blooming rose, especially her bright pear. Her eyes are more like two crescent moons, giving people a sense of joy like a spring breeze. She welcomed Zeng Mingjing, Zhou Hao and others into the house. Zhou Hao saw that the place was spacious and luxuriously decorated. According to the current property prices in Hong Kong, the price of this unit is probably not less than 20 million. The dining room over there has a solid wood dining table on which is placed a bottle of orchids with delicate fragrance. Hai Qixuan asked Zhou Hao and the others to sit in the living room and poured clean water on them. These two are the friends you call Mrs. Zeng? She smiled at Zhou Hao and Su Lin. How young are these two? My surname is Hai, so you can call me Axon. Let's call you Sister Sun. Zhou Hao also smiled. He saw that Hai Qixuan was not only plump, but also exuding a mature and seductive charm, especially her eyes, and every smile was full of style. However, even though it was the first time I met, Zhou Hao felt that Hai Qixuan gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere, but this familiarity was faint, making people unable to capture live. Zeng Baoijing said to Zhou Hao at this time, if you want to come to Axon for dinner, you need to make a reservation a week in advance, otherwise there will be no seats. It can be seen how delicious Axon's meals are. Remember the first time we came? She almost swallowed her tongue. Jiaying also asked Axon about some dishes and went back to making Pei eat, and Ying Pei was full of praise. Heikixin covered her mouth and smiled and said, Mrs. Zeng was overwhelmed. What I did is just ordinary home-cooked dishes. How can Mrs. Zeng say so exaggeratedly? Zhou Hao looked at Hai Qixuan, who was covering her mouth and smiling, and felt a little stunned. He felt that every move of this mature woman was charming and charming. Although she is only wearing ordinary housewife housewear, which is not revealing at all, it always gives people a charm. It is said that the true sexiness of a woman is not in the clothes, but in the style. Hai Qixuan embodies this sentence vividly. He saw Heikixin's plump and red lips slightly open and close, full of charm like a pink cherry. Suddenly, Zhou Hao felt that someone next to him slightly bumped his arm, and he couldn't help but look aside, and he saw Su Lin whitening himself and whispered, Sister Sun is asking you something. Why are you in a daze? Only then did Zhou Hao come back to his senses, realizing that Hai Qixuan's lips were opening and closing just now. She was talking to herself. He scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Sister Kiru, please say it again. Hee, I just asked Mr. Zhou about your taste. Mr. Zhou, do you like a lighter or heavier taste? Hai Qixuan laughed. Zhou Hao replied. Heavier. I like the stronger flavor. Then, Hai Qixuan went into the kitchen to prepare meals, while Zhou Hao and Zheng Mingjiang stayed in the living room to chat. Xing Baoijing smiled at Zheng Mingjiang. Xiao Hao was stunned to see others just now, so cute. Zhou Hao was also embarrassed by the two wives, and Su Lin next to him gave himself a blank look. Zheng Mingjiang smiled at Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao, don't you know, every time we come to Axin for dinner, we will only call some good sisters, and never bring my husband. See Zhou Hao with a puzzled look, she said, because Axin's charm is too big. It's not that we can't believe in Ing Pei and Axin. It's just, she looked at Zheng Baoijing beside her. I heard Zheng Baoijing said. It's just that Axin couldn't help but even look at our women, let alone men. We have a friend, her husband is a senior engineer. Once she treated her husband and son to come here together. Eat. But I didn't expect that her husband and son fell in love with Keru at first sight, and later fought about it. After that, our friend divorced her husband. Her husband and son are still pursuing Keru. And Zheng Mingjiang also said, although Axin doesn't want such a thing to happen, sometimes, the tree wants to be quiet and the wind keeps going. So since then, we people will never bring her husband over every time we come up to eat. After hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but complain a little bit about the two Zheng's wives. Auntie, why are you bringing Zhou Hao here? Since he has a girlfriend, he is still a good sister to me. We just want to bring you to try Axin's craftsmanship. Besides, we believe that Xiao Hao is a man and he will not let down his girlfriend. Do you think it is Xiao Hao? Zheng Baoai smiled quietly. Zhou Hao laughed with some guilty conscience, because he knew who he was. Even without this Hai Qixuan, Li Ruolin was not the only woman beside him. By the way, how old is Sister Sun this year? Su Lin asked suddenly. Zheng Mingjiang replied. It seems that she is almost 40, but we don't know how she is in her early 30s. We really envy her. Zhou Hao was secretly surprised. He didn't expect Hai Qixuan to be 40 years old. He thought she was only 30 at most. Su Lin asked again. Then how much would it cost to have a meal here? It's not expensive, Zheng Baoijing said. It's usually 1 or 2,000 yuan, and sometimes Axin doesn't charge money. After talking for a while, Hai Qixuan had already prepared the food. Zhou Hao and Su Lin hurriedly went to the kitchen to help her get the food out. There are 6 dishes and 1 soup in total. The soup is steamed carp with sandworm and papaya, and the dishes are steamed meat cake with salted egg, steamed pork ribs with sour plum, stuffed dace, braised duck with yuba, garlic fried wheaten and salted fish, and eggplant. Although they are typical Cantonese home-cooked dishes, they are full of flavors, and flavors. Just looking at the flavors and smelling the dishes makes people salivate. Zhou Hao and the others sat down, and Hai Qixuan had already prepared the rice for them, and deliberately put a piece of stuffed dace into Zhou Hao's bowl. Mr. Zhou, you try this stuffed dace. I use fresh made of pork and dace. Seeing Hai Qixuan's charming smile, Zhou Hao replied again and again. Okay. Thank you, Sister Sun. Hai Qixuan's craftsmanship is indeed very high. The cooking tastes very good. It can make homemade dishes to this level. Even experienced housewives such as Yin Tong and Lu Shiping cannot do it. Zhou Hao also admires it very much. However, the more I get along, the more Zhou Hao feels that Hai Qixuan is familiar, but he just couldn't think of where he would meet her. At this moment, Hai Qixuan smiled at Su Lin. Miss Su, the oil will be more fragrant with some sesame oil. I will get you some. Without waiting for Su Lin to agree, she got up and took it in the kitchen. Give her a bottle of sesame oil. Su Lin just took the sesame oil and thanked Hai Qixuan. But when she put the sesame oil dripped in her mouth, she immediately vomited out. It's so spicy. Heikiksen took the bottle of sesame oil, dipped a finger into her mouth, and quickly apologized to Su Lin. I'm sorry, Miss Su. I used chili oil as sesame oil. I'll get water for you. Although Hai Qixuan was apologizing and quickly brought Su Lin clear water, Zhou Hao found that there was a sly smile in her eyes. She had obviously given the chili oil to Su Lin on purpose. Why did she tease Su Lin? Zhou Hao was also surprised. Did Su Lin offend her before? It's impossible. Su Lin obviously only met her today. Therefore, Zhou Hao had no choice but to take Hai Qixuan just now. The act was treated as a prank. I have to say that Hai Qixuan's social skills are very strong. Talking about cooking and shopping with Zheng Mingjing and Zheng Baoijing about women's concerns is very well-founded, and the two ladies of the Zheng family admire them. When she talked about beauty matters, even Su Lin, who had been teased by her just now, was attracted. Because according to Zheng Mingjing, Hai Qixuan is already 40 years old, but her appearance is similar to that of a young woman in her early 30s. There must be a unique way to maintain her, and she quickly convinced Su Lin and the two Madame Zheng. Of course, Zhou Hao's topic of these women is not as interested as Su Lin and others. However, Hai Qixuan's words suddenly attracted Zhou Hao. Mrs. Zheng, have you bought stocks? I think it's better to be careful. I am afraid that Hong Kong's stock market will experience a sharp decline in the near future. Zheng Mingjing said, No, Hong Kong's stock market has been strong for the past 6 months. The stock prices of the few stocks I bought since the beginning of the year have almost risen by half, and I have made more than 1 million. However, Hai Qixuan shook his head. In recent years, Hong Kong's asset prices, especially real estate prices, have faintly bubbled, and the long-term real interest rate has been negative, which has led to real estate speculation. Property prices have risen 12 times, which has caused the current economy to overheat, and people's wages and the stock market will soar as they are now. She said to Zheng Mingjing, Look, many Hong Kong citizens are now investing in the stock market. There is a frenzy of all people share shares, which is actually not a good phenomenon. Hearing Hai Qixuan's words, Zhou Hao was also quite surprised. He didn't expect this survivor of excellent cooking skills to have such a deep understanding of the stock market. She also said, In Hong Kong's stock market, the stocks of real estate companies and banks occupy a very important position. Once the two bubbles burst, the stock market will be in danger at any time. In fact, the real estate bubble also creates the economic environment. As a result of the increase in production and sales costs, the inflationary pressure in Hong Kong will gradually accumulate. I think the Hong Kong dollar will depreciate in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Hao couldn't help but clapped his palms. Because these views of Hai Qixuan are exactly the same as the analysis of Hong Kong stock market by financial experts in Zhou Hao's previous life after the Asian financial turmoil. It is precisely because of the emergence of a bubble in the Hong Kong stock market that financial predators such as George Soros and Julian Robertson are coveted, giving them opportunities for international speculators. Hearing Hai Qixuan's analysis, Zhou Hao even thought she was born again from the future, just like herself. The reason why Zhou Hao can grasp the trends of the international stock market is entirely because of the memory of his past life. In the university of his previous life, his graduation thesis was on the analysis of various economic powers and international financial markets in the past 15 years. This topic also allowed him to stand out among many graduates and get the best grades of his age. Using this advantage, Zhou Hao can foresee any disadvantage in today's stock market and futures market. But this is undoubtedly a kind of cheating. And Hai Qixuan came to this conclusion by relying on her own talents, which is much more powerful than those so-called experts who can only post-mortem. Therefore, Zhou Hao knew that he was far inferior to Hai Qixuan in terms of his talent and ability. This had to make Zhou Hao admire, thinking to himself that this surviving person with all kinds of styles is really talented and beautiful. Seeing Zhou Hao applaud, Zheng Mingjing and Zheng Baoijing couldn't help asking, Xiao Hao, do you agree with Axon? They knew that Zhou Hao came to Hong Kong this time to run an investment company, although it was not clear how much Zhou Hao made. Money, but I also know from Zheng Yingpei that he has made a lot of money in the stock market, so he now attaches great importance to his opinions. Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, I think Sister Sun's analysis is very correct. Today's Hong Kong stock market is indeed undercurrents behind the prosperity, and my uncle should also be aware of it. He will serve as the first financial secretary of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. He should have a lot more knowledge about Hong Kong's housing market and stock market than ordinary people. Zheng Baoijing nodded and said, Yes, Quan has also said before that although the Hong Kong stock market is prosperous on the surface, it is actually very unstable. Really? Zheng Mingjiang said in surprise. Then I have to release those stocks as soon as possible. Anyway, I have made so much money, and I am satisfied. It doesn't have to be too rushed. We will let it go in mid-July. In my estimation, Hong Kong stock market still has great potential for development before August, but we must release the stocks we have before August. Otherwise there is a danger of being stuck. Hai Qixuan looked at Zhou Hao with a smile. Mr. Zhou is so confident that the Hong Kong stock market has upside potential before August? This was analyzed by our company's analysts. I have always trusted their analysis. Zhou Hao did not say that it was his own intuition. Otherwise, Zheng Mingjiang would not be willing to bet his money on Zhou Hao's intuition. In comparison, they still trust scientific analysis. In fact, even though Zhou Hao transferred most of his funds to Southeast Asia, he actually kept a portion of the funds on the Hong Kong stock market. And it was in the futures market, because the futures market was more profitable than normal. Stock trading is much higher. As for the futures market, the much higher risk than ordinary stocks can be completely ignored for Zhou Hao. According to developments, the Hong Kong stock market's gains before August were still very strong. In July alone, the Hang Seng Index experienced record-breaking gains 11 times. It didn't end until George Soros and Julian Robertson reached the Hong Kong stock market. Zheng Mingjiang still chose to believe in Zhou Hao, planning to let go of the stock in mid-July. And Zhou Hao then talked to Hai Qixuan about the financial markets of various countries, and found that this woman, who looked like an ordinary housewife, had a real master-level understanding of the financial market. Even though her theoretical knowledge is not rich, Zhou Hao is amazed by her ability to analyze financial markets. Sister Kaoru, are you interested in working for our company? Just be the chief analyst of our company. I will give you an annual salary of 10 million plus dividends. How about it? After recognizing Hai Qixuan's financial talents, Zhou Hao immediately threw an olive branch to her. But seeing Hai Qixuan without hesitation, she shook her head and rejected Zhou Hao. I don't want it anymore. I just watch and guess these things by myself. If they really want to make money, I can't adapt. The pressure is too great. I still like to cook and make friends, and the money my husband left me is enough for me. Although Zhou Hao was disappointed when he heard this, he didn't want to force Hai Qixuan. Finally, after helping Hai Qixuan to clean up the dishes, Zhou Hao and the others are about to leave. Hai Qixuan sent them to the door. Zhou Hao suddenly turned around and asked her, Sister Kaoru, have we met before? I always feel that you give me a sense of familiarity. No, I haven't seen you before. Hai Qixuan smiled. Maybe God arranged for us to meet, but we always pass by. I didn't really know each other until today. Zhou Hao took a deep breath, and he smelled the delicate fragrance of Hai Qixuan like a crabapple flower. He knew that a person's body scent was the most impressive, so he wanted to try it. But it was the first time that Zhou Hao smelled the delicate fragrance of Hai Qixuan. And he also made it clear that he had never seen Hai Qi before. Kaoru, otherwise he would definitely remember her scent. Come up again if you have time. Hai Qixuan smiled at Zhou Hao. Definitely, definitely. Zhou Hao also said. After coming out of Yihai Garden, Zheng Mingjiang and Zheng Baoijing said goodbye to Zhou Hao and left. And Zhou Hao went back to the villa in mid-levels with Su Lin. On the way, Su Lin said, Sister Sun is really amazing. I think many financial experts can't compare with her. Zhou Hao nodded approvingly. I heard from Aunt Jing that Sister Kaoru seemed to be a graduate of Cambridge University Business School. She received scholarships every year, but she married her husband after graduation and had no work experience. You just said that you hired Sister Sun to our company. Is it true? Su Lin asked. Of course it is true. If she is willing to go to our company, the 10 million annual salary plus dividends will definitely be worth it, and it's also worth the money. Zhou Hao said, it's just a pity. Therefore, otherwise it is very likely to become a well-known female stock, at home and abroad. Su Lin suddenly smiled when she heard this. Aunt Ijing was right just now. Sister Sun is also a mentor. But Zhou Hao shook his head. Sister Kaoru doesn't look like those sirs wandering between the home and the market. The breath she gives is, well, like a very noble and kind queen. Muttering to herself, it's a pity she married so early if she was born 10 years later. Seeing Su Lin pursing her pink lips. What if you were born 10 years later? Wouldn't you be like Aunt Ijing and their friend's husband? What thoughts did you think of sister's son? Don't forget, you have a girl. My friend, you can't apologize to Ruolin. I know. I'm just joking. Do I need to be so serious? Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. Late at night, at Kwai Chung Pier Number 5, Sing E, Hong Kong, a crane was transferring containers from a freighter at the port to the terminal. In less than an hour, more than a dozen containers on the freighter were transferred. A worker wearing a yellow hard hat and a dock uniform kept waving and gesturing and shouted, "Hurry up! Hurry up!" Then, a few men who were obviously not terminal workers were led by the worker to the front of one of the containers. The worker opened the door of the container and shot the light of the flashlight into the container, and he saw two brand-new Mercedes-Benz cars inside. The men walked into the container and opened the rear door of the Mercedes-Benz in front of them and got in. Then they took out a switchblade and swiped lightly on the leather chair in the back seat, and they saw the leather under the chair. It's not a filling like sponge, but a pack of white powder. The man reached out his little finger and picked up a little bit of white powder, then stuffed it into his nose and took a deep breath. "How about? Is this stuff pure enough?" asked another man outside. The man who got into the car pushed out again. His nose twitched and his thumb was stretched out. "It's a good product." After hearing the words, several people looked at each other and showed bright smiles. One of them said, "Then hurry up and ship to our warehouse. The boss is afraid of waiting." When they closed the door of the container, there was a loud alarm in the distance. More than a dozen police cars with flashing red and blue lights appeared on both sides without warning, blocking their way, and they heard someone using it. The loudspeaker shouted, "We are the Hong Kong Royal Police. Don't move. Put down your weapons and surrender." The faces of those men changed drastically, and one of them said in a panic, "Why? How come there are police? What should we do?" "What to do? Run quickly. If you get caught, you won't need to come out for the rest of your life." Another person shouted and quickly took out a pistol, fired several shots at the police car in front, and ran to the left, thinking go to the lanes between the containers. However, they heard the police on both sides shout, "They have guns and fire. All units pay attention and fire is allowed." At the moment, gunshots were repeated and the flames flickered. The men here are far inferior to the police in terms of number and weaponry. 3 people were killed in less than a minute. The last 2 quickly threw away their pistols and raised their hands. Called surrender. After controlling them, the police escorted them to open the dozen or so containers one by one and found that all of them were brand new Mercedes-Benz cars. Under the instructions of the 2 surviving men, the police opened the back seat of the sedan and found that the leather chair was filled with bags of white powder. "Chief Xie, it's all number 4 heroin. Damn it, it all adds up to 300 or 400 caddies." A policeman who swiped the back seat of the car shouted to the commander outside, with shock and excitement in his tone. Because they cracked such a large drug smuggling case, the policemen who were responsible for the enforcement also had a lot of credit. Just listen to the commander called Chief Xie saying, "Okay, take them all away, and take them back to the police station. There are also those 2 suspects. Show me tight." As a result, the men who got out of the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz car were taken away by the police. After a lot of noise, the number 5 pier returned to calm again. On the other side, Fong Bingyun was sitting there in a warehouse of an industrial building in Tsuanwan, holding a roast goose leg in his hand, eating with relish. Next to him was a handsome and gentle man in his 20s, but it was Mo Jinxing. Fong Bingrun looked at his watch and said while chewing the meat in his mouth, "Why haven't you come yet? Mom, these wastes are so messy for them to do things." "Uncle Fat, don't be angry. Drink a glass of water." Mo Jinxing handed Fong Bingrun a glass of soda in a very gentle tone. Fong Bingrun smiled and said, "Hey, a Xing is your kind to me." He reached out and touched Mo Jinxing's ass. "Uncle Fatty, don't be like this. The brothers are still outside. It would be bad if you let them see." Mo Jinxing twisted. "After you go home, Uncle Fatty will do whatever you want." Seeing Mo Jinxing's fascinating appearance, Fong Bingrun really wanted to pounce on it. But Mo Jinxing was right. His subordinates were still outside, and if they found out, his leader would be over. Suddenly, Fong Bingrun's mobile suit rang. He was about to get it, but found that he couldn't tell the difference between holding the roasted goose leg in one hand and the soda in the other. Mo Jinxing, who was next to him, saw him and immediately reached into his arms and took out the mobile suit. He pressed the call button to his ear, very considerate. Fong Bingrun glanced at him appreciatively and then said to the phone, "It's me. What's wrong?" In less than 5 seconds, Fong Bingruan's expression changed drastically. She turned pale, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. At the same time, she shouted, "What the did you say?" "Oh, my goods were taken away by the police." "Go. FCK, how is it possible? I have gotten through all the joints. It is impossible for the police to find out." He kept panting for breath. His face was hideous, and after a while he said again, "The two people, you immediately find someone to enter the police station to warn them. Tell them not to talk nonsense. Give them some settlement allowance. They are all accused of the crime." "What? Refusing? What about spending a lifetime in jail? Since they joined our East Star, they should be prepared to sacrifice for the community." After a pause, Fong Bingrun said gloomily, "Okay, don't be willing. Then you give me a chance to kill both of them, lest they become 2 or 5 boys for me to go out. Well, that's it." After hanging up the phone, Fong Bingruan's chest was still violently ups and downs. Imo Jinxing next to him hurriedly helped him caress his chest and asked concerned, "Uncle Fat, what's wrong? There is a problem with our goods." "Yeah, the thing was discovered by the police for some reason, and now those goods have been taken away by the police, FCK." Fong Bingrun was so angry that he threw the roasted goose legs and soda on the ground. Imo Jinxing frowned and said, "But it's impossible. Our matter is so secret this time. The joints between the freighter company and the terminal are all connected. It stands to reason that the police will not find out. Unless there is 2 or 5 boys in our club." Fong Bingrun said with a fierce expression, "This time, only you and me and your subordinates know about it. You can check and see them. Is there a problem? If they really have 2 or 5 boys in them, you can bring me here, and I will kill him by myself." "I know, I'll go now." Imo Jinxing nodded, and immediately got up to execute Fong Bingruan's order. Only Fong Bingrun was left in the large warehouse. The more he wanted to get angry, he got up from the sofa and kicked the cartons around him, shouting, "FCK you mother! Me! FCK you!" Fong Bingrun stayed in the warehouse until 5 o'clock in the morning, but Imo Jinxing still had no news. Suddenly, Fong Bingruan's mobile suit rang again. He immediately picked it up and put it to his ear. "Hey, is it a Xing?" "Goddaddy, it's me, Lianhu." Xiao Lianhu's voice came through the phone. "Call me so late. What's the matter?" Fong Bingruan's voice was slightly impatient. "Just listen to Xiao Lianhu saying on the phone. Godfather, I have something very important to tell you." "Is there anything important? If it's not urgent, please call me later. I'm busy." Fong Bingrun was afraid that Imo Jinxing would call at this time and would be occupied by Xiao Lianhu, so he finished, "Just want to hang up the phone." Xiao Lianhu quickly said, "Goddaddy, this matter is very important. It's about Imo Jinxing." Hearing Xiao Lianhu's last words, Fong Bingrun stopped the thought of hanging up the line and couldn't help asking, "A Xing?" "Yes, Godfather," Xiao Lianhu said solemnly. "I suspect that Imo Jinxing is probably the undercover police officer who inserted into our club." "Impossible," Fong Bingrun said immediately. "This thing is absolutely impossible." "Godfather, can you come over now?" Xiao Lianhu said. "This matter is too relevant, and I also need to confirm it. Come here. No matter whether Imo Jinxing is undercover or not, you can feel at ease." After weighing it up, Fong Bingrun gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I will come over now. But Lianhu, don't blame me for not reminding you in advance, although you are my godson. But if you let me know that you deliberately framed it to get rid of Ah Xing if he said, don't blame me for being cruel. Godfather, everything I do is for Godfather you and the club, without personal feelings." Xiao Lianhu said. So Fong Bingrun took a few of his men to Xiaolian Lake by car. At this time, Xiao Lianhu was in an open-air food stall, and when he saw Fong Bingruan's car, he immediately got up to greet him and personally opened the door for Fong Bingrun. "God, I'm really sorry for letting you here so late, but the matter is too relevant to be delayed." Okay, stop talking nonsense." Fong Bingrun waved his hand. "You said a Xing is an undercover agent for the police. What evidence is there?" "The evidence is there." Xiao Lianhu turned his head and looked at a residential building not far away. God, come with me. You will know soon. After that, he walked out of the food stall. Go to the residential building. Fong Bingrun thought for a while and followed Xiao Lianhu with a few of his men. This residential building is called Jinhe Garden, and it can be regarded as a noble residential area. Most of the owners in it are middle class. Xiao Lianhu took Fong Bingrun and 4 of his subordinates into the Jinhe Garden. When he came to the lobby on the first floor, he didn't see any security guards. It seemed that he had changed shifts. Xiao Lianhu and Fong Bingrun also took the opportunity to quickly walk into the elevator, while Xiao Lianhu pressed the button on the 16th floor. In the elevator, Fong Bingrun frowned and asked Xiao Lianhu, "Where is this place? Why did you bring me here?" "There lives a senior inspector named Xie Rufa," Xiao Lianhu said. "Xie Rufa? That's Xie SH2. Fong Bingrun asked in surprise. He knew that Xie Rufa was the commander of the second group of OG. Since he was merciless against criminals in the underworld, there was a Xie SH2. Flower name. It's just that Fong Bingrun didn't understand why Xiao Lianhu brought himself here. "What did you bring me to Xie SH2 here?" I heard Xiao Lianhu say. "Just 2 days ago, one of my brothers saw Mo Jinxing and Xie Rufa meeting on the rooftop of the Hong Kong Trade and Industry Building. So I suspected that Mo Jinxing might be the undercover agent Xie Rufa sent to our club." Fong Bingrun was shocked when he heard this, and subconsciously didn't want to believe Xiao Lianhu's words. But since he has already come here, he might as well check it out. At this time, the elevator reached the 16th floor, and Xiao Lianhu and Fong Bingrun came to the front of the unit in Block B on the 16th floor. Xiao Lianhu said, "Xie Rufa has just returned from the police station. It seems that he has been working all night. I just don't know what big case is going on again." Hearing Xiao Lianhu's words, Fong Bingrun immediately thought that his had been seized by the police. According to the quantity of this batch of drugs, if it were made public, it would definitely make a sensation in Hong Kong. Thinking about it, Xiao Lianhu raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. After a while, a young woman in her 30s came out to open the door. She only opened the wooden door inside, not the iron door outside. Because her husband is a policeman, she is also very alert. Whenever she sees some aggressive men in Xiao Lianhu outside the door, she subconsciously closes the wooden door. However, I saw that Xiao Lianhu had taken out the pistol 1 step faster than her and was aiming at her head. Just listen to Xiao Lianhu softly shout, "Open the door." When pointed at by a pistol and threatened with life, the young woman had to obediently open the door. "Go in." After the iron gate was opened, Xiao Lianhu pushed the young woman and followed Fong Bingrun himself. The decoration in the room is very nice, spacious, and comfortable. And when he came out of the bathroom, Xie Rufa, who was still holding a towel and wiping the drops of water on his hair, suddenly saw several big men in Xiao Lianhu. His wife was also pointed at with a gun by Xiao Lianhu. He was shocked. He stretched his hand to the cabinet next to him, wanting to take the gun that he placed on it. "Don't move." Xiao Lianhu turned her gun to Xie Rufa, and Xie Rufa's wife was also held hostage by Fong Bingrun's men. Xie Rufa is a 35-6-year-old man with a Chinese character face and a face full of righteousness. At first glance, he is a man of integrity. He slowly retracted his hand and raised it slightly, but his eyes were fixed on Xiao Lianhu and Fong Bingrun. Fong Bingrun and Xiao Lianhu. "Do you know how serious it is to trespass into residential houses and kidnap police officers?" The members, Xie Rufa understands Fong Bingrun and Xiao Lianhu, who are famous in the underworld. Just heard Fong Bingrun smile. "CSH2, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean to hold you hostage. I just want to ask you a few questions this time. What is the problem? You are the underworld and I am the policeman. We have nothing to talk about." Xie Rufa said in awe. One of Fong Bingrun's men used to bring Xie Rufa's gun, while Xiao Lianhu put the gun on Xie Rufa's wife and sneered at Xie Rufa. "Officer Xie, I think it's good. Let's ask you one question. If you answer the wrong question, then we will take off your wife's clothes." He moved the gun to the young woman's chest and twitched her collar a few times. "I see your wife add bust underwear, at most 4 or 5 pieces of clothes. Haha, our brothers like wives very much." Xie Rufa's wife trembled because of fear, but still kept her lips stubborn and kept silent. "Don't mess around." Xie Rufa forced his wife to fall into the hands of the staff, so he had to give in. Well, you can ask. Just listen to Fong Bingrun saying coldly. You tell me all about Imo Jinxing, and don't lie to me. When Fong Bingrun mentioned Imo Jinxing's name, Xia Rufa's face changed. When Fong Bingrun caught his subtle reaction, he was shocked, thinking that there was something wrong with Imo Jinxing. Isn't Imo Jinxing one of your East Star? Aren't he and Xiao Lianhu worthy of your right arm and right arm? You don't know him yourself, so you want to ask me? Xia Rufa sneered. I said you. Don't lie to me. Fong Bingrun gritted his teeth, and then grabbed the collar of Xia Rufa's wife next to him and pulled her clothes off, so that only her upper body was exposed. One piece of white bust. Ah! Xia Rufa's wife exclaimed and hurriedly stretched out her hand to block her chest. But I saw Fong Bingrun grabbing her hair and raising her head. Xia sh2, if you dare to perfuse me, I will gang rape your wife in front of you. Don't you dare. Xia was furious. Look, I dare not. Fong Bingrun said as he stretched out his hand to Xia Rufa's wife's pants. Xia Rufa quickly raised his hand and said, Okay, I said. Then, he gasped for breath, gritted his teeth, and stared at Fong Bingrun. It took a while before he spoke again. Imo Jinxing, he is the undercover agent of our police. After speaking, his shoulders were also lowered, and the whole person was depressed a lot. When Fong Bingrun heard Xia Rufa's words, he was even more struck by lightning, and his whole body trembled. He has joined Yuri Star since he was 18 years old. Even our police academy has not had time to enter, so no one will doubt it. Xia Rufa said, Apart from me, his identity is only the supervisor. We have the chief superintendent of organized crime and triad investigations, Chen Shuhua. Who knows? Impossible. How is it possible? Fong Bingrun pointed at Xia Rufa and roared. You lie to me. Under my hand, he can make tens of millions of income a year. Except for me, he is the one who can talk the most. What else is he dissatisfied with? How could he be an undercover agent? In Fong Bingrun's view, acting as an undercover agent for the police is paid more than an ordinary police officer at best, and he has to face the danger of being exposed at all times. Today, Imo Jinxing in the East Star can be said to be less than 10,000 people per person, earning a lot more money each year than the chief of police, so there is no need to go undercover. The safe in my room has a file of him. Xia Rufa said, Get it out quickly. Fong Bingrun roared again. So Xia Rufa went into the room held by Fong Bingrun, opened the safe, and took out a file. When Fong Bingrun took over the file, he also saw a bright red secret printed on the file bag. He couldn't wait to open the portfolio. Fong Bingrun took out the information inside, and he entered a piece of information with a photo of Imo Jinxing. However, the name on the file was not Imo Jinxing, but Ni Yongxiao. Seeing the name Ni Yongxiao, Fong Bingrun was shocked again, and his eyes narrowed into a line opened wide. He raised his eyes to look at Xia Rufa, his throat astringent, and said, This Ni Yong school. Looking at Fong Bingrun's unbelievable expression, Xia Rufa nodded slightly. I think you should also remember him. He is Ni Yong school, that is, Ni Kuan's son. Then you understand now. He took the initiative to come to us and say to be our undercover to investigate you. You now finally understand why he did this. Even if you give him 100 million a year, he will still pay you. How could he be in Ni Yong school? How could he be in Ni Yong school? Fong Bingrun was still talking to himself. He has already followed me. How could he be in Ni Yong school? Xia Rufa sneered and said, You killed Ni Kuan more than 10 years ago before you took the seat of East Star. Fortunately, Ni Kuan sent his son Ni Yong to Singapore in advance to escape. You were always on guard against him coming back for revenge, but he didn't. Think of him already lurking by your side. He looked at Fong Bingrun with ridicule. Tell you one more thing. Just now, I personally led the team to Kaohsiung Pier 5 and intercepted a large number of them. Number 4 heroin. I'm afraid it's worth hundreds of millions of dollars on the black market. Huh. Oh. Imported cars to smuggle drugs. Even the freighter company and the staff of the terminal have been bought off. It should be very difficult. It's right to be discovered. Fong Bingrun stared at the drama. It's Sheng. Is the news from Ni Yongxiao? Xia Rufa did not answer, but still sneered. Although we killed 3, we still captured 2 of them who were going to pick up the goods. If convicted, they will go to prison for a lifetime, so they won't help anybody. Yes, I believe it won't take long before they will agree to be tainted witnesses for our police. Ha ha ha. Fong Bingrun, your good days are over. Fong Bingrun had a hideous face and suddenly stepped forward to Sierra Rufa's body. He threw a fist on his face and knocked Sierra Rufa to the ground. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.